Is this Kesha?
No, but that same era. This is Cruella with a K. Cruella. I know you're not a big EDM guy, but we need some energy on a Friday.
It sounds
Let's drop the bass.
No, I got you. It sounds like Kesha to me.
I think Cruella does have a couple female singers, and they use that same style of auto-tune.
Oh, wait. Cruella is a band. That's not just like Cruella DeVille, one lady.
I think, well, even that group was Cruella DeVille and then 101 Dalmatians, so that was also a band. But no, I think Cruella's a couple people. Sometimes you get these EDM groups that's not just one person.
Yeah. Hey, going back to that game last night, here's what is unbelievable. Do you know how many times the Indiana Pacers have had this level of a comeback in the fourth quarter? Like, I'll give you this. You know how they have the probability meters on, like, the ESPN box scores about if you go to this score and this time in the game, this is the percent chance the team has to win? This from Tyler Smith. The Pacers now have a win in every round with this probability. 0.3% chance to win. 2.1. 4.1. 2.6. The odds of all four games going the Pacers' way, 0.000006716, or a 1 in 1.5 million chance. But they must be that 1 in a million.
I feel like you're going all Doctor Strange. Did you ever watch Doctor Strange?
I did not.
Well, you know his powers. He can see every possible reality.
Outcome?
Every parallel universe. And so I just picture him going through his head of, we exist in the one reality where the Pacers are winning these games.
Dude, I say it all the time, like, every once in a while, you just get a team or you get a player, and you're just like, for whatever reason, they're just going to win, okay? Whatever has to happen will happen. That's it. And they're just, like, unkillable. Like, I have two things in my head right now. One is telling me that they are so difficult to put away that Indiana's going to go on and win this series in like 7. The other part of me is saying the Thunder are winning the next 4 games consecutively. Because both of those realities, I think, could be the truth. I think you could sit here and just say, you know what? The Pacers are just always going to find a way. And then I would tell you that as I'm watching that game, it felt like they had no shot despite being down just 10 points. Because that's how much...
finds a way.
That's how much it felt as if Oklahoma City was in control. But you know what else is funny in this? Because you said this earlier, Nelly. You said something, and repeat yourself here, along the lines of you had no idea that the Pacers were this good up until the playoffs or something like that. Say what you said again.
I didn't think that they were a finals team. If you had asked me, I don't know, 5-6 months ago, or even 3-4 months ago, pick your teams for the Eastern Conference Final, pick who's going to advance to the NBA Final. I don't think the Pacers would have been on my radar.
I don't think it would have been on most people's radar.
I probably would have bet the Cavs or the Celtics. Those are my 2 picks all year long to make it back there.
Here's the other thing, though. It's for people who are very much in the camp, and I'm talking like Lakers fans and Knicks fans and all these different guys that are like, oh, you need big markets and superstars. It's the only way this sport can survive. Did you watch the game last night? Were you wildly entertained? Because I was. And it comes down to like 2 things. Do you like basketball or not? Because if you liked basketball, these 2 teams play basketball. Tough defense. Run an actual offense. Does the foul baiting get a little... I don't think it was crazy last night, but does it get a little crazy at times with OKC? Yeah, a little bit.
Who's the Just to draw a comparison here, and I know it's a different sport, but you can tell me if this holds any water. What team would you say has been the face of the NFL for the past about 5 years?
Oh, the Chiefs?
The Chiefs. How big of a sports market is Kansas City?
It's tiny.
That's my point. Yeah, and do you hear people on these NFL talking head shows going, I don't care about the Chiefs. If they make it back to the Super Bowl, it's bad for the league. We need the New York Football Giants to be back in the Super Bowl. I haven't heard that once.
You know,
the NFL is promoting a good team that is good.
Yeah, I've struggled with that one for a while. Like, how is the NFL able to get away with that? How is the NFL able to say, hey, we're having the NFL draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Why don't you guys all show up? And then, like,
exactly
2 billion people show up to that thing. And I think it's the way that the sports are marketed. You know, they will do the quarterback thing, like when they put the graphics up of, hey, it's the opening game of the NFL season. It's the Chiefs versus the Ravens, right? Or whatever. They will put, that's how they market it, right? It's Chiefs versus Ravens. Now, on the graphic, they'll have Mahomes and they'll have Lamar Jackson. And on a few occasions, like when the Ravens and Bills played each other last year, they marketed that as like this is a matchup of MVP, like a showdown of the MVP candidates. But it's not very often that they do that. That is how the NBA markets it. And because they market to superstars, and that's how like they get interest in their sport, you know, it's not necessarily the Lakers are playing against the Nuggets, or how about this? When the Nuggets and the 76ers played each other the last couple of years, it wasn't the Nuggets versus the Sixers, it was Jokic versus Embiid, right? And in a series like this, yes, you have Shea, but you don't have, and maybe Haliburton's working his way there, but they didn't build this as Shea versus Haliburton. They build this as the Thunder versus the Pacers, and people went, meh. Because they've been told over and over again that the league's about superstars. And here's what's funny. The league might now more than in decades, be about team. The 2 teams left in the finals are the 2 teams that were the best. And again, let me explain what that means. It wasn't 3 guys and then a bunch of other dudes. It wasn't LeBron, Wade, Bosh, and then a host of Mario Chalmers and Joel Anthony's. You needed to have a cohesive 8 to 9 man rotation that you believed in. With, yes, superstar or very, very good players on top of that. But the Nuggets were built more in the mold of like the Heat Big 3. And that's just not going to fly anymore. So if this is the way that you have to construct a basketball team now, maybe the thought on this can change. Maybe. LeBron and Luka bounced in 5 games. Weird. I think it's a lot more about a cohesive team unit now than it has been in a long time in the league, which I think is good.
By the way, quickly on the way out, this just came across my timeline. This is the Korean language TV call of Halliburton's game winner last night.
I wanted to hear this, yeah.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼 버튼을 흔들어. 할리버튼! 와우! 0.3초.
Why are we so scared to do that in America? To kind of make an ass out of yourself when a cool thing happens?
I don't speak a lick of Korean, but I understand Haliburton, wow,
Yeah.
in any language.
Exactly right. All right. You can watch it live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
not going to call the timeout. Halliburton has it with 3, driving with 2, pulling up, and hitting with 0.3 of a second to go. How many more times can this team do that?
Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 0.3 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼 버텨내는데요. 할리버튼! 와우!
So that was Pacers radio, that was ABC, and that was South Korea on the call. Heading into your Friday today.
I love the last one. Just chaos and mayhem, no sense of what's happening, just celebration.
I got 2 things, by the way, coming out of that game that are like, it's eerie what happened. So the first one that I want to talk about is this. So Haliburton, I can't remember the stat that I told you guys. Wasn't it something like in the last 5 seconds of games this year to tie or take the lead? Haliburton
He's like 11 of 11.
He was 12 of 14, I think the number was, which is now, I guess, 13 of 15.
I thought you said he was perfect.
No, he was perfect for like the first 10 shots that he took, and then it was like 12 of 14.
In these playoffs, he's 6 for 7 when taking a shot to tie or take the lead in the final minute or fourth quarter OT.
What are we doing here?
Wow!
And this is why I wanted to bring this up. And we can get to the game and other stuff in a second. I think he's Jamal. Haliburton's had games this postseason where he scored 4 points. And he's also
Jamal.
scored 32.
Yeah.
And he also buries you if you give him the opportunity lately. I think I found a Jamal comp, kind of.
He's Jamal on steroids.
Yeah.
The only difference is he's made an all-star game.
Well, and he's a better passer and stuff like that. But I'm saying it's the closest. I've asked over and over again, like, who can I compare Jamal to? And I didn't have an answer. I think it's this dude. I think that's the closest I'm getting.
Yeah. Dude, that game was so eerily similar to game 1 of the Nuggets and
That's
OKC.
the other thing I want to talk
ago.
about. Yeah.
I mean, it was the same game.
Yep.
Just right there. Like that first game, I'll never forget it because I kept saying, as we're sitting in the studio, just stay in striking distance. Stay within striking distance. Don't let this league get too big and you have a chance. And that's exactly what the Nuggets did. The only difference between the two, you remember the game against the Nuggets. One of the reasons the Nuggets got back into it is Dagno started playing that foul game up 3.
Yeah.
And he kept doing it, and it turned against him. It didn't work. There was none of that stuff in this game. There was no fouling. There was none of those late game antics. It was just Indiana putting it on. They were down 14, boys.
Mm-hmm.
They were down 14 in the fourth and came back and won that game.
They were down 15. And here's what I wanted, because you went here, Vic. I was going to save it, but screw it. Like, I'm so with you. I thought the same thing. I'm watching that game, and a 10-point deficit for Indiana feels like it's 20-something. No, I in the middle of the game, I felt like, they aren't coming back on this. But I looked this up. I have these side by side. Moj, with 6 minutes and 39 seconds left in game 1 against the Nuggets. It was a 13-point lead, 108-95 for Oklahoma City. With 3 minutes left in the game, it was a 9-point lead. Well, with the Pacers, with 9 minutes left in the game, it was a 15-point lead. And with 2:52 left, it was a 9-point lead. And both of them erased that in the final 3 minutes.
I feel shame.
4?
Why?
I turned it off.
Just pause for a second. You should. I don't even know what you're about to say. You should.
Get out of here.
When it was 14, 14 in the fourth quarter, I turned it off.
Yeah. He probably went to another candlelight vigil for some 80s band.
He's not going to let it go. I apologize on behalf of him. I think he's overdoing the candlelight vigil, but it's Vic. I don't know.
I will never overdo that. It is the most insane decision ever made in humanity.
So wait,
whatever.
You turned it off, and then you woke. Was the first time you found out they won when we played that open this morning?
No. No, it was last night.
Okay.
No, I was getting ready for bed and it's kind of going over.
What are you, Dick Van Dyke?
Yeah, put my jammies on, separate the beds, right. Put them
I gotta
across
get ready
the
for
room.
bed.
Right.
It is a weird concept to me, too. What does get ready? I take my shorts and my shirt
What the hell
off and
does
I lay
that
down.
mean? What do you mean you're getting ready for bed?
I brushed my toofuses.
Hey, all I know is
dogs
this.
went to the bathroom. I'm like, there's no way. I see 111, 110F. I'm like, there's no way.
All I know is this, and I know the Nuggets are no longer part of this deal. They were eliminated 2 rounds ago. These have been the best NBA playoffs in I don't know how many years.
Right?
I'm sure.
Yes. I said right? Yes.
I can't think how many years back when I was this married to not just your team, mind you. Normally it's just your team. You're like, all right, you're invested in your team. Your team's out. Every damn game in every conference, both conferences, every game has been exciting, good to the last drop. This is awesome. And I don't care what they say about ratings. You know, some of the national narratives, NBA ratings. You can have whatever the hell you want in your ratings. If you watch the game, you woke up this morning smiling because that was a hell of an entertaining product.
I'm telling you right now, Moj, I'm watching ESPN do their pregame, their postgame, their halftime. They made that feel like that was a December game that like they didn't match the moment at all of the finals.
Brett.
And I think a lot of this is at fault of the media. Yeah, go ahead.
Brett, ESPN's coverage of the NBA in the NBA Finals is some of the worst television I've ever seen. Moser, you and I live in the television world. We live in the television world. And I'm not trying this to be I'm not saying it to be an ass. I'm not. They are terrible.
Well, hang on. We've known that they're really bad at this thing. What I'm talking about is something different. They weren't even excited about this matchup. That's the problem. Like, if this was Lakers and Celtics, they would have had at least some juice to their bad coverage. They didn't even have that last night.
Brett, the amount of commercials. Did you happen to watch their halftime show?
No, I didn't watch halftime.
It's so bad. It's so bad. Their pregame show, it's so bad. Everything's a commercial. Everything is like just pop music coming in. It's so bad. They didn't do I don't know, call me old school. I like watching the pregame introductions of the players. They don't do that anymore. They just pop right into the game. It's a terrible production, ESPN. You're terrible. You're awful. You're the worst.
They have one person who's really good. I love Mike Breen calling games.
The whole package is terrible. Moj, you might have a completely different thought on this. I mean, this is what you do for a living. I think the product is awful.
Can we give Breen some love, though? I like Mike.
Fine. He's only a cog in the whole wheel.
I got you.
It's terrible product. It's a terrible production from beginning to end. It's not fun to watch.
You may find this hard to believe, but some people think that I'm terrible.
Those guys are idiots.
No,
but
people will say you're terrible. I'm like, all right, look, there are actors I don't like, so that's fine too, or actresses or whatever. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Anne Hathaway.
Yeah, well,
no.
That's just
How dare you?
She's fine. No, she's
Anne
okay.
Hathaway's great,
man.
Anna Kendrick.
Okay,
I think she's
actually crossed a line with Hathaway.
I actually think Anna Kendrick is a
Can we
wonderful
just wheel
actress.
this back a little bit and
Yeah,
talk
but hang
about
on.
the game?
Yeah, but here's the point.
Yeah, but I like Anne Hathaway.
Yeah, here's the
I
point.
need
Vic.
you to know that, Vic.
It's to each their own. I will say this. TNT's coverage of both the NBA and the NHL
So much better.
is better than ESPN.
Yes.
So much. It's not just better. So much better.
But you want to know what I'm telling you? Have you guys ever had this before? You ever gone to a bar or a restaurant and the bartender or your waiter or waitress or whatever just not in a good mood, right? And I'm like, look, I need one thing from you. Like fake like you're happy and passionate when I'm here, please.
Smile a little bit.
They weren't doing that for that game last night. That's what killed me.
They didn't even
felt
try.
like the pissed off bartender that was just throwing a drink at you. You know what I mean? Like, pretend you care if the Pacers or the Oklahoma City Thunder is going to win. Pretend.
It's so funny you say that. He's not there anymore. We had this one waiter. We used to sit at the bar at this sushi place. And this one bartender guy was always an ass he was.
And it makes your experience miserable.
He was the unhappiest dude on the planet, but he was fast. So I'm like, okay, well, but he was always there. Anyway,
but
I know exactly what you're saying. At least pretend.
The product of the game bailed them out because the game was great.
Right.
But, it's so bizarre to me because, Vic, you're so right. I think these playoffs have been so good. And the way it's been covered by people nationally, because your big guns have been eliminated early, like the Luka LeBron thing that everybody was excited. Well, 5 games later, they're gone, right? Mm-hmm. All of these superstars left. And it's like,
loss?
Well, what? I got to watch the Pacers now. It's like, the Pacers are pretty good.
I heard someone, Vic, real quick the other day, again, it's the lamenting of, golly, I want superstars in my NBA finals. I want the big names in my finals. Well, you're getting the best teams, so shut it. The NBA talking heads and some of these NBA fans have been so conditioned over the years to be spoon-fed superstars everywhere. Yes. They've been so conditioned over the years that when they don't get it, they're like little children throwing a tantrum.
Well, I told you why this happens.
That's what it's like.
I told you why this happens. It remains largely a coastal bias. If the games are not played on the East Coast or in LA, there's a coastal bias. And that's just a fact. That's not me just surmising something out of the blue. That is a fact with ESPN. If it's not played in LA,
San Francisco,
if it's not on the East Coast or the West Coast, and anywhere in Middle America, they don't want to do it. They don't act like they want to do it.
I think we can all agree on one thing. A guy who's very, very good at this, who also works for ESPN, maybe the outlier, SVP is really good.
Very.
SVP, respect to him. He had Haliburton at his set yesterday after the game.
That was a great interview.
And he basically goes, hey, man, hand up. Totally wrong about you guys. My bad. Here's what he said.
The other night on the show, I put my hand up and I said, look, I was late to the party on it.
Yeah, you're a real one for that.
Well,
I heard that. You're a real one for that.
Well,
a lot of your counterparts won't admit that now.
Well, now I'm going to give myself a little wiggle room here and say you guys are under 500 at Christmas. Am I right?
Yo, we were rough.
Okay,
we were rough.
So were you bad at the start?
We were.
So all I said is I was a little late to the party. I put my hand up.
We were late to the party too.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to be. I'll be a real one right now. Every single note I had on this card getting ready for this show was about Oklahoma City winning this game. And I'm sitting here with you. It's an amazing show that you all are putting on, and the belief is amazing to watch as well. I appreciate you taking the time. Thanks so much. Tyrese Haliburton.
I love that interaction. I love how SVP goes, I was late to the party, and then Haliburton goes, you know what? So were we.
I agree with you. I enjoy SVP's post-game stuff, especially with the one-on-one interviews. I did wonder, though, when the TNT show, when the Inside the NBA moves over next year, what happens in a situation like that?
Yeah, I don't know. They aren't going to be doing every post game, so I mean, SVP is going to be doing a lot. Why wouldn't they be doing the
NBA Finals?
I think
they would be doing the finals.
What happens there in that situation?
I don't know. Maybe they have them both there, and they both do interviews. I have no idea.
Can't see that's where you're going to run into problems.
Well,
that's where you need to make a decision now.
Yeah, you got to. Yeah, who do you want running the post game show?
I mean, you're going to give it to the Inside the NBA guys. I mean, you
would assume, right? You would assume.
Yes.
You would assume. But the game itself, I'm telling you, it felt so much like that Nuggets game. Mm-hmm. Just stay there, be patient, and then strike. And we'll see how OKC responds, because you saw how they responded in the Nuggets series. The next game was a blowout. I'm not so sure Indiana will get blown out. We'll see.
I'm torn between two things, Vic. I think that Indiana could win this in 7, and I also think OKC could win the next 4.
I agree. It feels the same way, yeah. But did you find yourself, fellas, I mean, it's just human nature, even though I think OKC's the better team, and I had OKC winning this series, and I'm thinking, Denver's going to give OKC the best run for its money. Even after all that, man, is it hard to – I hate OKC. I rooted against them. Yeah. I hate everything about them. And it's so funny how quickly it turns. I hate them. I hate Caruso. I hate the way he plays. I hate SGA. I hate them all. I hate Dagno. I hate their fans.
Caruso had an opportunity for a couple of wide open shots. He's clang, clang, clang goes the trolley.
I enjoyed SGA
ding,
breaking
ding with the bell.
He had a chance to put him up 3, and he bricked. I enjoyed all of it. It's just a joy. What is it? Why am I like that? Why am I so like that?
Because you're angry and petty, and that's okay.
Because I also saw Lou Dort run into Pascal Siakam, who didn't even look at him, and fly on the floor and get an offensive, an illegal screen call.
I remember
early
that
in
play.
that game.
Yeah, and I remember the play late in the game too. That I was like, "What is that call?" There's a couple of them. I'm like, "Oh, here we go."
Yeah.
But you know what? Indiana was able to overcome it. I just enjoy watching the OKC fans sit there stunned.
You know, there's something that we talked about.
By the way, why do we have to wait until Sunday for Game 2?
Yeah,
I don't know. It's so stupid because the NBA plays every game. They were so during the OKC Denver series, every game, every other night, bam, 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 and then they slow play it during the finals.
Hey, Nuggets, 7-game series, overtime. Have fun at 1:30 tomorrow morning or something. You know what I mean? Like
every other day, you're playing a game, and now we get to the most important series of the season. Every 3 months, we've got a game.
We mentioned something, though. Superstars, at least for the ones that are billed, not in this series. But I think this could be a trend to a different way to market the sport. I'll get to it next. Let it ride. Let it ride, Nelly. I would attend a candlelight vigil of this band. I don't know how that would work with an orchestra, but I would do it. I would totally do it.
A Kool and the Gang candlelight vigil?
Yeah, I do that. Yeah, Moj.
Would you agree that OKC plays the most ferocious brand of team defense you've seen in years? I mean,
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like it.
Yep. I kind of love the strategy, too. I'm going to dare you to make a call, and I'm going to keep doing it and keep daring you to make a call. And if you do make the call, then I'll put in another guy off my bench, and he'll do that, and then you have to be dared to make another call on him.
I mean, I'm wowed by them, Moj, and I hate them at the same time. Is that
dig
possible?
that. No, I think that's completely rational. But
do you feel the same way if they don't eliminate the Nuggets, if they're the Eastern Conference team? Do you feel the same way? Like if they flipped, if Indiana beat the Nuggets and OKC.
I would hate Indiana more. I would hate, I mean, of course, the team that beats your team, you're going to have some animosity because they beat your team.
But the style we're talking about, that people talk about foul baiting and stuff like that. Is that as unpalatable as it seems for us if they didn't eliminate the Nuggets?
Well, I'm a fan of defense. I look at basketball a little differently than some. I don't have to have a free flying offense to be wowed and entertained. I love the art of defense, and those guys play it better than anybody. So I watch Caruso when he comes off of McConnell wide open to the three and decides to double up on a guy that's driving and blocks a shot. Little things like little nuanced plays that are so smart, so savvy. And I always wonder, why doesn't our team do that? Why don't our players do that?
OKC gave me a reason to have pause, though, because we talked about in this program yesterday, they learned from the Nuggets series. They got caught with their pants down a couple times. Blew it a couple times, but we saw a younger team maturing before our very eyes. Well, they got caught with their pants down again last night late.
It's a cool picture, man.
Very cool picture. And
crazy.
Jalen Williams, Jalen with the Jalen Williams, what he did say is, well, it sucks, but we've been here before. And they have been there before, and they came through, obviously. So we'll see how this young Thunder team reacts to it all. So, again, Brett, like you intimated earlier in the show, I don't know what to expect for the rest of this series.
Yeah.
I really don't.
You know what I enjoy most? And again, this is the petty side of me. And I don't know what it is about Mark Daigneault that bothers me. I don't know. He's probably a really nice guy and a great coach.
I don't
bothers
believe
the
it.
hell out of me. For an NBA final, you go with the same starting lineup, and then all of a sudden in game one in the NBA finals, you change your starting lineup because you're smarter than everybody else. I love that you lost that game.
Yeah.
I love it. Because you're so smart.
Do they have some beef with Hartenstein? Like, he hasn't been playing.
I don't know.
Remember, like towards the end of the last series.
I don't know, but they barely played the bigs in the fourth quarter. They barely played. Did you see that in the fourth quarter of that game? They went small and they got their asses beat.
So before I get to this comparison I want to make, Moj, I know this is a big day, not just for you, but for every American. And this is usually the time that you're over in France doing your thing. Go ahead and say a couple of words about what today is.
Well, today is the 81st anniversary of Operation Overlord. By this time, for those who are not into that sort of thing, by the time I went to sleep last night, the paratroopers, by the time the NBA game, the final game started yesterday, paratroopers were already paratrooping into Normandy.
Mm-hmm.
A lot missing their drop zone and whatnot, but they were preparing for the upcoming invasion. By the time I really went to sleep, that's when the first wave started. But by this time, this exact moment 81 years ago, it was still somewhat questionable how much they were going to be able to break through and so on and so forth. But by this exact time, a lot of soldiers had been killed or wounded, but many had broken through. And once you were able to break through on the beachhead and move inland somewhat and hit the Germans on their flanks, you were able to start taking out all the guns and all the machine gun nests and so on and so forth. So basically by this time, France time, we knew we were going to be able to make it.
Yeah.
But for hours before, it was still very much in doubt. But 81st anniversary, Vic, I'm not there this year. I did go, obviously, in February to Normandy because I go pretty much every year. but I'm not there for D-Day this year.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
and how many of the veterans are still with us?
Not many.
Well, it's estimated now that total World War II veterans with us are probably around upper 50,000.
Bro, it's been 81 years.
Yeah.
I mean, you do the math.
But you went every year with the vets that stormed the beach.
None of my friends are with us any longer. All of my very close veteran friends from World War II are all gone.
Yep.
But our good buddy Donnie Edwards, Vic, former Chiefs and Chargers linebacker Donnie Edwards, he's got a great foundation too called the Best Defense Foundation. He still does excellent work with veterans, and he's got a group, I think, of 20. Well, I want to say 27. My buddy Ralph from the Netherlands. Oh, who's just the flip-flops these are?
Yeah.
My buddy Ralph works with Donnie, too.
Gotcha.
And so they're over there right now, which is great. So there you go.
So the point that I was getting to earlier, and it's just something me and Nelly kind of stumbled across in talking about this, because it is Nelly asked the question, why does the NFL get away with a market like Kansas City being the main attraction of their sport and basketball can't? And it's sort of that age-old question over the last, decade or so, that the NBA has kind of shifted towards more of an individualistic, superstar-led league. And here's what I think is funny. The years in which you can have a Dolly Parton top-heavy team of big threes, Chris Bosh, D. Wade, LeBron, and then it's like Mario Chalmers and Joel Anthony and guys like that, right? Those days seem to be, if not over, numbered. Mm-hmm. Everybody assumed when Luka went and joined forces with LeBron that the Lakers were going to be a force, and they lost in 5 games. I think the NBA might have to be forced to market team stuff as opposed to individual, if that makes sense. Like, when the Nuggets would play the Sixers over the years, Vic, that was not the Nuggets versus the Sixers.
Oh, it was Joker and Embiid.
Joker versus Embiid. That's how the game was built.
The reason why I think the NBA is individualized while the NFL still remains team is because there's more numbers, and these are bigger teams. It's truly a team sport.
Sure.
There are 22 players on the field at the same time when they're playing a football game, and they're wearing helmets, and you don't see their faces, and they're not right there. The NBA stars drive the league. Haliburton has become a star. He drives the league. When you think of Indiana now, you think of Tyrese Halliburton and last-second shots. That's just the way it is. That's the way it's going to be marketed. That's the way it's going to be sold. But I agree with you on this. There's no reason why you can't sell Indiana Pacers basketball and Oklahoma City basketball. What does it matter where they are? What does it matter where they play?
But Vic,
why does it matter?
You just said it earlier. I mean, I want you. I hate to cut you off here, but you saw the reaction of ESPN last night. They were, they're gonna be in Oklahoma City. I mean, when you're fed that by your partners and your broadcasters and all the talking heads around it, again, people are preconditioned to not want. They want the big stuff. They don't want Indiana.
Why isn't there that same reaction then when they have to go to Kansas City for a football game or Green Bay, Wisconsin for a football game?
It does not matter in the NFL. It does not matter where you are.
Those are the same people in our same business doing the same thing. They have to go to a city they perhaps may not want to attend, may not want to visit to go cover a game, a sporting event. They go to Kansas City willingly. They trumpet Kansas City. Kansas City isn't exactly Aruba. They go to Green Bay, Wisconsin, and they go to Cincinnati, and they go to Pittsburgh. That you never hear anybody complain about having to go to those markets to cover those teams.
Well, can I give you an example, Vic? Just a quick example. There was, we had it when the Nuggets were on their way to their first championship. We had Stephen A. Smith say out loud, live on the air, that he wants the Lakers. Was it Lakers or Clippers? One of the two, Lakers, right? I want them to win because I want to be in L.A. I don't want to go to Denver, right?
He said on the air, on a national show, he does not want to go to Denver.
Yep.
Now, compare that to this. A big event just happened a little over a month ago. The NFL held their NFL draft, which is a massive television show, in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Mm-hmm. And every single person on the air for ESPN then was like, dude, this place is so cool. The the history of it.
Quarter of a million people.
The people who live here are so incredibly nice. Like, they just pumped up Green Bay, Wisconsin like it was the best thing ever. Yeah. And I don't get it. What's the difference?
Well, the difference is you don't have a Knicks fan that wants the Knicks and Lakers to be in the finals every year.
I suppose. Yeah.
That's the difference. I mean, human bias plays a role.
But, kind of going back to just the way that you're going to find success now. I think with the Nuggets, we've talked about it a lot. 3 max contracts makes it really difficult for you to build a team that can sustain success over long periods because it relies way too much on too many individuals, like too few people. I think that you have to now, with these new CBA rules, find a way to do this. And teams like Oklahoma City, like, give them credit. Sam Presti is very, very smart. But they kind of got what the Nuggets got, right? Which is, you're a very smart team for finding the talent of Jokic. You also didn't think Jokic was going to be Jokic. If you did, he wouldn't have been a second rounder.
You made the trade for Shea.
You made the trade to acquire draft picks and what you thought could be a pretty good player. And then Shea took over the league, right? Like, they also found some really good fortune in that part of it, too. And they found a team dumb enough to give you all of that for Paul George. So it's like, yes, they're geniuses and also very lucky that all of these things kind of came together.
Well, I think that there has to be a certain amount of luck that goes with it as well. I mean, obviously, the Nuggets were incredibly lucky by drafting the best player on planet Earth, a guy that many teams, all but one team, passed on twice, right? Or virtually passed on twice. Drafted during a Taco Bell commercial for a product that doesn't even exist anymore. The quesarito is no more, bro.
Should bring it back.
It's really good.
The fact that local Taco Bells, by the way, have not brought that back is an insane proposition.
Yeah, agreed. Nonetheless, they got incredibly lucky, but that's what it takes sometimes. Unless, if we're going to go down, in fact, I would argue to you, if we're going down the oh my God, they're back on TV.
The Twins?
The Twins are back on TV. I don't know what we're doing.
Twins, Basil. Twins.
That's another example. I mean, who demands hearing from the Morse Twins?
The Twins. What's that?
Who out there is saying, I got to get the Morse Twins thoughts on this game?
I don't know.
Who's out there asking?
I don't know.
I want to know. I want to know. Are you listening right now? Are you saying, I got to hear what the Morse Twins had to say about this game?
Hang on. Who had the commercial? And Twins. Love.
That's like a beer.
Was that Bud Light? That was definitely a beer commercial. Yeah. And twins. And how about those twins?
Well, from Something About Mary, when they're at the bar. Hey, Tracy.
See, but
you, Norm.
You got all these teams. Let me tell you guys something.
No, but Brett, if you're not going to have a super team anymore, I would argue that these markets, Sacramento, Utah, Memphis, Charlotte, you're going to have to get lucky. You're going to have a little bit of luck, and you're going to have to be really smart.
Who are the teams that went in on sort of like, let's get the really, really good superstar type of players? I mean, the Knicks kind of did that with a trade for Karl Anthony Towns, right? Pair him up with Jalen Brunson. They had success. Milwaukee certainly did.
Phoenix.
The Clippers did.
Golden State traded for Jimmy.
I just don't think that's how you do it anymore.
All eliminated.
Yeah.
The Lakers, they did it.
Lakers did it. Like,
eliminated.
I just don't think that that's a sustainable model. It used to be. And I think
all gone.
You need to change your way of thinking that it's not just about acquiring the top-end talent and figuring it out from there. You need to have just this horde of people you can throw out there and trust.
On that note, obviously, Hallie made the game-winning shot. He won the game technically, made the final shot. The only lead of the game for Indiana. They did not lead the entire night.
Well, that's the same with the Nuggets, though. Yeah. The Nuggets didn't lead the entire game until AG put it in.
It's the same game.
Putin.
Yes, same game. So I'm going to ask you something, though. If you watch the game, and I know that Hallie's going to get all the kudos, give me one player that you think, and I know the player, who won that game for Indiana? Who was the difference maker?
I love Pascal Siakam. I think he's awesome.
I'm thinking of a particular role player. No, here's my opinion. We all have an opinion on this.
You're talking about
Andrew Nebhart won that game for Indiana.
You think so?
Yeah. He took over.
He's a good player, man.
He took over the ball handling duties. He started running more point, hit a couple big shots down the stretch. He guarded SGA on a couple of those big baskets, those big defenses late. And here's a guy, and this goes to your theory about how you don't have to have Hall of Famers. You have to have a lot of really good players.
Yeah.
And that's what Indiana is. Andrew Nebhart is a role player. He's a role player. And he played his role perfectly last night. He was drafted in 2022 out of Gonzaga. He was the 31st overall pick. He was taken one spot. He was in the second round selection, one spot after Peyton Watson went to the Nuggets at number 30. And this guy's in the NBA Finals guarding the MVP of the league, and he's making some big buckets, and he's playing the entire fourth quarter. He's on the court. That's how you win in the modern day. You got to have those guys. And they got a bunch of those guys. Naismith, Nembhard, McConnell comes off the bench. Obi Toppin hit huge shots last night. Huge shot. It's not just Hallie and Siakam.
See, I think maybe the model now is not the 2012 Heat. The model is the 04 Pistons. The 04 Pistons didn't have really any superstars in their team. They had really, really good players like Chauncey and Rasheed and Ben Wallace and all these different guys. Rip Hamilton, Tayshaun Prince. Maybe that's where you got to go. I need like 5 or 6 good to really good players,
Brett,
as opposed to,
In these playoffs alone, you could point to every game and say, oh, well, this guy was the hero in that game for Indiana. Oh, Naismith, remember that game where he hit all those threes late? Last night it was Nembhard who came up big.
Right.
And one common denominator is Hallie to close the game.
Right.
See, remember when we had Charles Barkley on the show and Charles said, your star player, it's great that he scores early, but you need your star player to conserve himself, and he's got to be that go-to guy at the end of the game. Remember that?
Sure.
That's exactly what Tyrese Halliburton is, to a T.
Hey, is Markieff Morris, is he okay?
Oh, from the hit?
I mean, didn't he say, like, 3 years later he's still dealing with some, like, Joker PTSD that is, he can't
Nobody
function.
cares.
He can't function anymore.
I remember he tried to say that hit knocked him out for the rest
These
of the year.
guys, man, these guys.
Couldn't care less.
I remember somebody said that, or he said that hit knocked him out for the rest of that season. And the Heat went on to say, no, he was like good towards the end of the year. We just didn't really care.
That was the only time he was there, but I mean, they
Take that L on the way out.
he never played for them again. You realize that, right?
T-Bone on our YouTube chat. I just pulled up our YouTube
What up,
chat.
T-Bone?
Thank you for those of you
T-Bone!
chatting on Twitch and YouTube and all the other platforms that we're on. T-Bone says you guys should pull up what Shaq said about SGA postgame. It was pretty good. What did he say? What show was Shaq on?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll try and
What did
find
he say? Somebody tell me what he said if you have a chance. I have no idea what Shaq said about SGA. SGA scored 38. He did his part. Missed a big shot late, but, I mean, he scored. He did his part.
Well, we'll try and find it during the break.
They also hunted him on defense. They hunted him.
Reminder to you guys that every game of the Stanley Cup Final is going to be on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, including Game 2 tonight, which is at 6 o'clock between the Panthers and the Oilers in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Are on Altitude Sports Radio, and it's powered by Mountain Hyundai. Back after this.
Is that what?
Yeah.
Is that Buck Cherry?
Buck Cherry, yeah.
This is, yeah.
No way.
This is,
Hey,
I think
you're a crazy lady.
From a songwriting perspective and a guitar perspective, this is such an incredibly well-written and produced song with some of the worst lyrics ever put to paper.
I agree with that.
This song is such an enigma.
Yes, it is.
Vic, whatever is in your mouth, choke it down, please, because I have a question to ask you.
I just took 2 pills and they got jammed in my esophagus.
Well, a lot of things probably get jammed in your esophagus. Just whatever's in your mouth, choke it down. I have a question to ask you, please.
You know there are kids that listen to this show.
Well, was that a banana? That's what I want to ask you. I want to ask you, Vic.
When I was doing Home Run Derby, a gentleman came up to me and said, "Me and my son listen to you guys every day as I take him to school." And I'm thinking to myself,
no school.
God, that's great. Like Moser just said what he said. I'm sure that's a wonderful father-son experience.
He meant fruits.
Yeah, I meant your bananas. Vic, how did the Home Run Derby go last night? And
it got canceled.
It did because of the rain?
Yeah, we stood around and they put the tarp on the field and they canceled it because they couldn't. I mean, this rain's been ridiculous all week.
Oh, man, that sucks. Are they going to reschedule? You probably can't, can you?
I'm sitting there in the green room talking to Alex Singleton, who was, hyped. Cortland Sutton said he was going to win. And they were really anxious to do it. And we waited an hour, and they just couldn't wait it out anymore. But they were ready to go. And I would have put my money on probably Sutton. I saw his swing. It's nice.
Thank you.
A couple of those dudes have never swung a bat, by the way. I'm looking at some of those cuts. I'm like, geez. I told Singleton, I said, not to be insulting, but I've attended 2 of your OTA practices, and it's the most boring thing I've ever done in my life. Is it as boring for you to be out there as it is for us to watch you? And he goes, yes, even more so. So we got that going for us.
Yeah, I think it's no secret those guys hate these mini camps. They hate them.
The thing I sent you yesterday and said, save this, should we, I don't know if we should play that today because let's just save it for training camp. That's fine. Vic, I told you before these OTAs, I said there's nothing on earth I'd rather not do than go to OTAs. They're boring for us. Incredibly boring. You don't learn anything.
You ain't lying.
You can stand there next to, anybody you want to when they're talking to the media and say, I was breathing the same air as this person, but you're not getting You're not getting anything that you wouldn't normally get.
I want to go back to something. You said some of those guys look like they never swung a bat before.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather I tell you can run a 4.35 40?
Ooh.
I give you blazing speed.
Mm-hmm.
But for the rest of your life, you will throw a baseball like 50 Cent. Would you take that trade?
No, I would not.
Would you take raw speed and athleticism for looking like a fool throwing thing?
I probably would because I don't show off my throwing that often. I could use that speed to get out of some jams.
Like what? What jams do you get in that you would use 4.35?
I would just challenge everybody to a race on a daily basis.
I'll tell you what. Like we're looking for your ball in the other fairway, and you pegged an old lady, and here comes her husband after you with his driver, and I would book it out of there.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I don't think I'd do it though.
I know you're walking through the parking lot on your way to the grocery store, okay? And you got stuff on your mind. You got to pick up, some walnuts. You got to.
Jeez, that scared the hell out of me.
And I would absolutely use my speed to get out of there. That day's coming, by the way, when people have. See, it's not leave your dog in the car hot yet. Leave your dog with, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You can't leave your dog in the car hot.
I understand.
Dogs can be in the car with the window down a little bit, and they're totally fine. They're not going to cook. And you're going to be walking through the grocery store or on your way to the Home Depot. And
Don't do it again.
But one of those dogs is going to scare you to death. Because it comes out of the blue.
Very back.
We're so back. We're getting Moser dog microphone breaks.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Hey, guys, our long national nightmare is over. Aaron Rodgers is signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers. That story is now done. How about that?
Day 6.
I just don't really get it. I don't get it for the Steelers. I kind of get it, I guess, for Aaron Rodgers. Here's what's funny. I don't think Rodgers had like anybody else that was really pining for him.
I don't think anybody else was pining for him. I don't think that anybody else wanted him.
But if you're Pittsburgh, this is pretty mind-blowing for a team that's been over 500 every year under Mike Tomlin. They have not won a playoff game since January of 2017. They have been hovering on this treadmill over and over again.
That's pretty crazy. Hey, do you remember?
But hang on.
Yeah.
And they sign Aaron Rodgers in what feels like to me to stay on the treadmill.
Well, we'll see, because he's got DK Metcalf to throw to.
He had Devontae Adams in New York.
Understood. Do you remember how good Robert Woods used to be?
Yeah.
He's 33 now, but he's there in Pittsburgh. Robert Woods used to be a very good wide receiver.
He was
very
all right.
good. I thought he was very good. He's got some guys to throw to there. I'm just curious to see if it all works under Mike Tomlin. So, I mean, it may be treadmill time. Brett, they're a playoff team. You think he's going to cause them to regress?
Not regress. No, he's
Then what is it?
He makes them better. He is better than Mason Rudolph, okay? He's better.
Is he better than Justin Fields? Is he better than Russ?
Yeah, I think
I have
so.
no
Yeah.
idea what the hell he is after his injury, because he was not the same quarterback after that injury. We saw that. He came back and he was not the same guy.
Well, this is what's funny, Vic. I looked this up, and numbers can lie to you sometimes from a pure box score perspective. Where would you guess Aaron Rodgers was in touchdowns last year as far as ranking in the NFL?
Middle of the pack.
7th.
Really?
He had 28.
That is more than
Josh Allen also had 28.
That's interesting.
Josh Allen?
Bo Nix had 29 and 12 picks. Aaron Rodgers had 28 and 11. Mahomes had 26 and 11. So, like, the numbers, here's what I think the difference was. I don't know if Rodgers is the guy that can carry you anymore. There were times
he's 41 years old, Brett.
He's going to be 42 before the season ends. I think there were times in Green Bay that Aaron Rodgers could, like, if he got hot, the game was over. Like, you're done. I don't think he has that gear. Like, he can't just put the team on his back and take them from a 10-point deficit to a 7-point lead.
You're probably right, but when I watch him throw the football he's still one of the best throwers of the football in the game. Vic, you have to admit, no matter what you think about Aaron Rodgers, his frog licking and everything else that comes with it, the guy throws a beautiful, beautiful football.
Like, here's the main question. The Broncos are going to be fighting
is he on target anymore?
The Broncos are fighting for a playoff spot. Do you now fear Pittsburgh taking that spot away from the Broncos with Aaron Rodgers? Because you wouldn't have before he signed there. Not with Mason Rudolph and Will Howard and whoever else is
I
there.
wouldn't say it's concerning. I say it's got my attention. It's got my attention.
Okay.
Which of these teams is going to drop out? Is it Kansas City? No. Is it Buffalo? No. Is it Baltimore? No. Houston's not dropping out because they're going to win their division, right?
Probably.
Okay. Could the Chargers drop out? Yeah. Could Pittsburgh drop out? Yeah. Could the Broncos drop out? Yeah. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. You're fighting for that. Not to mention
Cincinnati and Miami
didn't make it last year.
Miami. When Tua's playing, Miami is good.
Yeah. Yep. So anyway,
you're one injured quarterback away from dropping out.
Yeah. You really are.
Any one of those teams?
Anyone.
Yeah.
You tell me Kansas City's going to be the same team without Patty?
Well, I watched them sit Patrick Mahomes and others the final week of the season, and they lost by 38 points to the Broncos.
Hey, if the Chargers lose Justin Herbert, why didn't I not realize Trey Lance is on the Chargers? Wow.
Because he doesn't play?
If they lose Herbert, they're screwed. I mean, everybody is, except Miami because they have Zach Wilson as their backup.
Yeah.
Number 0.
Yeah. But Taylor Heineke is the backup with the Chargers.
I like Heineke.
You always have liked Heineke.
I always have.
He can't keep a job, but you've always liked him.
He's scrappy. Scrappy.
He is scrappy.
Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. How do I put these things side by side? I'll just give you a couple of these details, by the way. At halftime, the Indiana Pacers had no players that were in double-digit points. They had 18 turnovers at halftime. 18. And 18 fewer shots. And they came back to win. Teams were 0-182 in the NBA Finals entering Thursday, when trailing by 9 or more points in the final 3 minutes of an NBA Finals game since 1971. And they have done this, by the way, this isn't a one-off. 4 different times this postseason, they've made comebacks like this in the fourth quarter. 4. So this guy had this number. Listen to this. It's almost way too mathy. Oh, I lost it. Never mind. Forget what I was going to say.
Good job, Vic.
I got some numbers for you.
Please. Oh, yeah, please. Just feed me numbers all morning because I like it.
The Pacers trailed by 9 with 2:52 to play. Since the 97 playoffs, teams, did you just say this, were 0-121 when trailing by 7 or more points in the final 3 minutes of a game.
Mine was 0-182 by trailing by 9 or more.
Okay.
With 3 minutes to go.
Same thing. I'm telling you right now, let's go back and look at the play-by-play of the Nuggets OKC first game of their series. It's a mirror image.
Carbon copy.
It's a mirror image. Even the final sequence, to be honest. The only difference was, SGA misses a shot last night in the Nuggets game. Chet misses a free throw, but both teams needed a bucket to win. The Nuggets opted for a 3. All they needed was a 2. Do you remember that? All they needed was a 2.
Yep.
They took a 3.
Yeah, man. I am blown away by how many times they've done this to people, and also the similarity of that game to what was game 1 for the Nuggets. And here's the thing. If you're the Pacers, you're feeling great. I don't know if the Thunder are panicking after a game like that because they have been here before.
I think they could lean on what they did in that Nuggets series.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, though, if Indiana might be just a different deal altogether.
So if teams were, what'd you say, 0-182, trailing by 9 in the final 3 minutes, coming in, why did you get on my case for turning it off? I do feel shame because I would like to have seen the win.
Well, because we're talking about a game we witnessed firsthand.
Yeah, well,
and
I had history on my side, Vic.
Yeah, I know, but last
I
night
had total history. 0-182 is 0-182.
I mean, Moj, last night, while Kane, Nelly, and myself, while we were watching sports, you were preparing your candles for your vigil tonight. We're talking about a sport we watched last night. We didn't turn it off. I didn't turn off the Stanley Cup Final.
I didn't turn it off. That's because it was tied. The favorite wasn't up by 4 goals.
I know you had to sharpen your candles. I know that you had to buy some extra matches and all that stuff for whatever you got going tonight, and that's fine. You do your thing. We'll go ahead and watch sports. The Nuggets, by the way,
sharpen a candle.
I don't know. The Nuggets, they were down 13 to OKC with 6:30 to play. 13 with 6:30 to play and won that game.
I'm going to keep saying this, and I don't know why the next game isn't until Sunday. It's kind of driving me nuts. The Thunder could win the next 4 games, or the Pacers could win in 7, and I'm not sure which one I'm leaning more towards. But there's one thing that's an absolute fact. There is no Indiana's out of this now. Because when they were down 10 in the third quarter, I was like, this game feels over. Like they just can't overcome it. It didn't look right for them, like all these different things. But God, you give them an opportunity, they're going to bury you.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
There's a part of me, and I want to know where you stand. I want to know where everybody listening to this radio show stands on this. There's a part of me that says, and I'm sitting there watching the game with my spouse last night, and we're watching this unfold.
The Queen?
Yes, and she hates Oklahoma City more than I do. Hates them. Rooting against OKC the entire time.
Your wife has an open hate for OKC.
Oh,
where did that come from?
Wow.
Because she's become a huge Nuggets fan, and she lives and dies by the Nuggets and who they play. And she said, something that was profound, and I agree. I said, do you root for OKC to win because then you could say, well, yeah, you lost to the eventual champion and you gave them their best go. That means that you're that close. Or do you just set that all aside and say, I hate those guys, lose, burn? And last night I found myself the latter. I was like, screw it. Pacers win this game. Yeah! I don't care. See, because OKC, guys, isn't going anywhere. If OKC wins or loses this title, let's say they win. Let's say they continue and they win this in 5 or 6. They're still the same OKC team next year. Let's say they lose. They get denied a title. They're still the same OKC team. So if I'm going to get the same team, I want them to lose.
I've said it forever.
Okay, I'm cool with that. Yeah,
you beat my team, I want you to die.
Didn't we adopt the Pacers though at the beginning?
Yeah.
I mean, after the Nuggets got busted out.
But I don't think we thought that. We're thinking like anybody else. OKC's gonna devour them. They'll blanket them. I hope upon hope that Indiana has a different gear. The Nuggets couldn't. Game 2 will reveal a lot. You remember what Nuggets Game 2 that series? They just got out. It was that thing was over early. Let's see what Indiana does.
I think Game 2 of that series was more about the Nuggets being like, all right, we got our game.
Yeah.
Now we're done.
And fatigued because they had just gone 7 with LAC. And
right.
They were tired as all get out, and I get it.
Yeah, I don't know. I know one thing. Do not care about Oklahoma City winning the title, and then you get to say, well, we lost to the champ. Yeah. Don't care. Don't care.
I want them to lose.
I want them to lose actually the exact same way that they lost last night 3 more times.
Deadly.
3 more times in a row. I want them to have just ripped out, as Gary Busey would say, rip out their endocrine system.
How long has OKC been in the NBA now? Is it 18 years?
Oh. They're building a new arena for them.
Okay. So their fans haven't suffered nearly as long as Pacers fans. Pacers fans have suffered for a long time. I mean, either way, one of these fan bases is going to get their first ever championship. I like that. Mm-hmm. I would prefer it to be the Indiana Pacers.
Of course.
Of Indianapolis. So what do you call them? Indianapolis, what'd you call them?
Indianapolis Pacers.
Yeah, Indianapolis Pacers.
Yeah. By the way, I just kind of realized this because my wife was watching softball again yesterday. Oklahoma City's got a lot going on in that town right now. Between the Women's World Series and Game 1 of the NBA Finals, place is rocking.
Well, they're out now.
What's
it's
out?
Texas Tech and Texas for the championship.
Yeah, but the games are played in Oklahoma City.
They're played in OKC.
Yeah, I know. But, well, Oklahoma, they're Norman, but no, Oklahoma just got knocked out too.
What are you talking about? The games are played in Oklahoma City.
I understand that. I'm just saying.
What are you saying?
And what are you saying?
What exactly are you saying? Because what he said is the games are in OKC and there's a lot going on.
I thought you were inferring that the Sooners, and I would assume a lot of people, well, there's probably more Sooners fans than Cowboys fans there.
That has nothing to do with what he said.
The games are played in Oklahoma City.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Hey, that being said, you realize the championship is tonight?
Yeah.
Game 3 is tonight. I love it, man. You're right back at it. Give us the goods. Also, Vic, I'm watching on the 4-letter, and I'm watching the Morris twins. You know the worst part about it is? They have the same face. There's two.
Kind of a prerequisite to be an identical twin.
I understand that. I don't like one of their faces. But when I have to look up and see double faces at me, those two imagine if there were 2 Mosers looking at you on the screen right now. You would have kittens, bro. You would lose it.
I'm watching Moretti versus Alcaraz in the French Open semis.
What?
Yes, you could not have said a lamer thing on this program. I'm out.
What do you mean you're out?
I'm out.
What does your out mean?
I'm sitting here watching tennis.
That is one thing I've never gotten into, by the way. I've never gotten into tennis.
Moretti's winning. He's winning the first set. He won the first set.
I don't know who that is. I don't know why I should care.
Well, I mean, you guys, listen, I know I do a show with non-sports fans. I'm doing a show. Everybody listening this morning, I want everybody to stop their cars. I'm doing a sports show. One of my co-hosts did not watch the NBA championship finals last night. Didn't watch them. decided he was going to work
I
on his
did
campus.
watch it. I turned it off with like 5 minutes to
The
go.
other guy doesn't know a thing about the sport of tennis. Like, a thing. Like, I don't think he's ever played.
No. I play real sports, not trying to be the best at exercising, okay?
I don't know, man.
All right, Vic, can I give you a quick trivia question? If I'm such this uncultured oaf for not knowing anything about tennis, how many times have we talked about Rafa Nadal on this show before?
I'm not saying we have to talk. There's a lot of sports that you watch and I watch that we don't discuss on the show.
That is
I'm
true.
just saying, you guys poking fun of me because I'm watching the French Open semifinal while talking to a guy who didn't watch the NBA Finals last night. That's rich.
Yo, I was flipping around last night and I landed on an elephant polo. And Dumbo
It was the semis.
Dumbo scored 3 goals. It was really a big deal. It was pretty awesome. What?
You didn't watch the NBA Final.
I did. I turned it off with 5 minutes to go. I told you that, idiot. Man, you're killing me this morning. And incidentally, who decided to play tennis on clay?
Have you ever played on clay, by the way? Have you ever tried it?
No. Why would I?
It is hard.
What does that mean?
Well, everything's
just
loose.
But what does clay mean?
I mean, what does clay mean?
Those English and those French, man. First of all,
Like
one,
if I took
one
the
of them
stuff
plays
that they're standing
grass.
on and put it in a kiln,
Yeah.
I could make a cup.
No. It's like a loose impediment, dude. You're sliding around. You're getting all dirty.
So is
You've
it
never
dirt?
played on clay?
No, is it dirt?
When's the last time you played tennis? When's the last time you tried?
I don't think, other than like I was 8 years old and I whipped the racket around a little bit, never played. No interest. I played real sports.
When I was a kid, Vic, let me let you know a little secret. I actually
A baseball bat in my hand, not a tennis racket.
I actually took lessons and was pretty decent at tennis when I was a kid.
Here we go.
Yeah. And then I grew up.
You haven't answered my question.
What?
What is clay? What is this?
I don't know what to do with you. I've never met somebody so dumb.
So you don't have the answer. All right, cool.
Brett, it's dirt. Yeah, it's like
dirt.
It's like you're playing on red dirt. Yeah, that's exactly what it's like.
Why is it called clay?
Because it is technically
That's
clay.
what it is. It's clay.
So I put it in water, I shape it
I'm done.
to
I'm
a
done.
cup, and
This
I
is
put it in the
not-
kiln.
Yeah, absolutely. Do whatever you want with it. Make a fishbowl.
It's
I
not
don't care.
Play-Doh, dude.
Whatever. Not like that. It's like powder. It's fine. It's fine, gritty clay. It's just dumb that you play tennis on it, number one. Number two, in England, they play on grass for God knows what reason. What, you couldn't afford concrete? Here in America, we play on hard courts, man. Play on the good stuff.
Who's your most famous clays off the top of your head?
Cassius Clay.
What are you talking about?
Muhammad
Named
Ali?
Clay? Clay Matthews.
Yep.
Clay Aiken.
Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh, good one, Vic.
Oh, Mother Hubbard went to a cupboard to get her
Hickory
poor dog
dickory
a bone.
dock.
Hey.
God, I'm dealing with barbarians here. I'm just trying to see. My goal in life is to spread the wealth, talk sports with everybody on
Okay,
every
Zlatan.
sport known to man.
Okay. Spread
I got
those
two
investments.
savages who are unsophisticated in anything outside football and hockey. And it's sad.
Texts are so good. Baby Billy to Vic about French tennis. Go outside, nerd. I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins.
I love it when
It's one of my favorite lines. One of my favorite lines of that show. Go outside, nerd. I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins.
What's it where he said, did you just blow wind?
He was talking to his wife.
Yeah.
Just blow wind.
You just blow wind, woman.
Oh, my God.
Get
in there and clean that. Okay. All right.
All right.
It's is it Nelly, do we have drunk takes today, Nelly? Seriously, do we?
For the first time ever, no. You
Okay,
guys
good,
haven't said a
good.
single stupid thing this week.
Okay,
Clean
perfect.
week.
Perfect.
There's one thing that was said by Sean Payton yesterday at Broncos OTAs that I think is really going to matter here. And it's a concern that I have on two fronts. It's development and commitment. We'll get to it next.
Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go. I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go on.
Walton Goggins, that guy has made a career now, man. Walton Goggins is great.
He's just blown up lately.
I went down a rabbit hole watching Walton Goggins interviews just to talk about the shows he's been on. Vice Principals, he was awesome in that.
He was great. He was great.
Awesome in that. I mean, his career
was it Justified? He was in Justified, that show back in the day?
I don't remember him from those shows, but as soon as he went with Danny McBride and the comedy they produced together, it's as good as it gets.
So he got, I don't think he got big off of Vice Principals. Like he was good. He was great in that, and in Righteous Gemstones. It's what's the show called?
White Lotus. Was really had him blow up recently.
Yeah, that's the one where he blew up. But I think Gemstones is where he made a name for himself.
Yeah,
in that outrageous character.
Yeah, but
you know what's funny?
He was in Django Unchained. He was in The Hateful Eight.
He's great.
What was he in Django Unchained? I don't remember his role.
He was one of the evil
Bad
Calvin
guys,
Candy
yeah.
guys.
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah, he was not a good man in that show. Do you know the first thing I saw him in? I remember this when I was a kid. The worst, by far, of all of the different movies in this franchise.
Yeah.
Major League, Back to the Minors.
Oh my God, you're kidding!
You know,
He was the star baseball player of the minor league team in that awful movie.
There's no way.
Yep.
Upon my rabbit
his
hole,
name was hang on. Sorry, Vic. I get this in my memory bank now. He was Downtown
Anderson.
Downtown was his nickname, though, right?
Billy Downtown Anderson.
Yes.
That's correct. Yeah.
His debut on the screen came, of all shows, he was on Saved by the Bell.
You're kidding.
Really?
Yeah.
Doing what?
I don't know. He played a significant other.
Must have been a kid.
You think he went up to AC Slater and said, "Go on, nerd"? Get at it.
He did that to Screech.
Yeah, Screech would be better. You're right. So, a couple things here from OTAs.
Brett, just quickly before that, Moser, I hate to do this to you, but last segment you were getting on Vic's bacon for saying he was watching tennis. Not only is there a precedent for people talking about tennis on this station, there is a precedent for you discussing tennis on this very show.
Who leads the ATP Tour in money right now?
It's the kid. It's the young kid. It's the
Scalabo.
No, it's the kid. It's a
Nobody gives a solitary bleep.
But I want
But
money.
it's sports trivia.
Carlos Alcaraz.
Alcaraz.
God, mother. Is it Carlos Alcaraz?
Yes.
Hey.
He was
And
going
then straight to break.
He was going to give me. Thank you, Nelly. He was going to give me 500 clams if I came up with that.
Well, that's who's playing right now, dummy.
Okay, great.
Is it Carlos Alcaraz?
Yes.
Anyway.
That really did have to be bleep, too. That was funny.
Couple different clips from OTAs. Here's one from Sean Payton talking about Marvin Mims.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've said this to you before, confidence is born out of demonstrated ability, and you guys have done this long enough. You've seen people, athletes, grow up right in front of your eyes, and that began not just at the end of the season, that began early part of the middle season, so you could see it and certainly feel it now.
First and foremost, get the man a lozenge, okay? Help him out a little bit. His voice is not in mid-season mode yet. I think we can obviously tell.
Oh, the weather's been kind of screwy.
That too. Secondly, the Mims confidence questions and all this different stuff that comes his way is still something that is unsettling to me. Because it has to be two-fronted. It has to be Marvin Mims has to take a step forward, but it also has to be a commitment to Marvin Mims, too.
I wonder what he is not doing. And maybe this is all by design, Vic. It could be by design. But what is Marvin Mims not doing to earn the praise of Sean Payton?
He's done this with a few guys, too.
I don't know. Maybe
you remember last year, Vic, where you kept asking the question, like, if there's somebody that really deserves praise, it's Vance Joseph, and he didn't get it for like 11 straight weeks. And we're like, dude, how about giving a little credit to like Bo Nix would have a game where he throws like 3 picks, And be like, I thought Bo was great. And it's like, what about your defense that held him to like 7 points?
Yeah, they were okay.
Anyway, he's not a practice player. You know, some guys just don't get into it, and on game day they play their best.
Well,
Maybe he's that kind of player.
I'm reading an article by Tyler Sullivan at CBS Sports. I was reading it. And he went through one unsung but could be potential big player for every team in the AFC.
Okay.
And for the Denver Broncos, it is?
Unsung. And it's not Mims?
It is Mims.
Oh, it is Mims.
No, it's the one player from each team who can make a surprising impact is basically what it is.
Well, Mims has already made an impact. That's not surprising.
But he's extrapolating it out, and I know you hate that dang word, but let me throw it out at you. He says, quote, Denver spent the offseason adding the likes of tight end Evan Ingram, running back R.J. Harvey to its offense, but Mims could be the straw that stirs the drink for Sean Payton. Midway through last season, felt like the Broncos unlocked Mims. From Week 10 to Week 18, he caught 32 of his 37 targets for 447 and 6 touches. If you're to project that out over a full season, Mims looking at a season where he has 68 catches, 950 yards, and an eye-popping 13 touches.
Sure.
And that's even mentioning Peyton giving him a couple of touches as a runner as well. So he's looking at Marvin Mims as a guy that, hey, look, if you employ him correctly, this guy could be a guy that suddenly is on everybody's radar.
Am I allowed to talk about, well, I guess they used him out of the backfield in a OTA session. I saw him, run the ball. It's not like it's breaking news.
They did it in games last year, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
He looked good. I mean, when you see Marvin Mims hit the corner with the ball in his hands, nobody hits it faster. I can tell you that.
Well, that's what I think this is, like, how do you unlock more out of their offense? Because, you know what's weird? The Broncos last year offensively were actually one of the better teams in the league at explosive plays on offense. They had a bunch of them. But then they had 3 and outs that killed you. So it'd be like a big play and then 2 straight 3 and outs. Then here's another 40-yard pop and stuff like that.
Was it Mims who caught that? Remember that pass that we said?
The over the top?
Yeah.
It was Mims.
Was that the best pass?
The 93-yard touchdown?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep. But this is kind of like, I look at the way that the Chiefs have done things, and look, when you have Mahomes, it's different. But the Chiefs always needed one thing. They didn't need Tyreek Hill specifically, but the second they lost Tyreek Hill, they were like, that guy runs a 4.21 40.
Hey, Xavier Worthy.
Right.
Hey, fast guy.
But it's, if you have enough people that you need to keep an eye on, it gives you one-on-one somewhere else. So what makes Joker so effective? Well, when he gets in the paint and he gets double-teamed, he's going to find somebody that's wide open. And then it's up to them to make the shot. But if you have Mims running a post downfield, okay?
Yeah.
And then you have Sutton on the outside, who is a high point, I will jump higher and grab the ball away from you guy. And then you have an Evan Ingram that's a threat over the middle. Somebody's going to get one-on-one.
You're going to have a matchup that you probably like someplace.
And that's why I'm just like, I don't – the numbers are almost not as significant to me as him just being on the field. Because I remember we were looking through those snap counts at the end of games, and Mims would be like 41% of the snaps, and Lil Jordan Humphrey would be 67. I'm like, what's going on there? That's what I don't get.
Hey, Vic, where were all the eyeballs the other night in overtime on the ice? Where were all the eyeballs?
Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl.
They were all on Connor McDavid when he had the puck, which is why Draisaitl was able to sneak to that little soft spot and pound it home, dude. The best players, they draw those eyeballs, and fast players in the NFL running fly routes, man, it gets your attention pretty.
You tell me
that'll get your attention pretty dang quick.
It's obvious watching that final. I mean, I know Florida's deep and Florida's got a lot of talented players, but there's only one McDavid, and he just stands out. I mean, even to the neophyte hockey fan, you could take someone who's never watched a hockey game and say, "Watch this game. What stands out?" And you see McDavid, and just his ability
really
to stick
good.
handle and move.
Yeah,
like I said, when McDavid skates, he and McKinnon are about the same speed, top end, whatnot. When he skates, it's like he's making love to the ice. And when McKinnon skates, it's like the ice stole his lunch money. He's taking his revenge, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's just such a powerful skater.
Is it fair to do this? Because I know some Avs fans got in their feelings when people would talk about this stuff when McKinnon won the Hart last year. But McDavid's the best player in the world, and that's not a slight to Nathan McKinnon. It's just like Connor McDavid's really, really good. And you ask Nathan McKinnon who's the best player in the world, he says it's Connor McDavid.
I think he said Cale Makar.
Well, yeah, that too.
I think you. Am I wrong about that?
But I'm like, there's some fans that get territorial about that discussion because, you want to be able to. It would be really cool to just be like, hey, we have the best player in the world on the basketball side and on the hockey side.
Right.
It'd be neat.
I'm comfortable saying on the hockey side, we have 2 of the top 8 players on the planet.
Yeah.
By the way, Moser, has there been any thought about who the Avs may go to for a power play coach?
I haven't heard anything yet.
When does that usually happen?
Sometime in the summer. There's no rush. Certainly there's no rush. I mean, they can't even get together until September anyway. I think you want to take a look at everybody out there and see, who's going to be available and so on. What's interesting is that Mike Sullivan, you guys don't care about this. Why am I telling you? New head coach, new head coach of the Rangers, right? He's got guys coming with him, including Joe Sacco, former Avalanche head coach, who's been an assistant with Boston for some time and took over on the interim basis this year. He's going to Broadway. It's pretty interesting.
Can I flip that question around, Vic? What's going on with the Nuggets GM thing?
I don't know.
I mean, when's the draft? It ain't that far away.
They don't have a draft pick.
Well, I understand that, but you still. It's not like if you don't have a pick, you just take the night off and go get pizza.
That's what I plan on doing. Usually we at Altitude, we work draft night. We provide updates. In years past, we've done special shows.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to just chilling.
Understood, but it's if you're part of a front office and it's draft night and there's going to be phone calls being made for potential trades, like the Nuggets aren't like taking the day off, is what I'm saying.
Hey, listen.
If the phone rings, Ben Tenzer answers.
Yeah, I am as quizzical as you are. I don't know if the intent is to hire someone to oversee the entire operations or to have somebody work under Ben Tenzer. I don't know which way they go here. I don't.
Hang on for a second. We have breaking news.
Nelly.
I want the news sounder. Nelly. I want the news sounder.
He's trying. He's got a malfunction.
According to Elliot Friedman, the Dallas Stars have fired Peter DeBoer.
Oh!
Yeah.
Saw that one coming.
Oh, boy.
How about that?
Well, if you're a coach and you want to get fired,
you say what you say.
Here's what you do. You pull your goalie, who's one of the best on the planet, who's still got 8 years left on his contract. You yank him in Game 7, and then when the game is over and you lose, run him over with the bus, and then, Brett, give it to me. Mm-hmm. No, you get out of the bus, you get into a dump truck.
Yeah, exactly.
And you go, and you back over his legs.
And let me tell you something, Peter DeBoer's probably smiling today because he saw what Dallas is going to have to do this offseason, given the roster restrictions, and he didn't care.
I don't like that.
I'm just telling you.
No, I think you're right. I'm just saying I don't like that.
Yeah.
I think you're right that he almost kind of orchestrated this. Because how do you get to keep your money when you leave a job, Moj?
You get fired.
You get fired. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're a coach, yeah, or a player,
right.
you get, if you got guaranteed bread, you still get your guaranteed bread.
You don't quit.
Right.
You get fired.
You don't get resigned.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think he's getting his way, and I don't like that at all.
Where do you see him headed?
Vic, I have no idea. That's really, really interesting. I don't know.
Hopefully a team that doesn't play the Avs anywhere in the playoffs.
I'm trying to think who needs a dang coach. We'll see. We will see. Maybe he doesn't get a job right away or take a job right away. Maybe he hangs out because there are guys who are going to get got next season, right? And maybe he takes over one of those gigs. I don't know, man. Does he rub you the wrong way? How do you feel about him?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think everywhere he goes, he eventually rubs people the wrong way. Think about Dallas now. Dallas is plowing through coaches too. I mean, how many years ago did they fire Monty?
Mm-hmm.
Not that, all that sort of thing, but you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but nobody goes through coaches like the Phoenix Suns.
Well, that's true.
Nobody.
That's true.
Did you see what they did? They hired a guy, a young kid. He was on the Cleveland staff.
Saw him.
And then upon further review, he's another Michigan State product. Everybody Ishbia has hired has some sort of Michigan State tie.
Weird. I don't
That
care
is weird.
I don't care where DeBoer goes, Brett. My question is, who is Dallas going to hire?
Yeah.
That is going to be of consequence to the division and to the Colorado Avalanche. So that's where your brain should be. Not where he goes, but who are they going to get?
How desirable is that job?
Well,
I think it's probably pretty
damn
desirable.
You still have a lot of great players there. I know that they may not be able to afford Duchesne, but they still have a lot of great players left on that roster.
You know what?
They have $5 million cap space with 7 roster spots open, I think.
Something like that. Yeah, they've got to fill.
They've got
tough. They've got under 5. They've got like 4.8 or something like that. What is it?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's 4.8.
So, but Dallas it's not a bad place to live.
Oh, I understand that.
You got an awesome building. You got some dang fine players. You got one of the best goalies in the world. You're probably looking at that and going, you know what? That's a pretty good gig. Pretty good gig. So we'll see. I don't know who's going to be up for that job.
Why would DeBoer want out if that's the case, though? What does he know?
Maybe he's worn out his welcome. I don't know. Brett, I'm not close enough to the situation to know.
Gosh. So they push all the way to a Game 7.
Of the Western Conference Final.
60 minutes away from Stanley Cup Final appearance. Fired.
Hey.
Tom Thibodeau pushes all the way to a Game 7. 48 minutes away from an NBA Finals appearance. Fired.
Well, one thing we know from both, it's more than winning and losing in pro sports.
Yeah.
There's bigger factors, or just as important factors.
Mm-hmm.
Can you get along with your players? Because if you can't, guess who loses there? It's the coach.
Even Malone wasn't necessarily the players, but maybe some interpersonal stuff within the organization, though. I mean, that led to it. I named those 3 coaches: Malone, Thibodeau, and DeBoer. None of them are let go because they're bad coaches, which is weird to me. You would consider they're all good coaches, right? Like, we assume that all 3 of those guys are going to find jobs pretty quickly.
The expiration date hits. There's a shelf life in those particular sports because there are so many damn games and ups and downs.
Yeah.
The shelf life is shorter. It just is.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
You don't see these. The Popovich career is so rare, right? It's so rare to have a guy have that many years under his belt on one team, one organization. It just doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look around the league. Who right now has the longest tenure? Is it Miami? Is it because Pop's gone?
Yeah, it's got to be Spoelstra.
Spoelstra, I think, has the long because I believe Malone was 3rd on that list. Spoelstra's got to be number 1. Kerr, apparently would be number 2.
By the
NBA.
By the way, Dallas lost in 5 games.
Yeah, sorry about that. I messed that up.
And we've been
why did that
seeing
feel
so many,
that way?
I don't know. We've been seeing so many Game 7s that
maybe that's it.
It feels like
Moj, where is Bednar on tenure in the NHL? He's got to be up there.
Right now, he's number 2
behind Cooper, right?
Yeah,
that's it. He's 2nd. Mike Sullivan just got in Pittsburgh, and that's why he's 2nd.
Okay, can you name the 3rd longest tenured coach? Vic, you went through the list. So it's Spoelstra is number 1 right now because Pop's gone, and then it's Steve Kerr. Who's next?
All right, let me. Would you allow me just a couple seconds to think about this?
I'm.
Sure. Can I guess?
Would you allow me?
Rick Carlisle.
No, it's not Carlisle. He was.
It's pretty amazing.
Disposed by Dallas and then went up there. It ain't Carlisle. Hold on a second. You hold it right there. Is it Mark Dagno?
No, Dagno is 5th, though, believe it or not.
He's 5th. Okay. You stop.
I'm blanking.
You don't say a word to me. I'll get this. I will get this.
Well, then get it in a hurry.
Is it Quinn Snyder?
No.
Hey, I swear to God, if you don't let me get this, You better let me get this.
Quinn Snyder's not even close. He was
I
hired
know.
2 years
I'm
ago.
just doing name
Then
up there.
get it.
Let me get it.
10
Don't
seconds.
go to break.
9.
No, you can't.
8.
Don't give me that.
7. 6.
Chris Finch.
5. No. 4. He's 6. 3. 2. 1. Billy Donovan for the Chicago Bulls is the third longest tenured coach.
You would never have gotten that.
Ty
Ever.
Lue is 4th.
Wow.
That's crazy. All right, back after this. Have you heard? Circus Sports has all of the finals games with all the game props, including whether it's the Stanley Cup Final, the NBA Finals, Panthers, Oilers tonight. You already have the odds out for Game 2 on Sunday between the Pacers and the Thunder, where the Thunder are 11-point favorites in Game 2. You can find that and so much more right there on the Circus Sportsbook. The best odds in the game, tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
I give our guys credit despite the fact that we had those bounces against us and, some of the refereeing decisions. We still battled, right to the end. And, I'm proud of the group for that. And now we've got a great opportunity, home for Game 7. We've been in this situation before. No one gave us a chance to win this series, and, they've continued to battle. I mean, that game's 2-0 tonight. Would have been easy just to mail it in and get ready for Game 7, and they refused to do that. That's why I'm so disappointed by the bounces and some of the calls. Shouldn't happen this time of year.
Which calls is it exactly that?
I'm not getting into that. Why watch the game tape?
That guy.
Will you remember?
The playoffs have this ability.
For just $5.3 million a year, you can support a National Hockey League coach.
Now that he's been fired, do we take him off the list? Because that
Sure,
post-game presser
why not?
right there, that landed him on the list. So does he stay?
Take him off. There's too much on the list.
Okay.
It's an amazing the ability that a playoff series has on the odds that I hate everybody involved for the opposite team.
You just said something, the buzzword there, the most important word in that sentence.
You know who they're going to get? I know. You know where they're going? Sorry, Vic. It just popped into my head. They're going to hire Peter Laviolette.
Okay. Why?
What do you mean, why?
Okay.
That's who Dallas is going to hire.
I think it was a fair question from Vic. Why do you think they'll hire him? What do you mean, why?
Just because he's been around, he's a Stanley Cup champion coach, a tremendous amount of experience. He just got the Ziggy in New York. They're probably going to hire Laviolette. That's my guess.
But when you described one's disdain for Peter DeBoer, you mentioned playoffs. And it's amazing in this town, because we have been, let's be honest, we've been spoiled such great playoff basketball and hockey, and we've seen other sports. Obviously, the playoffs are where these rivalries are born. It's where they're made. It's why the Red Wings and the Avs had the greatest rivalry known to man. It was the greatest rivalry ever in any sport. It's because it was made and born in the playoffs. And then from the playoffs, when you plant that seed, it carries over to the regular season in those matchups. But you don't have it without that pain, that anguish, that hate, all that stuff that comes with playoff hockey, playoff basketball. That's where it's born. And that's why Dallas will forever be now. They're a rival, correct? They're a rival.
Correct. I'm telling you, they're going to hire Laviolette. I have a feeling in my gut. I mean, 2 years ago, and the Rangers are kind of a mess, but 2 years ago, he guided them to the number 1 seed in the entire league, President's Trophy winners. He's won a Stanley Cup. This is probably their guy. They're going to retread him, and he's been everywhere. He's been a lot of different places as Peter Laviolette.
Man, there's a lot of retreads in hockey.
Totally.
Hey, you know what? Mm-hmm. I like French toast.
Why?
What do you mean, why? Isn't that a weird response?
I asked think about, we do I want everybody to sit back for a second. Sit back.
So I said,
no. Stop talking. We do a sports talk radio show. And on this show, the design, the hope is that you engage in sports discussion. So I ask our co-host, why do you think Dallas would go with Laviolette? And his answer back was, what do you mean, why?
What do you mean, why? It's like a fair, innocent question from Vic.
I'm not sure what else.
Where
else am I supposed to go with that?
Mose, why? That's why. How about that?
I'm sorry, Vic. I apologize. That was probably rude of me.
What's the Dave Chappelle bit? Because that's why.
Yeah, exactly.
Sanction me with your army. Well, either way, I just think that's. I bet that's the direction they go in. A tested, proven guy, and guy who's been around. That's my guess. What are you laughing at?
Just the ridiculousness I'm just trying to have a conversation. I'm just trying to carry it to the next level, you know? I mean, hey, why do you think this guy's a good fit? What do you mean, why?
That's my go-to now. That's my go-to now. If ever you're like asking me why I think something, I'm just going to say, what do you mean, why? Just cuz.
Hey, when do you guys want to humor me with a D-Day thing? I know you let me talk about it in the first hour.
Why?
The lake, well, because it's
What do you mean, why?
the entire earth was saved from
D-Day.
tyranny. That's why. I mean, nobody else could or would do it. We had to lead the way. We had to against the Axis powers. And June 6, 1944, that was the day. Paratroopers actually took off, Vic, at about 10:30 p.m. on the night of the 5th. They were supposed to go on the 5th, but the weather was too bad. They took off. The paratroopers took off the night of the 5th and dropped in as it turned over to the 6th.
Moser, what do you call those boats that turn into cars? Those things that showed up on the beachfront?
Well, no, they're called Higgins boats. And in fact, Nellie has my late great friend Frank DeVita, who was just a wonderful, wonderful man. I'm still friends with his family, but he was on a Higgins boat. First wave, second wave. I mean, he was there.
Those
And
are unbelievable. Like
That to me is peak bravery and courage, and I can say, without a doubt, I don't think I would ever have the courage.
Do you want if you want some sobering thoughts, Nellie? You have that. Why don't we play just as we get to the top here? Just play a little for everybody out there. Listen to the courage of this man and all of these men and women who were there. It'll blow your mind.
We dropped the boats at 4 o'clock. These two boys, since they stayed close to me, they was drawing fire to me. You know, the first boy was about 4 feet away from me. He got a machine gun in his stomach. His stomach was sticking out of his. Luckily, that kid, somehow, he survived the war.
Wow.
The second kid.
Amazing, huh?
He was about two feet away from me. He wasn't so lucky. And I couldn't help him. I had no morphine. I had nothing to help him.
It's amazing stuff, dude.
Yeah.
And again,
who is that?
That's Frank DeVita, the late great Frank DeVita, a very good friend of mine. I'm still very good friends with his family. I traveled to Normandy with him on numerous occasions, and many World War II veterans who are no longer with us. I made some just lifelong friends. Just wonderful, wonderful people, but he's one of them right there. But so that day he made 15 trips in the boat.
Good Lord.
To and from Omaha Beach. 15 trips.
God bless him.
Yeah. It just, he was very, very lucky to survive. Very lucky. Vic, some of those boats, I mean, they hit, mines in the water. They were shot, by artillery from land and blew up in the sea. It just horrific. But those brave men and women got it done, man. They did it.
It's a different level of courage, a different level of bravery. I
It
just
really
don't
is.
know how to even quantify it.
So anyway, that's my thing. I appreciate you guys humoring me for just a little bit.
It's an important day. It should be remembered.
I mean, it's now 81 years. I mean,
See, now, Moj, if you had told me that tonight you were attending a candlelight vigil or something for D-Day, I would have a completely different approach and tact on making fun of you. But what's the band you're going to see tonight? Or the cover band?
mercy, baby, on a poor girl I need.
Well, let's be honest, Vic. The historical significance of D-Day and Fleetwood Mac are kind of similar. Are they not?
So you're spending D-Day
Remember that guy who
Fleetwood Mac candlelight vigil? Is that
Do you remember the guy who did the he was skateboarding to that Fleetwood Mac song with cranberry juice?
Oh, it was
that was a big deal.
Yeah.
That guy was famous for a while.
He was, yeah. He was in commercials.
It was Oceans. He had a bottle of Ocean Spray on the off ramp.
Ocean Spray.
Ocean Spray. Attention, Brett Kane.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was great. Anyway, Vic, I'm going to have a wonderful time tonight. We have a little dinner plans beforehand, obviously. That's why I have to go down early and whatnot. But, yeah. I think my wife is looking forward to it. I know that I am. Her friends are, yeah.
That's great.
Is anybody else going tonight?
Nope.
Hit me up.
Nope. 9 o'clock hour. Got drunk takes to round out the show. Stick around.
It happened to me, low testosterone. Couldn't believe it. I don't know what was going on. You had the brain fog. You're feeling, some low energy, that sort of thing. Sleep patterns off. And I went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're feeling the same way, you might have low T as well. Early to mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year. Happens gradually before you know it. You're like, man, I just don't feel the same. So do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. Very simple. 10 questions, yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. Maybe you don't have low T, but maybe you do, and they can help you. Colorado licensed medical provider will be there with you, doing everything, discussing all the options. Cost of the appointment, $99, includes medical consult, the T and the PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit's absolutely free. So give them a call today. Find out. Maybe you're suffering like I did. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Vic.
Yeah.
It's my candle.
Freak.
I was never a big Stevie Nicks guy. Not really. There's some songs she sounds like a Billy Goat, meh, meh, that kind of thing.
Don't care.
But this is a great tune. Great tune.
I do like this song.
It's a great song.
Hey, do you guys want to hear Sean Payton's thoughts on the flag football Olympics?
Please. Would love to.
What would you guess his response is going to be?
He thinks it's dumb.
If you're a coach in the NFL and you have players that are big-time assets on your team, you don't want them getting hurt. So,
well, PS2 has thought about the idea of playing in this thing.
Receiver.
Here's what Payton said.
It's all good. I mean, it's all. When is that? What year?
2028. And whoever plays would be a little bit late for training camp. So I guess my question is,
I don't know that we've established that yet. I don't know that the league has looked at whether training camps for a period of time would be. So I think there's a lot of time before we get there. And, just that interest in our sport is obviously grown. But, yeah, I mean, it's all good.
It's all good, yeah.
Never heard somebody who cares less about this thing. I mean, seriously. We aren't getting to it.
Why are we doing this? Why in
the
world are we doing this?
It's 3 years from now, but I don't want anybody from my team playing in this stupid
all
thing.
All the wideouts want to play because they're not going to get hit.
Can I say this?
They're all excited about it, yes.
If the United States of America could not win gold in flag football without NFL players, why you necessitate NFL players with this ample supply of football acumen in this country is beyond me. You don't need NFL players to win gold in flag football. You can do it with UFL players.
It's all good.
What was homeboy's name?
Daryl Doucette.
My man, Daryl Doucette, double D.
Do me a favor, Nelly. Just do me a favor. Because, Vic, throw on a Daryl Doucette highlight clip on this thing. And, Vic, I want you to look at this because you judge people off of throwing motions. Now, typically it's from baseball, but I do this all the time with football. It's why
I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. I want you to throw on a highlight reel, and I want you to watch this guy throw the football. And tell me if our nation's sending our best. Okay? This is what I want to know.
Well, he's obviously pretty good if he wins national titles.
Dude, he's terrible.
Yeah, it's fine.
Well,
he
actually,
wins national titles.
While I pulled that up, I don't know if you heard the follow-up to Sean Payton's back and forth about the Olympics. I think it was cut 18.
When's the World Cup, Vic?
It's in America. The next one. Musetti just retired. Alcaraz advances to the final.
Beat it, nerd. All right, hang on. Let's go ahead and
describe it.
Let's take a look at this throwing motion. Mose, you go ahead. You're the play-by-play guy.
He's just winging it, man. He's just winging it to the end zone. Yeah, sidearm winging it. He's it's a street game. It's not real football.
Well, I mean, what's the difference, though, guys? I know he winds up big time.
Yeah, it's awful.
He drops it almost. It's almost like a Tebow, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like
do you think the super team assembled from New Zealand, Fiji, or Chad is going to compete with these guys?
Of course not.
I mean, it's so stupid.
Nobody.
It's an Olympic sport.
It's a free gold medal for.
It's dumb.
I think they're going to have women's flag football as well. Am I not right about that? I think they are.
Well, I mean,
just
this
that
is
the
not
USA,
going.
It's free gold medals for the USA. It's free.
I'm not crossing
They're free.
any lines here. I'm not. Am I being offensive by saying flag football should not be an Olympic sport, and the fact that it is a complete joke?
I agree.
Is that an offensive statement?
Could not agree more.
Okay, I'm just we're on the same page there, right?
Yeah, but these guys want to play. I mean, the whiteouts.
I don't care what they want to do.
I'm telling you, all the whiteouts want to play.
I don't care what they want to do. It's stupid. The rest of the world doesn't play football. What are we doing?
They do, but not really.
I mean,
oh yeah, you're right. Because when I go to Kiev, there's always a football game going on. You know, when we're driving around lower parts of Madagascar, I mean, you look for football games. some flag football games.
Did you just pull a Madagascar out your backside?
It's also the lower parts. The higher parts
right, the higher
do
parts,
not
right.
have football.
They do not play
It's the
football.
lower
I mean,
parts.
Sri Lanka,
Right. They play hockey.
If you want football, you go to Sri Lanka, downtown.
Vic's really putting the ass in Madagascar there.
He really
But
is.
by the way, but no, look, the NFL is part of the
embarrassing.
problem, though. Do you see what this video is titled? Mike Vick 2.0? Question mark.
God.
Daryl Doucette's epic flag football performance! Exclamation point.
You know what? If I saw the reincarnation of Mike Vick, I think it probably is Daryl Doucette, the third.
It's just a joke. I'm glad that Sean Payton. That's the perfect reaction from an NFL head coach.
It's all good.
He's like,
Yeah.
look, I don't have time for your silly questions. Okay,
It's all good.
yep. I just all good. Whatever. That's cool. Sounds great.
If the day comes when they put pickleball in the Olympics, just Moj,
Oh,
come
it's
on
coming.
over.
It's coming. You
All
know
right.
it's coming.
All right, Brett, Moj, when that day arrives, come to my doorstep, and I choose to go right here, like right there in that corner. Just that's where we take care of it.
No problem.
I'll be nice, though, Vic.
I
It'll
got
go
you.
quick. It'll go quick just for you.
It'll be quick.
I'll hit you with a chloroform rag.
Perfect. That'd be perfect. Yeah.
It's all good.
You
Is
won't
it-
even know. But
Hey,
hold on
can
a
I
second.
ask you a question?
Hold on a
Well,
second.
wait.
Yeah.
Is it legal if I just chloroform you? Like, do I go to
just
jail
ask that?
for this?
I don't
I go
know,
to jail for this?
Do it to
or-
Nelly. Let's see.
If I just in the
You
middle
carry-
of a segment,
you got some chloroform in your backpack, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I just during a segment snuck up behind Moj and just hit him with one, do I go to prison or is that more frowned upon?
Hey, let me tell you something.
Which one is it?
If you want to really guard SGA, just chloroform them during a game.
That happened. Remember?
You know what? I actually think in sports, every sport should have once during a game you can hit somebody with a chloroform rag. Just one time.
Ace Ventura, remember the original when he's trying to track down the rings
Yeah.
and he's on the track behind the former Miami Dolphins player and he chloroforms him into the infield. Remember
That's
that?
right.
Hey, somebody says here on the text line, the 8081 Vic says grumpy old man. I don't know who he's referring to or she's referring to, but just because we think that flag football should not be in the Olympic Games doesn't mean we're grumpy old people. There are plenty of grumpy young people
whoever you are,
who feel the same damn way.
Whoever you are, texter. This is a sports talk show where we, as sports talk show hosts, offer our opinions on sports topics. Okay, first of all, get that. Because my opinion is shaped that way doesn't make me grumpy. My opinion is an American sport should not be an Olympic sport, an American-only sport. Nowhere in the rest of the world do you see flag football leagues.
Canada plays.
I don't care about Canada. That's America, basically.
I got one.
Okay.
I'm just trying to guarantee medals for us.
Okay, please. Beer pong.
Competitive eating.
Oh, we'd kill
What are you
that.
talking about? Kobayashi's.
Kobayashi was nothing once Joey Chestnut got on the scene. Vic, come on. Please.
You're talking about pickleball. If we have, why is it that I'm okay with badminton being in the Olympic Games,
Good
but
question.
I'm not okay with pickleball?
Good question.
Yeah, well, pickleball will get in eventually. It will. I mean, all these
Why
paddle
is it?
sports.
Why is it we're okay with ping pong?
You know why you're okay with badminton? Because badminton hasn't invaded the countryside. It hasn't taken over basketball courts, and it hasn't offended. It doesn't make noise either.
No, badminton does not make noise. I mean, a little twing on the racket. Twing.
I do like this because I was thinking the same thing. Vic, you said downtown Sri Lanka.
Mm-hmm.
And the texter asked if that's close to downtown Canada. Because I was going to say downtown Djibouti.
Right. What? Whose booty?
Djibouti.
Oh, yeah.
Brett, do you know what the capital of Djibouti is?
Your mom.
It's Djibouti. So you can be standing in
Wait.
Djibouti.
Djibouti?
It's a real place.
So again, texter, when the opinion served on this show that playing the flag football in the Olympics is merely just you're just out to get a medal. It's a medal game. That's all it is.
That's all it is.
It's stupid.
Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and all of the Stanley Cup playoffs on Altitude Sports Radio are powered by Mountain Hyundai. What do you think is going to happen here, Moj? So Edmonton is able to come back tie the game up, send it in OT in game one, and get the winner from Draisaitl, from McDavid. Do you think that Florida evens things up tonight?
I think they do. Florida, you were talking earlier today on the way in during the appetizer about Indiana. They're just, you can't kill them, right? That kind of thing. The Florida Panthers are a team that really you cannot, I don't think you can kill them right now. They've got too much experience. They've seen too much. They've done too much. I think they're going to play a very good hockey game tonight. I really do. I think it's going to go back to Florida tied at 1. I think this is a 7-game series. And I'm here for it.
Feels
I can't
that
wait.
way, yeah.
I can't wait. It's going to be great.
I mean, again, the playoffs, especially in the NBA, have been great, but in the NHL too. I mean, really, really good competitive stuff. And I think that these two teams, again, I give so much credit to Edmonton. To lose in the championship round of any sport and come back and return the following year is incredibly hard. Incredibly. And for them to do that, be in the position they were down 3-1 in the second period, and then to come back and win the game, even more impressive.
They've got a different air about them now. Vic, they've got a different attitude. They've got a different mentality overall, the Edmonton Oilers. They've added some nice pieces that have helped bring that a little bit. They are a different hockey club. They really are. But do they have enough to get by the defending champions? Again, this is the 3rd year in a row for Florida being there.
Right.
2nd year in a row for Edmonton. I mean, there's a lot of experience on the line with both of these teams.
And if you guys are just tuning in, the breaking news we got not too long ago was that Peter DeBoer was let go from Dallas, so they will be in search of a brand new head coach, much to the chagrin of a lot of people around here in Colorado. Now, the only thing that kind of makes me upset is I think DeBoer kind of wanted this to happen.
I don't know if he wanted it to happen, but he did a lot to make it happen. I mean,
or maybe he didn't care if it happened or not. Maybe that's better.
He's going to get paid anyway, and he's going to find another job. I mean, again, does any league recycle coaches like the National Hockey League?
Man. No.
I mean, baseball, they recycle managers. Kinda. I don't know. He's going to get another job someplace. He's going to be on the shelf for part of this year. Somebody's going to get the Ziggy around November or December. He's going to take over. A team's going to get a thrust. You can see it coming a mile away. Easy.
As you look at his resume, though, especially ever since he really got to San Jose, it's like he's made the playoffs every single year.
Would you want to hire him as your coach?
No.
Okay.
I mean, yes. He's a good coach. He's a good coach, and I don't like the way that he handles things with a microphone. That's all. It's fair. You got Drunk Takes coming up in 30 minutes. Stick around. Have you heard? It's funny watching the finals game last night. Vic has mentioned this over and over today, and I think it's incredibly accurate. It was the exact same game. It felt like it's game one of the Nuggets and Thunder series. Everything from big double-digit lead in the fourth quarter, even with 2-3 minutes left in the game, to you making a comeback, hitting a last-second shot to kind of seal it. What I think is funny about this, though, because I've been waiting for just some sort of comp to Jamal Murray, because I haven't seen it. Like, Jamal is such a uniquely gifted but odd player that I've never found somebody that's similar to him. And I think I found the best example, and it's Haliburton. And it's because Haliburton is not somebody that every single night goes off with this great game. Like, let me give you this from just the Knicks series, the previous round. He opened up that series by scoring 31 points. Then he scored 14 of 5 of 16 from the field. And then he scored 20. And then he scored 32. And then he scored 8, being 2 of 7 from the floor. And then he scored 21. So, like, the point totals there's spikes, there's valleys, there's a whole bunch of different stuff. But game on the line, he makes the big shot. Like, I think it's the closest I can get to Jamal, is him.
It feels very similar, does it not? Like, they can put up big numbers on occasion.
They aren't the exact same player, but like the things that you say about Jamal is that he's inconsistent, but God, is he good when it matters or when it counts or something like that's Halliburton, it feels like.
The difference is, though, Halliburton doesn't have the best player on the planet on his team.
Sure.
It's mostly him. He has to rely on him in those moments. It's a little different.
In those moments, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a little different.
Like,
now,
I don't know. Go ahead.
Are you saying that they're playoff risers? Both of them? Of course they are. Yeah, playoff risers. No doubt about it. Do they? The one thing I love about Jamal, he never fears the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Late in the game, I want Jamal with the ball in his hands. I really do. I want the ball in his hands. He doesn't fear the moment. And that is such a character trait that you can't find. I mean, good luck. Good luck finding those kind of players. They're hard to find.
Brett, you're good at looking this up. How many max contracts are there in the NBA total? Total max contracts in the association. Because when you talk about Jamal Murray being on the list of top 100 and he comes in at number 29, if you don't have him under a max contract, somebody else will have him, I believe, under a max contract.
I can't find this anywhere.
Vic, what's the total number of maxes?
Just assuming there's...
I have no idea.
30?
I would say like around 50. Like
okay.
2 per team-ish.
Okay. So then that being the
50,
case...
60?
That being the case, he's not overpaid, because if we go by the list that you came up with or the one that you showed us, 29 is a max player. That's a max guy. The 29th best player in the NHL, is that guy making money? Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about McKinnon. Sorry, you jumped sports on me.
No, I'm talking about Jamal Murray. I'm saying...
Jamal's not... What do you mean 29?
Wasn't he listed at 29 on that list?
Oh, 29th best player in the league, according to the Ringer. Yes. Sorry.
Are you not listening to me? What are you doing?
I am listening to you. I am. I just got confused. Sorry.
Okay. But the 29th...
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
The 29th best player in the NHL is making top money too. I mean,
sure.
That's the way it works. So he's not an overpaid guy. And yeah, I want Jamal Murray here too, but I want Jamal Murray, Vic, to be Jamal Murray.
Mm-hmm.
I did find an updated number on Haliburton, by the way, just to put this in a little bit of perspective. In the final 2 minutes of a game, regular season or postseason, Tyrese Haliburton has attempted 15 shots that would either give them a tie or a lead. He is 13 of 15 on those shots.
That's nuts.
87% from the floor.
And they're not easy shots.
No.
Like last night's shot, a mid-range shot with a hand in your face with the clock winding down was not an easy shot. Tell me, you saw the ball in his hands and the clock's ticking. All right, SGA misses. They get the ball to Haliburton. There's 6 seconds, 7, and you're like, go. What are you waiting for, right? Were you not yelling that at your screen?
Yes.
Go.
Yes.
He went, and he stopped at about 18 feet. That is tough.
And these shots,
shot.
They're not necessarily going in clean either. They're kind of clanging around a little bit or swirling their way in, but he gets them. Hey, Vic, what are your thoughts on this? Adam Silver had his pre-NBA Finals news conference.
Yeah.
Next month, the Board of Governors is getting together. In where, Brett?
Sorry, I was looking up something.
Oh, where do you think the NFL Board of Governors will meet? That's right, Vegas. Because why not?
Yeah.
They are going to talk expansion. And it is really the first time in a long time that they're actually talking expansion. He said he hopes to, quote, take the temperature of the room. But apparently some other teams have been saying, let's do it, let's do it. And you know why? You know what the valuation is of some of these teams in the NBA? What do you think an expansion team would cost, Vic? What do you think?
Oh, my God. Oh, man. I mean, considering that.
The cheapest team in the league is Memphis at over $3 billion.
Oh, my God.
I was going to say $4 billion. I guess I'm low.
New Orleans is at 3.09, all the way up to the very top team. The Golden State Warriors are worth $9.14 billion, more than the Lakers.
You're asking what the entry price would be?
So if let's say you go to 32, that's what, $10 billion going into the coffers of the NBA owners?
They're not going to, I don't think they would charge what the going rate is for a franchise to enter the league. There's too much.
You're kidding.
Well, how much? Well, I'll ask you, how much did Seattle pay for their franchise? Kraken.
Oh God, $1 billion, I think. But the valuations of NHL teams aren't as expensive.
I understand, but did they pay at that level? Because if they did, that is.
It was. Excuse me, $650 million.
Okay.
For them to join.
What did for Seattle?
Yes.
Okay. What did Vegas pay?
What, like $400 million for Vegas?
Golden Knights expansion fee.
They
were 500. So yeah, Vegas was $500 million.
Yeah. I don't see the NBA charging the going rate that you're, because I think
let's go. Let's say they're going to put them in at the value of the least valuable team, Memphis, at over $3 billion per. That's $6 billion spread around to the rest of the NBA owners.
I listen, the money would be great for the owners, and it would change the salary cap structure. I think that the NBA could expand. In fact, I think the NBA should look into expanding and redoing some of these divisions, to be honest with you.
Okay. That's fine with me, too. I'm thinking to go to 32 teams almost seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not a guy who likes to expand, and I think you're probably at your limits in baseball. But the NBA, they could up by a couple of teams, one in each conference.
Well, if they expand in the NBA by 2 teams, it would most likely be Seattle and Las Vegas.
Okay. Yeah, maybe they both have brand new arenas.
And here's what you do.
And then you throw who do you throw to the east?
Well,
Minnesota.
Maybe you throw a couple teams that are currently in the West, like Minnesota can go east.
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota can go east.
Memphis.
Memphis can go east. And then you keep Vegas and you keep Seattle. Seattle can join all those West Coast teams, form their own division, and the Nuggets should be in a division with Denver, Vegas, Utah, Phoenix, maybe Dallas.
Yeah.
That should be the Nuggets division.
No problem with there whatsoever.
All geographically located right here in this little area. Don't have to fly into Minnesota. Get the hell out of here. Go east.
He said he hasn't talked to any cities really because he doesn't want to engage in that process. He wants to be fair to everyone. So I'm not talking to any cities about anything right now, but it just feels like there's at least a free $6 billion out there waiting to get in your pocket. Why wouldn't you pursue it?
I mean, yeah.
You know what I mean?
And they want Vegas.
Okay, so Vegas is going to be in. They have a building ready to go, and they're going to make money hand over fist. Seattle's building is really nice. Climate Pledges, they did a great job. You know, they did. Remember the old Key Arena, Vic? Old Key Arena was kind of like McNichols Arena, kind of dumpy.
Yep.
You know, built into the ground. They took the roof off, stripped the entire arena, dug it 50 more feet down, just put a brand new arena underneath the roof.
Right.
That would be, if Seattle wants basketball back, they've got a great building for it.
Yeah, I would assume that's going to happen. At the same time, Oklahoma City and Indiana being two of these smaller market towns, and it was very clear on the broadcast last night that they would have preferred a different destination. They didn't outright say it, but I could tell by the vibe around that crew.
What's the matter? They don't have caviar in Oklahoma City?
Yeah.
I mean, these NBA talking heads, they are so highfalutin sometimes. I've got to go to, I make fun of Oklahoma.
Everybody's making fun of Oklahoma City's walk-in price. Yeah, it costs like $300 for the most expensive ticket or something like that. And oh my God, well, that's the walk-in price in L.A. And I guess my reaction is, well, maybe L.A. costs too much.
Yeah.
Maybe you go to L.A. and try and buy gas for your car.
Yep.
Maybe that's L.A.'s problem, not OKC's problem. Wait, you want OKC to apologize because things are a good deal?
I agree with you. It's just everything about that. If you guys watched last night,
it's snobbery.
It's snobby.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, well, OKC, I mean, $350 for the, my God, in New York or L.A., that wouldn't even, shut up.
You're paying $25 for a burger in New York.
Shut up.
Yeah, blow your
Can't
doors
buy a
off.
gallon of gas in L.A. for less than freaking $5,000.
You said this earlier, though, Vic, like the thing about this playoffs in the NBA specifically, they have been so damn good. So good.
The games have been good.
These are the best playoffs, the most dramatic playoffs that I have seen since, I don't know. Maybe since Reggie and the Knicks back in remember those playoffs, Mo?
That long.
The playoffs overall, I think, have been pretty good.
Dikembe and the Sonics?
Yeah. Might be that long. Yeah. Could be. Hey, before we get to Drunk Takes 2 to round out the program today, I saw this and I thought of Vic, and I don't know why I thought of Vic. But it appears that David Beckham is going to be knighted by King Charles in England. It's going to become a knight.
What do I have to do with that?
Well, I was thinking if anybody on this program wanted to be knighted, it would probably be Vic.
Dude,
Does
I don't care about witchcraft.
Well, we're not talking about like Excalibur here, bro. We're talking about a real thing.
Yeah, all those medieval things that the English do. I don't get into royalty and all that weird stuff.
So with
it's the dumbest thing in the world. Oh, the knight. Okay, what are you?
What if I
sir, whatever. I'm not calling anybody sir.
What if I made you like an honorary Roman?
I'm telling you right now, if they said, Brett, I just got to tell you, the king is actually a huge sports fan, American sports fan.
He's got you guys on the Twitch feed.
He listens
in London
and watches your appetizer in his castle every day. He wants to knight you. I'd be like, no, thanks, I'm okay. I don't need a man with a sword touching my shoulders twice.
You get like Masters tickets every year. If that's the case, I'll do it.
What? That would
what
be
do you
awesome.
get for being knighted?
I don't know, but I will tell you this. Which Spice Girl was Victoria Beckham?
I think she was
Posh. I don't
Sporty
know.
Spice.
No, she was Posh.
No,
she was
Spice.
Posh.
Okay.
She's now going to be taking the name Lady Beckham.
No. Hey, no, stop this. This foolishness. What do you get for being a knight or knighted?
Well,
you get some. What's your package?
If you're knighted, here's what I would say. You get to be knighted, right? Call yourself a Knight of the Realm or whatever the case may be. But you have to participate in jousting. Like real, you got to put on a suit of armor, get on a horse with one of those things, and you gotta do some jousting. Would you take it then? Like you're going against the Mountain. Remember in Game of Thrones, the Mountain?
Yeah.
Sticking that thing through guys' throats and whatnot, right?
Sorry, I'm trying to read what you get out of this.
And also, Vic, I've looked up a list. There actually are people who have turned down being knighted, including guys like David Bowie and John Cleese. So you could turn down the opportunity if you want.
Is there a financial package that you gain from this? Because if there is, I'm in.
It looks like you get some dope bling. You get a robe and some cool jewelry to wear. So that's probably worth the price of admission.
You can't just score a bunch of goals for Manchester United.
I don't care about some old lady taking her magic wand and put it over my shoulder.
Well, it would be the king, and he'll take a sword and do it over your shoulder.
Yeah, that's so stupid.
All right, well, whatever. I mean, Beckham apparently has done a lot of charity work. He's been part of the King's, charity and this kind of stuff. So I think if you're an English person, it's probably a pretty big deal.
The answer that I've gathered is no. With the exception of a title, all the other benefits conferred by a knighthood are intangible in nature, to the point that even a site dedicated to people receive such an award noted that the main benefit is simply a raised profile.
If you saw Nick Faldo walking down the street, Moj, would you call him Sir Nick or would you call him Nick Faldo?
I don't know, man. It would be kind of cool to Sir Moj.
Brett, what do you think I would call Nick Faldo?
Calling anybody. Look,
what do you think I would call Nick Faldo?
You would call me Sir. You're damn right you would.
I would not.
Yes, you would.
I want you to get knighted so we can call you everything but Sir. I almost cursed. I'll tell you what I'll call you.
Sir Dillhole?
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Actually, Ryan on the text line pointed this out. We have a knight in the Broncos ownership group. Sir Lewis Hamilton. He is.
If I see him in a game, I ain't calling him Sir.
I'm going to call him Hammy. I'll just say, hey, Hammy.
Hey, what up, race car guy?
What's up, Big Lou?
I mean, seriously. What? Look, there's a lot of things that
I don't know, man. It's pretty cool.
Listen.
Sir Lewis Hamilton sounds pretty cool.
Why do you fall into this crap?
I know it sounds kind of cool to be called Sir Lewis Hamilton, man. He gets to wear this little thing around his neck.
God, you are.
I got to tell you.
Now I know why you're going to a candlelight vigil.
It always comes back to it.
God,
hey, listen.
You're like Harry Potter.
Listen. I want to tell you this right now.
Wait, did you just call me Harry Potter?
Yeah. What are you here? Where's my wand?
Where do you think I'm going to put your? Yeah, where do you think I'm putting my wand, Jack?
Here, Moj. Let's knight you. Right now, Sir Dillhole. Let's go ahead and knight you. If that's what you want. You want to carry around a fake name, a fake attribute? Is that what you want?
All right, hang on. There are plenty of things that other countries make. Jeez,
I know
you sheathed that.
You're a sheather. That's what you are.
So there's plenty of things that other countries make fun of Americans for, and I think a lot of them are valid. Like, there's a lot of things you can make fun of us for. I'll tell you right now.
Like what, the Egg McMuffin? Those are good.
Your little hocus-pocus fake royalty thing that you got going on over there is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
The fact that
you expect me to care about it.
And that you've had it over on everybody in this world for years. Look at us. We're royalty here. What? No, you're not. No, you got a bunch of money and you live in a castle. And what are you?
You're just You're voluntarily giving people things because of a bloodline. I thought we stopped doing that stuff long time ago. Now we did. Fought a war over it. There are plenty of things that other countries make. I mean, that is a sheath.
I know, jeez. Is that thing really metal?
Again.
It's metal. Yeah, it's real, dude. I mean, I got this from Sir Laurence Olivier back in the day.
You what?
No, I'm kidding.
Texture says the Presidential Medal of Freedom is about the same thing. That is true.
We're not running around this country doing, hey, we don't call him sir if you win the Presidential Medal of Freedom, do we?
No.
Do we call you sir?
No.
Do you get a new title to your name?
What? Can somebody explain what that means when they give them to, like, celebrities? Is that just like, hey, you know what? I love DiCaprio movies. I'm the president. DiCaprio, come here. Let me pin something on. Is that what that is?
Kinda.
Or do you earn that somehow? How does that work?
Leo, you are great.
Wolf of Wall Street was such an amazing movie.
You were great in The Departed. Here,
yeah.
Take this.
Isn't that kind of what they do with that? Which is kind of the same thing that the Queen does.
They don't have a queen anymore, dude. She died.
Who runs that show?
I think Charles, the king, her
Paul
kid.
McCartney runs it.
Yeah, Paul McCartney.
All right, so when he goes, who runs it then?
It's Ringo Starr.
Yeah, who
runs
who's
it
after that?
goes?
Who's after this guy?
Prince William.
God, you know way too much about this crap.
How do you not know that William?
Hey, give him that nerd.
Hey, let me tell you something right now. The people in England who like demand respect. There's always like the royal. What is it? The royalty reporter or whatever those guys are called. Their job is just to focus on what happens in the castle.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you who's worse. These like American women that obsess over like, did
What do
you
you think
see what
Moser is?
Prince Harry did?
Moser's
And it's
like my wife.
Oh, you did bring Prince Harry up to me yesterday
Yes,
or a couple
he
days
is
ago.
It's exactly
did
what
bring
you
it
are,
up.
Moj.
And what did I call him?
Yeah.
The fact that you had any emotion towards it was like surprising to me.
The guy's a total dill wagon.
Let's play golf next
Why?
Tuesday. No, I'm working on my succession plan for Prince William. I've got it all ironed out.
Why is this guy a weirdo?
He's just a baby.
Okay, so
Guy's a friggin' baby.
Is this what the guy got in trouble for? Okay, again, I don't know anything about this stuff. Here's what I think he got in trouble for. He wanted to marry a hot chick, and he said, this stuff is silly. And he left. And I went, you know what?
Yeah.
You sound like you got a pretty good perspective on life, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
He said, I ain't doing this little bloodline little
Okay.
acting game you
and
guys
he's
got
been
going.
whining like a baby since the day he did. Either you're in
I
or
would
you're
have
out,
no
Jack.
joke.
Either you are in or you are out. Hey, maybe there's a certain forward who took a lot of bread from a certain team in a certain state named Texas, and he wishes, oh, man, I guess I want it back in.
Did you just call Miko Ranton and
Yes,
Prince Harry?
yes, I did.
All right. Drunk takes next.
So everybody's tweeting out, hey, Pete DeBoer got canned. Okay. But some of the pictures, I think DeBoer has one of those natural dork faces. So when you choose a photo of Peter DeBoer, it's just like, he always looks like, there.
He's not photogenic?
Yeah, he always, yeah. Like, you know what kills me? My wife, she's great, Neil. But every picture you take of her, she looks, you know what? She doesn't look bad ever, right?
Right.
And I'm like, I'm not super attractive anyway as a man, but I'm saying
you said you were as attractive as Matt Damon.
that was 6 years ago. Times have changed, man. I shrunk. Vic,
he was a quicker healer back then.
Look at that picture, Pete. Right. So everybody's sending out these photos now, and he just looks there. But the thing is, he didn't get fired. I don't think he got fired for actually pulling Ottinger, although that might have done it. I guess it's everything that comes with pulling Ottinger. It's now you've just upset your entire bench. I mean, all the guys sitting on the bench next to you are going, what the hell are we doing pulling one of the best goalies on the planet? Yeah, he gave up 2, but we left guys wide open. Beyond that, the players really didn't like the way he backed the bus over him in the postgame news conference. And, hey, this guy ain't exactly great against Edmonton, and he hasn't stopped the puck since Eisenhower, and, this kind of thing.
Who are great coaches that wear out their welcome very fast?
John Tortorella.
I could think of, Torts. But the coach I have in mind actually won titles. He's won it all, so he's not like DeBoer's not won. He's not won a title.
No, he's never won.
He's never won. He's won big games, but he's never won a title.
Correct.
Remember when Larry Brown would he'd get a job and then move on and then get another job and then move. One of the great coaches of all time.
Vic, that is a very good point.
And he would not last at a place for too long because I don't know if he got just restless or if they got restless, but he would move on. That man was successful at the college ranks and at the NBA ranks. He did it all. But he moved a lot.
Yeah.
He really did.
I feel like there was one that I used to say all the time, and I can't remember right now.
What sport?
I think it was football.
Josh McDaniels.
Well, he's not good, though.
He wore it at his welcome pretty quickly in 2 places.
He's not good, though.
Agreed.
College coaches, Lane Kiffin's a little bit like that.
Little bit. That's a good question, though. It's like you take that, like you're successful, but how much can you handle before it's
you sort of deal
done?
with it, right?
There's a few NBA players that are like that. I think KD's like that. Now, he kind of chooses to leave, too, but I think that he can, wear on an organization, maybe. Where they're just like, all right, enough. Oh, Jimmy Butler is who I was thinking of.
Jimmy Butler does, yeah.
Really good. But they can only take him for 3 years, and then they're done.
He's never won it all.
But he's a really good player.
I know, but I'm just saying he's exactly that, though. He is the Peter DeBoer.
Harbaugh's actually pretty good. Jim Harbaugh's like that. I know he stayed for a while at Michigan, but they were doing are we going to fire him or not for 3 straight years.
Harbaugh, vastly successful everywhere he's been.
Yeah.
The
Morris
brothers have been around.
My dad said Billy Martin.
Yeah.
Billy Martin was fired.
Was the same
he
team.
was hired and fired by the Yankees, 3 times? He and Steinbrenner, and he, of course, managed the Oakland A's in between there, too.
Yeah.
Hey, before we get to drunk takes, just real quick, I got to say, I went to Casa Bonita last night.
Oh, yeah.
So I went there in 2019, before the revamp, right?
Okay.
2019, we were in some trouble. Everything was broken.
I think Parker
and
Stone did a pretty good job, did they not?
Bro, I'm telling you, I know why they have reservations now. It's a theme park in there, man. There are so many people.
It always kind of was.
A theme park.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is, my only experience was before they fixed everything. And so, Vic, we spent almost 4 hours in there and did everything.
Yeah.
The magic show, the arcade,
Black Bart's
cave, all that different stuff. We did everything.
What did baby Jamal Kale feel about the cliff divers?
Oh, she thought it was hilarious. Her favorite thing, by the way, because they have South Park things there now, there's Cartman statues and stuff like that. Baby Jamal Kale loved Man Bear Pig the most. Who's going around at tables?
How much I put you back?
Ooh, it was not cheap.
Uh-huh.
Not cheap. Yeah, this is it's like going to an amusement park.
Okay.
Yeah.
My Casa Bonita, the one that I remember, the one that I hold in high regard, is the one where you walk in, you pay $10, you go through that buffet line, you order your food. I never complained about the quality of food like some of you do. I didn't care what the hell I ate. I had my sopapilla, I hung out, played a few games, walk out of there. At most, it cost me $15.
Yeah, by the way, the food there's the food, okay?
Yeah,
they have a million people going through there. It's like a catering service.
But I can't believe...
It's not a 5-star meal. It doesn't matter. That's not the point of that place.
We're out of time, but I can't believe how big it is.
It's huge.
I mean, I feel like I'm a Pirates of the Caribbean ride or something. Every time I go in there, like, how is this so big?
Yep.
Where did they dig?
But it was a lot of fun. A ton of fun.
Great time.
I was exhausted afterwards.
Sure.
All right. Favorite part of the week, please, Nelly. Drunk takes. These are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly.
How about German? Give me some German right now. I want...
You lost through the game. Nigel. The Wiener Schnitzel.
Oh, Jesus.
In the Bundesliga. That's,
I don't think they rule any letters in Germany, last I checked. What's next, Nelly?
If he's on the field and you want to get your money's worth, you want to get the bang for your buck.
For your clam.
For your clam. You get the bang for your clam.
I'm going to start saying that now. Well, you have to go with this option. That's the most bang for your clam.
Yeah, hey, we were talking that day about how dollar bills became known as clams.
Because were the shells were currency way back in the day. All right, go ahead.
It's enough.
What?
It's enough.
I want that one again.
It's enough. It's enough.
What was that about?
What was that? What was that from, Nelly?
I don't even remember. They were saying something stupid and you'd had enough of it, clearly.
No. We were challenging you on what you were doing Friday, and you wouldn't tell. You wouldn't give us the deets.
Yep. What's next?
Dude, you are the
candles and music.
Freaking whip boy I've ever met in my life. You are so whipped and I mean, I can't even get around the golfing because you're gonna go to a candlelight vigil for Def Leppard. What the hell's going on?
The game.
I mean, what are you? What happened to you?
I'm a great husband is what I am.
Hey, Bear! You missed Coleon's back! We need him!
A candlelight vigil, like no concert. It's just in memory of Def Leppard. Go out and do that. What's next?
Vic, whatever is in your mouth, choke it down, please, because I have a question to ask you.
I just took 2 pills and they got jammed in my esophagus.
Well, a lot of things probably get jammed in your esophagus. Just whatever.
You cold, bro.
All right, one more, Nelly.
Moser, have you ever had somebody stop you at the airport and say, hey, Matt Damon look-alike? Do you ever get confused for Matt Damon at airports by TMZ photographers?
Anybody ever ask you if you're in the Wizard of Oz?
Line of the week.
It's a pretty good dismount.
Oh, God.
All right, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcasts, you search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Dude, I hope you get rained out tonight. All those candles get...
Yeah, they all get
out.
doused. Right. Yep. By the way, Brandon came by here and did a very horrible gesture to me for not playing today.
Vic, I don't know if you know this. It's in a dome, as Todd Bowles would say. It's inside. It's not outside.
Rain.
Hope it leaks.
All right, have a great weekend, everybody. We'll talk to you on Monday. Love you. Bye.
It's enough.
we were to win a championship, I don't want to win any other way. I don't want to go around or go over. I want to go through. You want to go through the best team. You want to go through the best challenge. So this is the best challenge, and this is the best team in the NBA. It's been the best team in the NBA all year, and they're well coached. They just do everything so well.
Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 0.3 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again.
Not going to call a timeout. Halliburton has it with 3, driving with 2, pulling up, and hitting with 0.3 of a second to go. How many more times can this team do that?
The other night on the show, I put my hand up and I said, look, I was late to the party on it.
Yeah, you're a real one for that.
Well,
yeah, I heard that. You're a real one for that.
Well,
a lot of your counterparts won't admit that now.
Well,
so, hey.
111-110 is the final in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Tyrese Halliburton, a shocker to win Game number 1 on the road against Oklahoma City as we welcome you into the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside Berto, Mark Bertinoli, your studio host of the Avs, the Nuggets, and the Rapids here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So much to get into today. There's big news coming out of Dallas. They fired the winningest head coach in the National Hockey League over the last 3 years. Peter DeBoer out as head coach of the Dallas Stars. We've got audio to react to from OTAs yesterday. Sean Payton talking about the possibility of bringing in J.K. Dobbins and more. But we start with what happened last night and the 4th cardiac comeback from the Indiana Pacers. Berto, I know you had to wait for a while. I know the last time that I talked to you, you were nervous because there were no sports worth watching. It paid off last night.
Yeah, that was great. That was great. What was more fun, the first game of the Stanley Cup Final or the first game of the NBA Finals?
Both were amazing.
Yeah.
I was more entertained last night.
Yeah, last night was crazy, man. It was crazy. That fourth quarter was drunk. It was drunk and it was stupid. They had double-digit lead. The Pacers were up with 9 points with 2.5 minutes to go in that thing, man. You know what that felt like? You know who OKC felt like last night? They felt like the Nuggets. They felt like the Nuggets a little bit because there was times where it felt like all they had was SGA and nobody else. Nobody else was coming along with them. And this was after they were already housing Indiana, but we get to the second half, and it felt like in the second half of that game, like there was nobody else coming along with SGA. It felt like the head coach of the Thunder made some Pete DeBoer mistakes. Like he went deep into his bench, brother. These are the NBA Finals, man. You can't. This isn't field day. You can't be just bringing the 10th guy off your bench because you're up by 15 or what. No, man. I don't like the way Dags handled that nonsense. But that was all kinds of fun. All kinds of fun. Did you listen? Did you see it coming? Could you feel it coming? Because it felt like even when the Pacers were getting close, I was like, nah, they don't have enough. They don't have enough.
When Nemard hit back iron after 2 threes and they didn't come up with the rebound, a possession after OKC came up with 2 offensive rebounds on the opposite side, I went, that's probably it. You probably don't have a chance now. And then was it the nutso Lou Dort block? Was it Lou?
Yeah.
When Dort rose up and met him at the rim, I went, that's probably it. Didn't see it coming.
Do you think was SGA, KJ, you saw this, was SGA just going for the foul call on that final possession for OKC? Because he gets into the paint, but then instead of and he hits the fadeaway, but he jumps into the defender. Like he feels contact, it feels like, and then he's like, I'm going for the foul.
It was SGA doing SGA.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
He was foul hunting in that thing. Like if he was just going for the bucket, but that's what makes SGA great is the foul and the bucket. But if he was just going for the bucket, they might not be in this situation.
Now, the thing about him is I think he'll learn from that. In the final 3 minutes of an NBA Finals game, I don't think they're going to give him that call. And he's gotten the call during the playoffs, but when it gets down to crunch time and you see how the other physical plays are being let go, just because you're the MVP likely means that you're not going to get those calls at this point. In round 2, you might get that call in the final 2 minutes of an opening game in a series. In the finals, I think the answer is no. Like, the referees let him play last night. And that was probably the wrong decision from him. I've got a wild stat for you.
What is it?
The Pacers have come back 4 separate times now in the postseason with double-digit deficits in the final minute. Their lowest win probability, 3% in Game 1 against OKC, 0.3% in Game 1 against the Knicks.
Yeah.
Where Halliburton does this.
Yeah. Joke. Right. He thought he hit a 3. Yeah. No, that was great, though.
2.1% win probability in Game 2 against the Cavs, and a 0.7 win probability in Game 5 against the Bucks. They had a 1 in 75 million chance of winning all 4 games.
That's crazy. I mean, what do you think about Haliburton? He has now hit a game winner in every round of these playoffs, brother.
And didn't receive a single vote this year for best clutch player in the NBA.
It's crazy. So, I mean, what do you think? What do you think about Tyrese Haliburton? When I was driving in, I heard somebody on the morning show compare Tyrese to Jamal Murray. I think probably just because they have that dog, that fourth quarter dog.
Brett Kane, yeah.
All right, Brett was like, yeah, Tyrese got a little bit of Jamal in him, or Jamal's got a little Tyrese in him, where they both have that dog. Because, yeah, man, I wouldn't. Haliburton now, yeah, you can't toy around with him late in the game. He will kill you. He will stab you in the heart, man. OKC is an 11-point favorite on Sunday. Vegas is like, yeah, that was great. Great shot, Hallie, but we still think the Thunder.
I wonder what it pays out for, like, Thunder 26.5 in Game 2, like they did against Denver. It was like, okay, you guys got it.
Yeah.
Ready for this?
Yeah.
Now, I also don't believe that Indy gave him everything last night.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was a balanced scoring attack. You had 6 players in double digits last night, which is what Indy's going to do on nights that Halliburton doesn't go off. And Halliburton doesn't go off when he gets matched up against Lou Dort. It just doesn't happen. KJ and I were talking before the show. You're probably still waiting on the Pascal Siakam game.
Yeah.
Because there's probably one where he's going to go off for 30.
Yeah. Do you think, listen, when
I
you
was so wrong. I thought there was a 4 or 5 game series yesterday. I thought
you thought the Thunder was going to roll?
Oh, yeah.
I thought the Thunder was probably going to win last night, but I mean, the Pacers did what they did. It's sports, and we love it, and it's the reason we love it. But once again, I don't know why that fourth quarter felt the way it did, because all of a sudden the fourth quarter hits, and Indiana's like, all right, we're just going to win this thing. Like, the Pacers did not have a lead in this game until Halliburton knocked down the game winner. So it was the Pacers had a lead for 0.3 seconds in this game, man. That's crazy.
They were tied.
They had 20. How many turnovers did they have? They had 1 billion turnovers, the Pacers did. And you can't beat OKC.
24 team turnovers.
See, that's crazy. That's crazy. You're not supposed to win games when you have those kind of turnovers, especially against the Thunder, who take those turnovers and turn them into points, man.
And what's funny is they set the record for the most turnovers in the first half, 16.
Yeah. Okay, well, that means they did calm down in the second half a lot, right? So maybe, I mean, yeah, because those turnovers are brutal against the Thunder. Yeah, I'm kind of shocked the way it happened. I'm shocked how I view the Pacers right now and how I view Tyrese Haliburton, because before I was like, and now I'm like, yeah. I kind of like what they're doing, man.
I didn't think they were going to be that much fun to watch. And admittedly, I haven't watched much Pacers basketball. I just simply haven't. That's the reason why we had Demps on yesterday to preview the finals. And I went, if I'm the person that hasn't watched Indiana, what do I need to know about them? And he hit it on the head. He goes, you're going to love these dudes. Mm-hmm. And he tried to tell me, again, I was wrong, and maybe the Raj curse is on, because I went, yeah, they're going to win 4 or 5 OKC. Demps goes, they might be the only team in the NBA that runs as deep as OKC. Their top-end talent might not be up there with Jalen Williams, SGA, Chet, but they can run just as deep. And they defend just as hard. What I wasn't ready for, the ball movement of the Indiana Pacers is spectacular. That ball never stops moving.
I think it was Kaz who was trying to tell me one time that the Pacers take a lot of what the Nuggets did as well, but you got to think, instead of Joker running the offense, it's Haliburton, and the Pacers like to go, man. You know what I mean? They're not like, they're not playing a half-court offense.
Which is typically death against OKC.
Yeah, they want to get up and go. But you're right. The Pacers have all these guys in double figures. The Thunder have 4 guys in double figures. But outside of SGA, I mean, your next highest scorer was J-Dub with 17, man. Yeah, they didn't shoot it well from the field or they shot it all right from 3.
The smart bet on Sunday is OKC rules.
By $1 billion? Yeah. Okay. Did you? I found this interesting when it came down to what Vegas was saying about the betting, where they said a ton of people are betting on the Pacers, but just your average Joe is betting money on the Pacers because the average Joe loves an underdog. But the sharps, the people with the big money is coming in on the Thunder.
Dude,
so
they
people are
shot
putting big money on the Thunder, but then the rest of the nation, it's like 90% of the nation is putting like little bets on the Pacers, but these are just, doesn't mean anything.
They shot 40% from the floor on nearly 100 shots. They put 98 shots up last night and shot 40%.
Look at how many more shots they had than the Pacers.
More.
That's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's so crazy.
The numbers will tell you this. It has a way better chance of going game 2 Denver and OKC than it does what we saw last night. A way better chance of them blowing Indy out. And then we're tied 1-1 going back for games 3 and 4.
Do you think the winner of this series is that?
But again, Raj curse. Who knows?
Does somebody capture the I am now the face of the NBA at the end of these finals, either Halliburton or SGA? Like, do they do? Because, man, Tyrese keeps knocking down these game winners, man. And I love me some Tyrese Halliburton now because you love a clutch shooter. You love somebody who's clutch. But can either SGA or Tyrese do anything in this series that when it's all said and done, NBA fans look around and say, well, that's the new face of the NBA right there?
The only way that Tyrese can do it is if they win and he has multiple stunner shots at the end.
Yeah.
Like he's got 2 or 3 buzzer beaters or 2 or 3 shots.
Wins game 7 with a fadeaway 3 or something.
Now, I don't know if that would be enough to do it. If OKC wins and Shea averages like 30, then he may have put his stamp on it.
Because Tyrese, like SGA is a very calm, cool, collected dude, right? He's more like Joker than, but Tyrese is talking he is talking, man. He is talking more trash than you can possibly imagine. And I got to think, like, the face of the NBA does a lot of talking, right? Like, who's been the face? Like, they all talk, like, all the
Ron
faces.
talks,
like,
Jordan talks,
like Magic Johnson talk,
Shaq and Kobe talk.
Yeah, they all talk trash, man. You know what I mean? Like, you don't really have, like, maybe Akeem Olajuwon when he was when Jordan was playing baseball and Akeem was probably the face of the league and the best player in the NBA. He was the only one who wasn't talking mad trash. But other than that, like, every time you're the face of the league, you're also just talking, right? You're talking. You're talking trash. So I feel like I'm leaning a little bit more Haliburton despite SGA just winning the MVP.
Game 1 in both the NBA and the NHL do not disappoint. We get a comeback and an overtime victory for Edmonton in Game 1. We get a comeback and a stunner from Indy, 111-110 over OKC. Tyrese Halliburton, again, their 4th last-minute come-from-behind victory in this postseason. The Pacers have a 1-0 lead in the NBA Finals. On the other side, big news out of Dallas that impacts the Avs directly. Peter DeBoer fired by the Dallas Stars. And my question to you, I'm going to steal something from the Blitz. Our question of the day. What are the dumbest coaching decisions in sports history? We'll get into it next. Back inside the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. Alex Ryanemi alongside Mark Bertinoli filling in for the coach today on the morning sprint. KJ Granderson is spinning the ones and twos behind the glass today. Join us, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour, where our question of the day is, well, because the Dallas Stars just fired Peter DeBoer, what are some of the dumbest head coaching decisions in history? And Berto, I'll bring it to you on a more granular level. When I was thinking about this, it was, what are the stupidest decisions head coaches have made that have directly led to them being fired? Mm-hmm. So again, if you haven't heard yet, it came out about 45 minutes ago or so. The Dallas Stars have fired head coach Peter DeBoer after 3 straight seasons of losing in the Western Conference Final. He is the winningest head coach in terms of regular season wins over the last 3 seasons. He is now out. So the Avs just got better.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. I mean, can you think of a coach that's going to make Dallas better? Although with Pete, listen, man, was Pete fired because he made the absolutely insane decision to pull Ottinger 7 minutes into a must-win game? Or did Pete DeBoer get fired because afterwards he acted kind of childish about all of it? Or did he get fired because over the last couple of days they had exit interviews and it sounds like Dallas Stars players were like, to hell with that guy, man. And once you lose the room, there's nothing else you can do.
Crazy stat with DeBoer. He has had a head coaching job every year in the NHL for the last 18 seasons.
Damn.
He's been fired 5 times in that process. So this is a guy that does get teams to maybe levels that they shouldn't have gotten to.
Mm-hmm. Right. He's never lost a Game 7, right?
He's never lost a Game 7, but he's also never won the big one.
Yeah.
He's never won a Stanley Cup Final.
Keeps losing in the conference finals.
More often than not, he loses in the conference final. And you could say, like, maybe this was coming down the pike for the Stars, that if you lose 3 straight years in the conference final, you've hit this wall and something has to change. But, like, look back at what he did with the Devils. The Devils had, like, Ilya Kovalchuk and
that's the name I haven't heard in a long time.
The Albany River Rats and a 90-year-old Marty Brodeur, and he brought him to the final.
But didn't it feel like during this entire playoff run, even when they're playing the Avs, it kind of felt like Pete DeBoer was like trying to light the fuse that was going to blow up his career. Like it almost felt like he was like, "Go ahead, fire me.
I dare you. I'm out.
Me. Yeah, fire me. Go ahead, fire me.
I'm done with these guys."
Yeah, it's almost like he wanted to get fired. At least it felt that way.
It kind of feels like it. But that decision, the decision he makes to yank Ottinger in the first period after 2 shots on, or
yeah,
two
it was
goals
the first
on 2
2
shots.
Yeah, first 2 shots they both went in.
Both of which I look at Ottinger and I go, maybe you want one of them, but both, like, guys are wide open in the middle. Wide open. It was defensive breakdowns that go in. I thought it was a crazy decision. When it happened, I went, they're going to lose this game, and his job's gone.
I was thinking the same thing. Can you imagine if that wasn't Ottinger, if that was Waugh between the pipes, if that was Bennington between the pipes, if that was, another one of those goaltenders who
they're
would
fighting.
Oh, yeah. He'd swing on Pete.
So speaking of the worst coaching decisions in history.
Yeah.
Mario Tremblay, 1995.
Yeah. No, that's
Patrick Waugh.
That's a great decision for us, bro. That's a great decision for us, right? Because that single decision got us a Hall of Fame goaltender here in the city and got us the Stanley Cup too, right?
Waugh gets traded immediately after to the Avs in year number 1.
He was like, remember when he was shooting laser beams out of his eyes at Tremblay. He was like, I'm going to kill you, bro. Immediately after that game, he's like, trade me now. I'm never going to play for you again.
We've never seen, so the side-by-side, have you seen the photo side-by-side of Ray Ferraro sitting next to Jake Ottinger? Because American Airlines Arena it's an older rink. Mm-hmm. So you don't have all this space where goalies can be separated. He had to sit next to Ray Ferraro talking about Ottinger getting pulled in a pivotal Game 7. If you paste that next to the picture of Patrick Waugh, again, in the old Montreal Forum.
Yeah.
In the old Montreal Forum, where he basically has to sit in the stands, essentially, with the fans. As you said, he's staring daggers into Tremblay in the back. It's so damn funny. Tremblay didn't get fired immediately after that. Now, Waugh got traded.
Yeah.
The Avs win the Cup that very same season. Tremblay gets fired the next year. My biggest coaching decisions that directly cost a guy their job.
Yeah.
This one, My other one is Grady Little in 2003 when he leaves Pedro in after 118 pitches.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
03, Sox are knocking on the door, breaking the curse. They're on the road. It's Who's Your Daddy, Zimmer type of series, that one. Game 7, Pedro's pitched 118. 118 at the end of this series. And he leaves him in. The Yankees stun him. Boone hits the walk-off grand slam. The Sox lose again. Grady Little gets fired in the offseason. What happens the next year? The Sox come down from 3-0, and then they win the World Series against St. Louis shortly after that with Terry Francona at the helm.
You know, the very first decision that I thought of when you brought it up, and it didn't get this guy fired, but I can't not think of it. It's Pete Carroll not handing Marshawn Lynch the ball in the Super Bowl and having him throw it at whatever. What was that? It was 2nd and goal at the 1, right? And instead of handing it to Marshawn, they throw that thing and it gets picked. Russell Wilson gets picked, and it's like, yo, Pete, felt like the easiest decision in football history. You just hand the ball to the beast, bro. Hand it to Marshawn. Let him punch that boy in. You're on the 1-yard line. But it obviously didn't cost Pete his job.
Nope.
But as soon as it happened, it cost you a Super Bowl.
It probably should have cost you your job.
Yeah, probably. But hopefully Pete does stupid stuff like that in Vegas for the Raiders when he's taking on the Bronx. Man.
There are greater consequences for making a dumb decision in football, which is why I think there's more of these in football than anywhere else. Football and baseball are the two biggest ones. Matt Eberflus fails to call a timeout last year.
Yes, that definitely. Listen,
he lost his job 6 hours later.
He was on the edge. Like, he probably could have done anything. But right. Yes, that was a stupid decision, and it cost him a gig.
If you guys remember that, the Bears have the ball driving. You've got a chance to come back, and with the timeout in the pocket, like 45 seconds just ticks off the clock. You snap the ball, incomplete, zeros, game over. Insane decision. He gets fired the very next morning. Yeah. The other one that I saw, and I don't remember this happening, but I have seen clips of it. Marty Mornhinweg chooses to kick the ball off in 2002 after winning the coin toss in overtime.
Okay,
He doesn't receive it in OT. And this is
crazy.
prior to the rule of like the NFL. Everyone gets a touch of the ball. Like, no, that's the NFL that it's sudden death. He kicks the ball off in OT, gets fired that year.
What was the decision that got Nathaniel Hackett fired? Like, he was making Nathaniel, his late game management was terrible.
Didn't he get fired after the Mayfield game?
Was that what it was?
It sure was. As a matter of fact, they have it on the text line here. They said it was that 67-yard field goal to open up the season. And then the countdown of the clock. And then the thing that obviously got him fired was the Mayfield game.
I've forgotten all about Hackett just being a hack.
Was Hackett here when they started off the season with a shovel pass to the tight end? Was that Nathaniel Hackett?
That was 2022, right? That's when Hackett was the head coach in 2022.
Yeah.
And then Jerry Rosberg took over when Hackett got. But
I'm almost certain that's the same season.
Did
Rod.
Vic Fangio do? Is there something?
Or was that Fangio?
There had to be some decisions that Fangio made that I was like, oh no, what are you doing, brother? What are you doing?
So Hackett had a series of decisions, and we've seen many, many things. And KJ brought this one up too. Is like, does Urban Meyer count in Jacksonville? Like into the club and having his hands down the pants of someone 20 years younger than him.
That's a terrible decision. Yeah, that's no, because if you're a coach, every decision you make is a coaching decision. You know what I mean?
Didn't directly lead to him getting fired. Like, that guy was like 2-11 by the time he had gotten fired. He kicked his kicker.
Yeah, but see,
Trevor Lawrence and throws 17 interceptions.
It's going to follow Urban around forever. On his gravestone, it's going to put kind of creepy or something. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, it's just a little
what
weird.
An epithet.
That's what I'm saying, man. So, yeah, no, Urban, those are definitely decisions that cost him a gig, even though they weren't on a football field.
Like, Michael Malone didn't have a decision that cost him his job.
Well, it was probably... I mean, he did make a decision that cost him his job. He was like, I'm going to do things my way. I don't care what Calvin says. I don't care what anybody else says. I'm doing things my way. I know they want me to play Julian more, or I know they want me to play somebody else, but I'm not doing it. I'm playing Russ instead or whatever. And so those coaching decisions did get Coach Malone fired, right? When he's like, we're going to do it my way because my way is the winning way, and then you don't win, then it comes back around on you. Like, if you want to get cocky and Sean Payton's like, here's how we're going to do it, man. We're going to run. We're going to have 4 people in the backfield. This is the new way we're going to. And if it works, then great. And if it doesn't, it was a stupid decision. That's the nature of coaching in sports, right? People making crazy decisions and hoping they work out. But you can't do what DeBoer did, man. That cost you a game. That you were 2 wins away from the Stanley Cup Finals, brother. And you butchered.
No, he was
it.
a win away. Oh, was that game 6 or game 7?
Wait, when did they get bounced?
They get bounced in 5?
Was that second round?
I have no idea how many games that series went.
Because after was that game 5? Was that game 5 when he pulled Ottinger or 6?
Game 5.
Wow. Man, I've been thinking it was game 6 this whole time. So
when that happened, I was in Hawaii, man.
You were pieced out on all of this. Hey, man, we got a Stanley Cup Final game tonight right here on the station. We got game 2, Panthers and Oilers.
What this all means, Avs fans, and again, if you guys have other instances of head coaches making boneheaded decisions that end up leading to them being fired, let us know. I think there's other situations like players have made either horrible plays or decisions that have then gotten them booted. Like, speaking of booted, I wouldn't say for lack of a better term, it's the perfect term to use for this. Like, Bill Buckner in 1986 never played another game for the Sox. Mm-hmm. Like, he was an angel the next year. Mm-hmm. There's also, this happens for players on the field of play if they screw up. The other one that I look at is like Ryan Graves with the Avs.
Hey, Gravy, yeah.
When he throws 2 pucks off of Vegas Golden Knights shin pads, and then the Avs lose a 2-0 series lead, it ends up, working out for them. They win a cup the next year. Long way for me to get around. Peter DeBoer gets fired. The Avs are now better. Mm-hmm. Their pathway to getting back to a Stanley Cup Final is now exponentially easier. There are no NHL head coaching vacancies right now. So Dallas kind of did Pete DeBoer dirty.
Right. I saw some people mention that. They were like, bro, they waited until there was no open positions until they fired that dude. That's kind of petty. Like, I appreciate the pettiness sometimes.
You love a good petty move.
But that is also, like, there's 2 different kinds of organizations. There's the organization like what the Dallas Stars did to DeBoer, where they're like, let's fire him. And then somebody in the organization is like, wait, hold on. Let's wait a couple of days.
You know what the funniest thing is?
Let's wait a couple of days.
You know that Boston job you probably really want? Let's wait until Marco Sturm gets
Let's wait until somebody gets hired. And so there's that kind of organization doing their head coach dirty. And then there's what the Miami Heat did with Eric Spoelstra. So Spoelstra was up for a brand new contract, a big contract, but he was about to get divorced. And the Miami Heat were like, hey, you know what we're going to do, Spoelstra? We're not going to give you that contract until this divorce is final because we're not going to let your ex-wife get any of it.
Genius.
Any of it. And Eric was like, thank you, Miami Heat. I appreciate. So the Heat went out of their way to hook Spoelstra up. And we'll just wait a year.
If you're Spo, you can't coach anywhere else.
No, not after they do that.
You just go, hey, listen. If there's a time where you think my tenure has come to a close, I will willingly step away.
Yes,
and we can come to an agreement. I can be a front office executive or a consultant with the Heat for the. I can just fall into the Pat Riley mold where I leave the bench and I go off into the background. He can't coach anywhere else.
No, not after they did that for you.
That's the biggest solid anyone's ever done.
Not when they side with you against the ex-wife. You're like,
unreal.
Yo, I got your back, Miami. I got your back.
Unreal.
That's like, seriously, they saved him. I don't know how many I don't know what his contract is, but they saved him half of it probably. Man, yeah. So there's 2 different ways. The Stars, a little bit petty. Miami's got your back. So
other ones I'm seeing, J.R. Smith in Cleveland with LeBron.
Oh, yeah. That famous that picture of LeBron where he's like, yeah.
I remember screaming at the I think LeBron and I and the rest of the country
was like, what when the hell?
When JR's brain just turned off. It rebooted in the middle of like the most important play of his career. LeBron, myself, and the rest of the country were all doing the same thing. Like looking at the television going, what are you doing?
Yeah. I miss JR.
J.R. Smith was so much fun here, bro. That dude was... There were some amazing personalities that the Nuggets had in powder blue, yellow, and white.
Yeah. The Nuggets were great.
Right.
Yeah, that era of...
That era had just come off of, being irrelevant. And now you were not only relevant and knocking on the door, but you were fun.
Mm-hmm. was good times.
JR. And I know
Kenyon.
it was after, like, Kenneth Faried was a blast, even though he
Yeah,
wasn't
the
really
man-
a good.
the manimal,
wasn't
baby.
a really good player, but he's a blast to watch.
Now I gotta look. The
AI
Manimal's
was a
playing over-
delight at the end of his
Mhm.
career. Mello, obviously.
Yo,
The Birdman.
KJ. Who just popped off? Somebody was saying that there's a WNBA player who was better than Allen Iverson. Who was that? Somebody was just literally yesterday. I saw an interview with a WNBA player, and she's like, "You know what? I think Angel Reese is probably a better basketball player than Allen Iverson." Somebody like, I was like, "Wait, who? What?
I saw that too. I'm drawing a blank. I know who
You know what I'm talking about, right?" And I was like, "We talk about Allen Iverson, man. AI was amazing. AI was great. AI was one of my favorite players of all time."
Anyone just catch Berto use the "we talk about practice"? He goes, "We talk about Allen Iverson, man."
We talk about practice. That's a great man.
That's
Allen
a
was
radio
great.
pro right there. That's
Allen
a quarter century in the business right there.
Allen Iverson might be the funniest Nugget player of all time. Had the funniest personality. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if Allen didn't play basketball, you could put him on a stage and just let him cook. Like, that dude was hilarious.
We're talking about
practice, man.
The best thing in sports right now is we bring up Angel Reese. Have you seen those lunatics? 3 or 4 buddies who are betting every single game for
Yes.
Angel Reese to miss her first
Yes,
shot.
yes. I
And
saw
they
that,
roll it over the
and
next
they're
day.
just celebrating every time. Well, I mean, she is a terrible shooter. She's a great
She's a
rebounder.
great rebounder. Horrible shooter. And
Are they
these
still
guys,
rolling? Because they were rolling.
I think they're like 7 or 8 games deep now. And these 4 buddies, they live stream it on TikTok and YouTube and everything. And it's 4 buddies and they just go nuclear. Like, it's my favorite thing to watch in terms of a live stream next to Chris Vernon's Masters updates every
Yeah,
early
those are
April,
great, too.
because it's just as unhinged.
Yeah.
When they lose, I'm going to be devastated for them.
Right.
But it is so funny.
And they're making money, man, because they keep hitting that bet. They keep hitting it, man.
And they just roll it over and roll it over and roll it over. Best bet in sports and the funniest bit in sports, those guys. That's Mark Bertinoli. I'm Alex Ryan. Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. So much more to get into. We'll hear from Sean Payton, his thoughts on J.K. Dobbins. I also want to talk to you about the Avs signing Brock Nelson. 2C is locked up. What do they do moving forward into the offseason, as we are just under a month away from NHL's free agency? That and so much more to come on Altitude.
Hey, Colorado, here's your real estate update right now. And I'm talking about my guy, Barry Remington at the WK Real Estate. And I just got off the phone with him earlier this week, and he talked about what kind of market it is right now. And he said it is a buyer's market right now. So if you're interested in relocating or potentially changing the area in which you live, you want to upgrade, maybe downsize your home, it's a great time right now for a buyer. So don't underestimate what a seller will do right now to get a deal done. Barry's talked about that he's got more inventory than he's had in over 10 years, which is awesome for buyers. Check out barryremington.com to see what their inventory is. And there's houses all over the Boulder, Denver, Louisville, down all the way through our Vita markets that are just absolutely spectacular. So right now, sellers can even help buy down the buyer's interest rate to make the monthly payment even more affordable. It's a great opportunity for buyers, but you need someone who knows how to take advantage of this and this type of market without losing the home that you want. So go ahead, check out my guy, barryremington.com. He is the guy that you want to get into the market with, and check out all the different properties that he has, and he'll go to work for you on other properties and work out great deals between other realtors and agents as well. So check out barryremington.com. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond.
Denver was the first team to call when I got cut, and just talking to them, getting to know them, getting here, getting in the building, just feeling the energy here, meeting some of the guys, hanging out with the coaches, hanging out with the front office, just the expectations that are here, the team that's here, the quarterback that's here, and the coach that's here. I mean, I literally can go on for days. So blessed to be here. Everything happens for a reason, and I'm really glad to be in Denver.
Evan Ingram talking about what lured him to Denver after his time in Jacksonville had come to an end, injury-plagued season. But if he's healthy, is he the joker that Sean Payton needs as a tight end? We haven't had a tight end here, Birdo, in a decade? Owen Daniels? Is that the last guy that was like
It's
legit?
been a long time, man. It's been a long time. Has it been, I mean, since the last legit dude? Gosh, man, is it Shannon Sharp? Is that how long it's been?
Oh, you're not. I think Owen Daniels was legit.
Okay.
He wasn't Shannon Sharp.
Yeah.
Julius Thomas had 3 elite pass catching seasons.
Oh, yeah. No. Julius. No. I'm not going to take shots at Julius. Yeah. Although he left and then fell off the planet. But
fell off the planet and is now like a PhD or something crazy.
Did he go back to school? He's like, I'm going to get
Went
my
back
doctorate.
to school. Yeah, he's doing something crazy.
Well, good.
Way smarter than any one of us in this room here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Sharp's he's the standard bearer for tight ends in history. So I don't know if like saying if you're Shannon Sharp, if you're not Shannon Sharp, you're worthless.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to be that guy. Can he be half, 3/4 of what Julius Thomas was to Peyton Manning? That's probably the hope, not the expectation, but the hope from Sean Payton.
Yeah, you gotta get to the point where it feels like, because you bring in Ingram and you want to turn him into a joker, but it sounds like there's a couple of guys on the roster who might be able to fulfill that position. So you might be able to, mix and match as you go along. But when it comes to Ingram, listen, man, I hope he can do all the I hope he can run the ball and catch the ball and do all that. But if he's just a solid tight end, I'm going to celebrate it. Because as long as he's someone who Bo can, when Bo gets in trouble, if that's an outlet for him, if Ingram can just get open in those positions, like that's all I need from him, man. Because it feels like
7-yard safety blanket.
Yeah, that's all I need. I don't need somebody going crazy. I don't need somebody to be Alvin Kamara or something like. It'd be. If you can, great. But I just need solid tight end play, man. Like, I've been talking about that Caleb Lohner and stuff like that. I was like, I don't know what to expect from him either, but, I mean, he's so raw.
You can't expect anything from that
He's
guy.
so raw. Right. He goes basketball to football to the Bronx. Like, what do you expect? I need one of these guys offensively to step the hell up whose name isn't Bo Nix. You know what I mean? Like, I got nothing but faith in what Cortland's going to do this season. I'm probably going to have a really solid season again for the Broncos, because that's what Cortland does. But I need one of these skilled position players to step up or take it to the next level or whatever it is. I mean, I don't care who it is. I mean, somebody who's already been on the team, like Franklin or somebody like that. I don't care. I just need somebody to come along with Bo to get into that, like, that level to help Bo out. I don't know who it is, but if it's I just need one guy. That's all. Just one guy to come along.
Could it be J.K. Dobbins?
Another good football player that we've seen firsthand. I've seen for a while, and just the importance of that position group. We really like the group right now we're working with. It's just another opportunity to possibly bring in another good football player to help us win.
Coach Sanford was adamant that if you don't get J.K. Dobbins, it is a massive swing and a miss for the Broncos.
Oh, really?
Do you feel the same way? Or
No.
are you comfortable with the running back room as is?
Listen, none of this means anything if Sean Payton's not going to hand the football to a running back. You know what I mean? So it feels like at first we got to get to the point where Sean trusts these running backs to hand on the ball. And once you get there, then you can get cocky and be like, oh, let's go grab JK. Let's see if we can go get Saquon. Whoever the hell you want to get.
Saquon.
But
Saquon ain't leaving Philly, brother.
But at this point, all I'm saying is that Sean Payton's got to trust these guys before he gets cocky and we get cocky and start bringing in other guys, right? Like I don't think he trusts Audric. I'm not sure. Like, he trusts RJ, but that's just right now until he drops the ball the first. Like, you know what I mean? Like, right? Like, does it matter if you bring in another really good back if Sean Payton's not going to use him?
He uses backs. He just doesn't use backs to the tune of 2,000 yards. Like, Saquon would not, he's a fit on any team, but like in terms of the philosophy of the offense, like Saquon's not the guy that you would want here. We talked about this a couple of days ago.
He's not even getting me a 1,000-yard back though, bro. 2,000 is the dream. I would love a 2,000-yard back.
So
he's not giving me a 1,000-yard back.
1,000 yards has happened twice under Sean Payton. Deuce McAllister, Mark Ingram.
Shout out.
Deuce is a hell of a back.
Yeah.
And that was the first year that Sean Payton was a head coach in New Orleans is when Deuce went for just north of 1,000.
I think Mark Ingram is still the all-time leading rusher for the New Orleans Saints.
That sounds right.
But
he was there forever.
But that just might be the Saints running back game isn't as solid as some other teams, in the end. Just through their history, when you're looking back at their history. So if you look at Mark Ingram and say, that's the greatest running back in Saints history, that's impressive, but it's not as impressive as looking at like, I don't know, like the Chicago Bears and saying that guy is the greatest running back because you got sweetness.
It's not to say that like he
Sayers.
doesn't use his running backs though. Like if I were to tell you get 2022 Alvin Kamara, 2020 Alvin Kamara,
yeah.
Would you say yes?
Yeah,
it's not a 1,000-yard rusher.
Yeah,
it just isn't.
Yeah,
like if I were to tell you that you get Alvin Kamara from 2017 when he was Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Or 2020 or 2020 when he was a second-team All-Pro. Would you say yes? You'd say yes, but that's not a 1,000-yard rusher.
Answer me this. Do the Broncos have somebody on offense that you look at and think that guy is special?
That guy's Alvin Kamara?
Yeah. That guy is special.
Not right now. Which is why I think a flyer on J.K. Dobbins is a decent idea because he will come on the cheap. Your room is good enough now that you're probably going to lean on the rookie. They really love him. We heard Sean gush about R.J. Harvey. Getting J.K. isn't a necessity, but it does open up the idea of swinging and missing on J.K. Dobbins doesn't kill you. But if you swing and you hit a double into the gap, it changes the look of the team.
I always, when it comes to Sean Payton, I always think you got to take one or two steps extra when you're trying to interpret what he's doing because Sean Payton in his head, his brain must be a wonderland of crazy, man, because it's always firing. Those neurons are always going crazy. So I ask you this, what is it? Do you think that Sean Payton was like, let's bring in J.K. Dobbins as a visit because I'm interested in him as a running back? Or do you think Sean Payton was like, let's bring in J.K. Dobbins so I can light a fire under the butts of all these other running backs that I have in this room? Like, I don't really want J.K., but I want these other guys to think I might want J.K. I might want somebody else. Somebody's coming to replace you unless you step the hell up. Is that a Sean Payton kind of thing?
How much more are you getting out of Jaleel McLaughlin?
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. He's your size, bro. He's your size.
No, he's my height. He's not my size. He is my height. There's a very stark difference in Jaleel McLaughlin being my height and being my size.
But no,
there are two of me in his body.
I kind of like Jaleel. I want the Broncos to cut him loose this season. Let him do a little more stuff. Let him do a little of that Joker stuff. But I feel like they're scared that he's going to get wrecked if you're just like, yeah, let's throw him a pass right over the middle. Let's see what happens. You know what I mean? Like it just feels like I want a little bit more. I'd like to see a little bit more.
If New Orleans is garbage for the first 6 weeks of the season,
they're going to be straight garbage, right?
They're going to suck.
That man, Derek did him dirty. Well, I mean, there's nothing you could do if you can't play. But
he wasn't going to play this season. He didn't do him dirty. He gave him $30 million back. What are you talking about?
Right, he should have made that decision.
That's a good man to me.
I was like,
no.
He did him dirty?
No.
That's the best thing anyone's ever done since Pat Riley.
You got to let me know that decision
gave Eric Spoelstra all
at
the
the
money.
end of the season, not after everybody else has been signed.
We're talking about good dudes being there for other good dudes? You said it was the Heat making sure that Spoelstra's ex-wife couldn't steal the money.
Yeah.
Derek Carr giving 30 sheets back to the Saints is a good dude being a good dude.
That's not a dude being a good dude. That's a dude being stupid. Don't do that.
He's already made $200 million in his career just in earnings.
Still, I don't care, man. You ain't taking that money back from me. You have to bring some Navy SEALs to my house if you're gonna get me that money out of my pocket. No way. $30 million? No way. After everything
he got paid out 10. So he got paid out 10 on the roster bonus of the 30. So technically it's like $20 million back to the team.
What's he going to go and do now? Is he going to work for the Saints? Is he just going to go away and be like Phillip Rivers and like coach high school football and have 10 more kids or whatever?
I don't know. He's very involved with like the church.
Is our man Phillip Rivers going to hit double digits on kids, right? He's at 9.
Is he still pumping them out?
I think so.
Jesus.
I think he's
Give
going to
it
hit
a
double
rest,
digits.
homie.
He has a high school
We get it, you
quarterback
bang.
son that is like has the same throwing motion
Right, I
as
saw
him.
that. I saw that video. Yeah, I saw it. His young son throws just, Phillip Rivers' crazy throwing motion? His kid throws the exact same way.
I mean, it's a Hall of Fame throwing motion.
Yeah,
Is
but that's
Phillip Rivers
weird.
a Hall of Famer?
Yes.
Just from a
longevity,
counting numbers type of thing?
Yeah. I mean, how long was Phillip in the league, man? 17, 18 years? Something? Like, he had a Roethlisberger run. He didn't get those Super Bowls. But
Phil Rivers played 17 years in the league,
right.
and he started 16 ever since he became a starter in the league. He started every game, every season.
That's crazy.
Through his age 39 year in Indy.
Listen, he's a Hall of Famer. I think he's a chucklehead, and I have no,
Oh, this guy's a Hall
I
of
enjoyed
Famer.
cheering against that dude for 2 straight decades, but I think he's a Hall of Famer. Is there but once again, the NFL, the Football Hall of Fame is a lot easier to get into than, like, say, the Baseball Hall of Fame.
6th all time in career passing yards, 6th all time in passing touchdowns, top 20 in passer rating.
Yeah. He just never won. Did he even make, did the Chargers made a Super Bowl, right?
No.
They didn't.
They made an AFC championship game that one year where LT went off. They never made a Super Bowl under him.
Really?
I'm almost positive they did.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, that's a wild career where you get nothing
Rivers
from
was
it.
the starter in then San Diego from 2006 all the way until 2019. In the last 3 years, they were in LA. And the Chargers in that time, no, they never got to. I don't know if they've been in a Super Bowl once in 1994, and that was it. The closest they got was
that long ago.
2007. They lost in the AFC Championship game.
Man, well, suck it, Chargers.
And that was when LaDainian Tomlinson went off the year before LT went off for 1,800 yards on the ground, 28 touchdowns on the season.
That's
Man,
stupid season.
That is ridiculous. He had another 500 yards receiving, 3 touchdowns through the air for a total of 31. He followed up the next year with 1,400 yards, 15 touchdowns on the ground, 500 yards rushing or receiving, and another 3 touchdowns, where he was AP first team 3 out of 4 years.
That's a bad man. That's a bad dude.
That's Mark Bertinoli. He's filling in for the coach today. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the morning sprint. Watch us on the Safeway Twitch stream, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR, presented by our friends at Safeway. Also can watch us on YouTube at Altitude Sports Radio. Subscribe today so you don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily Podcast. All of the best packaged up into one little spot at the end of the day. So if you miss it, get on that. Subscribe today again at Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. Mark Bertinoli filling in for the coach, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, hanging out with you guys up until noon today. Game 1 in the books of the NBA Finals. Tyrese Haliburton, a stunner, 111-110 over OKC. The Thunder are 11.5-point favorites going into Game 2. That's on Sunday, so a few days off between Game 1 and Game 2 there. You can listen to game number 2 of the Stanley Cup Final tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, presented by our friends at Mountain Hyundai. Every single one of the games in the Stanley Cup Final can be heard here on Altitude Sports Radio. That first one was nuts. Overtime comeback from Edmonton. They don't get good goaltending.
Florida was up when they were up 3-1. I almost turned it. I was like, am I going to watch something else?
Prior to that loss, Berto, Florida had never lost a playoff game under Paul Maurice when leading after any period.
Really?
Either the first or the second. If they had a lead going into a locker room, they win the playoff game.
Interesting.
They were like 31-0. It's now, I think, 31-1. It's somewhere around 30, 29, 30, 31, something like, just something absurd is what it is.
I mean, we almost got double overtime, right? Because didn't Draisaitl score that one right at the end of the first overtime? Late. Like 30 seconds to go in that first overtime? So, yeah, no, that was a lot of fun. And I'm assuming it's going to be fun again tonight. Like, you don't think one of these teams is just going to get loose and hammer the other one in one of these games? Like, this is going to be a long, close series, right?
I think 7.
Like, my man Bob's going to have to step up tonight. Bob Rofsky's going to have a good game in this one after, listen, man, you got a 2-goal lead in a Stanley Cup Finals game. You got to
the Arvidsson goal can't go in. The one from 70 feet can't go in. Like, that's the one. That's the goal that I feel like the Avs never get. You never get that one.
Your good, close, personal friend and soon-to-be Colorado Avalanche, Sam Bennett, scored twice in that game.
Talk to me about Sam Bennett. How are you going to make Sam Bennett fit here?
I don't know. Now that you signed Brock, we got
to sign him for $9 million.
We got some money issues, but we got to figure out. There's got to be a way, right? There got to be a way you bring Sam in. That would be. See, at that point, is there such a thing as too many centers? Is there too many centers?
The data nerds hate it. But I would pay $9 million for Sam Bennett.
Yeah.
His career high is like 56 points, which is nowhere near a $9 million player. But if you don't watch his game and go, that's the most effective player on the ice right now, not named McDavid or Draisaitl, he would change how the Avs play.
Yeah. But once again, you can't drop a ton of money on another center. Now
you don't have the money.
Now that you've signed Brock and you're like, look at those centers. It's so pretty. Look right down the middle, right? Are you not happy with are you happy that they signed Brock? You happy with the center position now?
The center position's awesome. They might have the best center depth in the league. Yeah. McKinnon, Nelson, Coyle, Drury. Now, Coyle at 5.25 that's a lot of money for that player. I don't know if they're going to try and move him in the offseason because they have $1.2 million in cap space right now.
Yeah, that's nothing.
And you still need defensemen.
But Coyle's your a playoff guy, right? Like you don't like that dude's not here for the regular season. That dude is here for when the playoffs roll around.
Yes.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. But if you don't have much room to do anything,
the only thing that you can do is trade players. In order to get better and meaner and bigger on the defensive side. And again, my guy is Vlad Gavrikov.
Yeah. How much is Vlad going to talk?
Again, data nerds. I use AFP analytics to see what the contract projections are for these players. Gavrikov's around $7 million. I think you might be able to get him if you sign him to a longer deal, but I love the way he plays. He's not a top pairing defenseman in my eyes. He's a wonderful number 3.
But you want to give him like 7 years? 7 years?
I'd give him 7 by 7 brings him up to 36. So the end of that contract could look pretty ugly for that type of player. But we've also seen other physically minded defensemen age well into their late 30s. Granted, like you get the Ryan Suters who can't skate anymore.
Yeah.
But like, you know who's pretty good at age 40 right now? Brent Burns.
Yeah, we were just talking about him because he's a free agent. And we're like, man, would you sign a 40-year-old Brent Burns? But you're like, he's still doing Brent Burns things at 40.
Still doing it.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the Avs they now don't have a whole lot of wiggle room. You're right, unless they want to trade somebody. I mean, do you have somebody in mind that you're like, this is the guy. We're going to trade this guy. We're going to get that cap space. We're going to bring in Sam Bennett.
Gerard and
We're going to
Colton.
be Sam and Vlad.
Gerard and Colton. That's $9 million right there.
Okay.
For two guys that are middle of the lineup players, right? Colton is a middle six player. And honestly, he's a bottom six player. If we're talking about Ross Colton the way we should.
With this roster you have right now, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like tell me where Ross Colton fits in on the top six.
Yeah, no, he not with the talent you have right now.
He's not jumping over Gabe.
But that's the good thing about depth is you have somebody like Ross Colton in the bottom six. You're like, normally is I don't know, man.
The reason why I look at those players that have to be traded is because as it stands right now, you have a full lineup, right? McKinnon, Natchez, Lehkonen, Landeskog, Nelson, Nichushkin, Colton, Coyle, Wood, Kelly, Drury, O'Connor. You have a full 12 forwards. Defensemen at the top, done. Taves and McCarr, Gerard and Manson. You have a second pairing. Now, what's your third? Who is it?
So you want to trade Sam and Ross, and then you throw Vlad in that second pairing?
Vlad in that second pairing alongside Josh Manson, and then that is a mean second pairing.
Yeah, that pairing is going to make you bleed.
And then you'd have $3.2 million to figure out what you want to do with your bottom pair defenseman.
Interesting. Okay, man. Listen, I'm here for it. I'm here for that kind of party. But it's hard, right? There's gonna be a lot of moving pieces if the Avs try to bring in two big players, or I wouldn't call them big.
I don't think you could hit Bennett.
But if you could bring it, you'd be happy if they just got Gavrikov. If they just got Vlad, you'd be all right with it.
Oh yeah. Because I don't think you need to add to this forward group. The forward group is good. Now, sure, if you move on from Ross Colton or if you can find a taker for the Miles Wood contract, yeah, you'd have to add in someone, but that could be a player. That could be Ivan. That could be Jean-Luc Foudy.
Yeah.
That could be a vet. That could be a
right.
Is there a Jonathan Taves?
That could be a Sidney Crosby. Is there anybody that you have on your eyes on in the Eagles that you're like, well, that dude's an NHL player. He's going to be up with the Avs sooner rather than later. Because Nabokov is going to spend next year in Russia, right? He's going to play for Metalurg or whatever it is.
Nabokov is in Russia.
So you don't have to worry about so you don't have to worry about him. He's going to be chilling in Russia for the season.
As he should.
And then at the end of this year, Wedgwood's contract is up, and then Nabokov could be the backup after that.
The players that should be able to step in and have a larger role are Jean-Luc Foudy, Nikita Prishapov, Ivan.
Okay.
But all of those guys are, I wouldn't say they're difference makers. And people, what about Cale Makar? And I go, he's like really, really raw. He's big, 6'4", 205.
Oh, you mean Cale's brother?
Cale's brother as a forward.
Yeah.
Taylor Makar.
Yeah, it's so weird that he's so much bigger than Cale, right?
He's huge. But he's nowhere near.
Cale's younger brother, right?
He's nowhere near ready. Nowhere near. I think 3 years away.
Oh, so a couple seasons there in the A before even thinking about it?
At least, if you're asking me, I think he's
it feels
two
like
full seasons.
The Avalanche are kind of like the Broncos right now, where I look at the Broncos roster and I'm like, I don't hate it. Matter of fact, I kind of like it. I'm okay with it if this is the team you take into the regular season. And the Avs are the same way, where you're like, I kind of like it, man. You sign Brock, you're set. I kind of like it. I don't know how many more pieces you can add or how many pieces you want to add, but financially you can probably add one more piece. One more?
I think you have to add a defenseman because right now your defense it's not full.
And it can't be, a top of the line guy because you ain't got the money for that, right? So I don't know who's a mid-level defenseman who's going to be a free agent that you like. And once again, I don't care about what happens in the regular season. I need you to find me a dude who's going to be a dog once the playoffs start. Like, I don't care if you hit 100 points.
Gavrikov. That's my dude. I want that guy.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro.
I want that player.
Now I need another one, though, right? We need one more guy on the blue line. One more guy. Unless you think, who's down there with the Eagles? Is it McDonald? Is it Jacob?
Jacob McDonald? I could see him being an eighth guy, but he's not an 82-game player.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Sam Girard's a restricted free agent. His number's probably going to come in around 1.7 is my guess. Eric Johnson's a free agent, 37. He didn't really show that he could be. Ryan Lindgren, free agent at 27. He's going to be a $4-ish million player. You probably can't fit him in. You certainly can't fit him in unless you trade someone away.
Oh, man. See, you're already cocky because Vlad is listed as the second best free agent defenseman in the NHL.
Oh, he's
going to get some offers.
I love him.
You know who's number one on this list?
D-Men?
Aaron Ekblad, who is also a free agent. Eric Ekblad is considered the number one top free agent when it comes to the blue line.
You would have to trade a lot of guys around. I'd take Aaron Ekblad.
It'd be great to bring him in, but you're right. You can't fit him in. So now you got to target Vlad. Let's see, Provorov, Orlov, Tony DeAngelo.
No. Provorov, I kicked
Dante Fabro. No,
he's too small.
No, and there's Ryan Lindgren. So there's your list. That's your list. It's not much of a list. So, yeah, you re-sign Ryan, right? That's what you want to do that, right? And then go ahead and get you an Aaron Ekblad or Vladislav Gavrikov. That's hella cocky, though, bro. That's hella cocky.
You got to
signing
move players
either one of those dudes is hella cocky.
I wouldn't bring Shillington back. I don't think Petrie's the answer out of Detroit. I don't think Brendan Smith is an answer. I don't think Jonathan Klingberg, even though he's playing in Edmonton right now in a cup final, would be the answer there. Calvin DeHaan didn't fit here, certainly didn't fit in New York either. Like, there's not many dudes out there that you can go, that is an impact player as a D-man that I'm going to have on my team. The type of player that would be a huge bargain in terms of, we talk about either swinging and hitting a home run or missing with the Broncos and J.K. Dobbins. For me, it's Jonathan Toews. Like, if you can find Toews here at a vet minimum with incentives all over that contract, and he can become a bottom six player for you that swaps in the center with Coyle and Colton and allows you to, like, he would allow me to trade Ross Colton for a second rounder and not even think twice about it.
Right. I don't know. Do you think they're going to have that conversation?
They should.
I think, but
it's dumb if they're not.
He's the kind of guy who would absolutely be like, yeah. I'll lock in. I'll try to get one more cup. Let's go before this is all said and done. I don't know, man. Once again, it's going to be tough to talk him into a vet minimum, right?
He hasn't played in 3 years.
Yeah.
No one knows who he is anymore. And he does, again, and there's a reason, like, people were livid with me. And who knows what he actually knew in Chicago with the Kyle Beach situation.
Yeah.
The answer to that is, who knows?
Yeah, we don't
know.
No
one knows. As of right now, the answer is nothing, because that's what Jonathan Toews and Patrick Kane have told us. So the people who are trying to, like, virtue signal me saying that Jonathan Toews is a great idea for the Avs to put a flyer on, unless you were a fly on the wall in that locker room and shut the hell up. Don't virtue signal me on this. We don't know.
Let us. This just came out 2 hours ago. This is from the Hockey News, who they think the betting odds for who Jonathan Toews is gonna sign with. And you know who number 3 on the list is?
Is it Colorado?
Yeah, it's Colorado. Number 1 and number 2. Man. Number one is the Winnipeg Jets. They're the favorite to sign Toews. Number 2 is the Toronto Maple Leafs. And number 3 is the Colorado Avalanche. Number 4 is the Knights, and then the Oilers. Damn. So, yeah, I mean, that's just a bunch of really good teams, obviously. Jets, Leafs, Avs, Knights, Oilers. Top 5 teams when it comes to signing Jonathan Toews.
Tell me we got a chance. I'd take it. I'd take it. That's Birdo. I'm Raj. NFL notes are coming up next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Birdo's hanging out with us today, in for the coach. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, what's first? Take it away.
The maturation process for the Broncos wide receiver room has been an interesting topic all offseason, especially since the Broncos don't currently have a Courtland Sutton replacement since he is in the last year of his contract. That leads us to Marvin Mims Jr. Sean, how has Marvin Mims' confidence after the 2024 season helped him heading into this season?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've said this to you before, confidence is born out of demonstrated ability, and you guys have done this long enough. You've seen people, athletes, grow up right in front of your eyes, and that began not just at the end of the season, that began early part of the middle season. So you could see it and certainly feel it now.
You asked, do the Broncos have a player that can drastically alter the look of the offense? And we were really talking about J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey, and that's when we got into like Alvin Kamara. Like, could you trade for him in the middle of the season? Do they have a player like that? We kind of kept it to running backs. Mims was utilized in the backfield a lot of times last year. He was utilized, obviously, in the screen game. That tunnel screen thing was big. For me, that's the one dude in the offense that if he takes the next step, can truly be your Joker.
Oh,
He's
really?
not, right? Because if we're utilizing the term of Joker as can be used in all situations, we've been thinking about it through the Sean Payton lens of it has to be a big-bodied tight end. Well, maybe the lens has changed here in Denver where it's just a guy who can be used kind of like the way that Kyle Shanahan uses his wide receivers and his backs. I think he's the biggest question mark that if he stays with who he was last year, the Broncos don't take a step forward. But if he becomes something completely different, can take the top off defenses, and Peyton forces the ball into his hands, I think they get really scary quickly.
Okay. Who's the fastest player on offense for the Denver Broncos?
Probably him.
Is it Marvin?
Yeah.
Just burn. I mean, it's interesting because you're going to have, I'm assuming when Pat Bryant gets in there, you're going to have two totally different, you got Marvin at 5'11", burner speed, and then you got Pat, who doesn't have that kind of speed, but he's got weight and height and is a possession receiver. Let me say this first. Is Sean Payton transitioning into a vampire? How come he sounds like he's been on death's door for 2-3 weeks? KJ, can you answer me that question? How come Sean Payton sounds like he's been sick for a month?
He was at a Kenny Chesney concert, man.
Is that is Kenny Chesney concerts go that hard?
You ever been to a Kenny Chesney concert?
No,
It is a delight.
I almost went to when he came here at Mile High.
It is
because Peyton got up on stage and was singing songs with that chucklehead.
Dude, it's a nonstop party.
Is it?
The energy starts here, and then
it just keeps going up.
You wait for the lull in the concert, and it never stops.
It just goes hard.
I'm a big Kenny Chesney guy, so like.
No, I get it. He's probably got 20 number one hits by now that he can just his whole concert.
You just play the hits, and he knows what he's doing.
All right.
He's probably screaming his lungs out.
I do. So how about this? How about we do this? Devon Vele. Everybody keeps talking about how good he's been looking in these OTAs. Not that I can tell much in OTAs, but people have been talking about Vele. People have been talking about Mims. People have been talking. I want to know which one of these wide receivers is going to step up. Just like the conversation we had last hour. I need one of these guys to go above and beyond. I need them to get to that next level.
It has to be Mims. It has to be Mims.
You think it's Mims out of all those wide receivers?
Vele was not drafted to be that guy. He was drafted to be the Tim Patrick replacement. He's a 7th-round draft pick. Sutton is who we think he is. I think Courtland Sutton is... We've seen his peak. Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean that he's necessarily going down. Peaks can last for a number of seasons. I think he's in the middle of that right now.
Right. Very good wide receiver. Not
very
great.
Good. I don't think he has another step up. If he does what he did last year, I'm very happy with it.
And you think there's a wide receiver on this roster who could get there, who could change things around, who all of a sudden you're like, that's the guy, that's the number one. You think it's going to be Marvin? You think Marvin's going to be
so hold on. I don't think Mims can be a true number one. I think he has another level.
Okay. Yeah.
Franklin is a flyer.
Yeah,
I don't know what he can do. Like, he's a burner.
Right. And I mean, you traded up to get that dude, man.
He's a burner.
And you look at him and you think to yourself, like, the size and the speed and everything, you're like, man, that good guy he's got all the talent. Now what else do we need? What else does Troy need to do to actually get on the field? Like, why wasn't he on the field last year?
Like, Pat Bryant was drafted to be who Josh Reynolds never was.
Yeah.
Spacing, good hands, safety blanket.
Yeah. Hopefully not
That's
getting
who he's
shot out
supposed
on
to be.
25 too.
Mims,
man.
if you're asking about the wide receiver room, it is Mims. He has the greatest ability to transform the offense if he makes the next step in his career.
Okay, I'm here for it, man. Let's go.
KJ, what's next?
I don't want to answer questions in regards to 2028 when I'm focused on like Friday.
Raj, earlier you brought up something about Marvin Mims being the Joker. Well, another potential Joker stepped up to the podium yesterday, and Evan Ingram. He talked about embracing that mantra, and he also talked about, has he ever been a Joker before Denver?
That's a cool thing just to embrace. Sean talks about it a lot. It was a big part of the pitch coming here, and the fans are great here, so just was kind of embracing that narrative a little bit. But I definitely see that as something that's got to be earned with the way I work, the way I come in and learn the offense, and gain the trust of Sean and Bo and the rest of the coaches and the rest of the players. So, I think we got a bunch of jokers, honestly, on this team that can have a great role in this offense. So it's definitely something that I like to embrace, but something I'm going to go earn too.
Ingram he's interesting. Berto, we talked about how much fun the Nuggets were in the Melo, JR, AI era.
Yeah.
Who's the biggest volume shooter from that team? Needed a lot of shots to get going.
Ooh.
And when he got going, he was good.
Well, Melo put up a lot of shots, but yeah, Melo used to get a lot of shots. But let me see. Who else from that team was a volume shooter? You know what? Let's see. 2009.
Perfect.
Denver
That's
Nuggets.
the best version of that team.
That was the
my
team
guest.
that made it all the way to the Western Conference Finals and lost to the LA Lakers. Here's the guys on this. Man, this team was balling. You got Chris Anderson. The Birdman was on that team, bro. Melo was on that team. Ronaldo Bachman, cool the cake. Chauncey Billups, the real deal from Park Hill. Anthony AC. Nene, Juwan Howard, Allen Iverson, although he was off the team by the time they made the play. LK, Linus Kleza, Dante Jones, brother. Kenyon Martin, J.R. Smith. That was a wild team. That was a wild NBA team. Love that team. Love them. But yeah, the Joker on that team?
No, not the Joker. Who was the volume shooter? Was there a guy that you looked at? And for me, I think it was JR. I didn't think JR could be effective on 6 field goals a game.
But if you gave him 16 shots.
Right. I think he can be effective.
All right. Yeah,
and that was obviously tough with Melo and AI having to share the ball and Chauncey putting up 13 shots a game. Tough for him. But I think he was that type of player that had to get volume to be effective. I think Evan Ingram is that guy on this team. Are there enough shots to go around for Evan Ingram? Because if you look at his production when he is at his best, that 2023 year when he put up 963 yards, in 2022 when he had 765 yards, in 2017 as a rookie when he had 722 yards, a ton of targets. 115 targets as a rookie, 98 targets in 2022, 143 targets and 114 catches in 2023 when he has had his best season in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
He's a volume shooter. Are there enough touches to go around?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. Probably not in a Sean Payton offense.
I don't think he gets 100 targets this year.
I mean, you have the Joker position because you want to create mismatches right on the field. You want to exploit defensive holes with whatever, like you're throwing it tight end into the running back position or whatever like that. Like here's the and Ingram said it. He mentioned it where he's like, we got a lot of jokers on this team. So is there outside of Ingram? Are there some guys you're like, I think Sean Payton's going to use this guy in the backfield. I think he's going to send him out wide. I think we're going to throw him the ball. I think we're going to hand him the ball. I think he is somebody who can create mismatches offensively.
Mims is my guy.
Okay.
Mims is my guy. Harvey's the other one that if you want to commit to a running game, you're taking away opportunities from pass catchers. So it's odd. You look at Evan Ingram and you go, in order for him to be elite, or he's never been elite, in order for him to be as effective as he possibly can be, Ingram needs 100 targets. If Ingram gets 100 targets this year, I think something has gone wrong. If he gets 100 targets, they're not running the football enough.
Right.
If he gets 100 targets, Marvin Mims hasn't been manufactured enough by Sean Payton this year.
They're not going to run the ball enough. I'll tell you that right now, man. They're not going to run I will put the house on it. I will bet the house on it that we're still talking about the same thing that we were talking about last season. We're like, man, Sean Payton, he doesn't want to run the ball.
They used a primo draft pick on a running back, man.
Yeah, I know, but that's the front brain of Sean Payton. It's that voice in the back of his head that keeps screaming at him, you got the perfect pass play for this 3rd and 3. You know what I mean? Like that brain in the back of his head is the one he needs to have the conversation with, where whatever it is that keeps talking about and running the football, and he's like, man, no, we got to throw the football. We got to throw the football. I got a great play for this right here. Seriously, I'd drop $1,000 that if I said, hey, Raj, I guarantee you that the Broncos are going to have a 1,200-yard rusher this season. Would you agree with that statement?
It'd be a rookie doing it, so...
Yeah, it'd have to be RJ, right? RJ'd have to give you that 1,200, right? Audric's not going to get 1,200, man, right? What are the odds on that? That you have a 1,200-yard rusher on this Broncos team? Because it means something's gone right, if that's the case, right? It means something's going right for you.
It's low. It's low.
Like you, right? Man, you love to gamble, and you ain't putting money on that. There's no way you're putting money on that. I don't know what the odds are, but they can't be great.
No, I'm not. I can't do that. You can't ask me to do that. I'll have to look through the best rookie running season by year over the next couple of minutes, and I'll get back to you on whether or not they can actually.
Okay, yeah, like you're right. What's the greatest rookie running season in history? What did Barry have? Barry Sanders have his rookie year, or what did Walter Payton have his? I don't know. You're right.
Eric Dickerson had 1,800 yards as a rookie in 1983.
I forgot. Eric Dickerson was a monster.
Alfred Morris had 1,600 yards in 2012.
If the Broncos have a 1,600-yard rusher, the Broncos are going to the Super Bowl, right?
Edgerrin James, 1999. 1,500 yards. Clinton Portis, 1,500 yards in 2002 with the Broncos.
Yeah. And then he got traded.
Mike Anderson, 1,487 yards in 2000.
Oh man, I'd trade your wife for a running back that could do that. You know what I mean? Like that. I mean that you know how much good that could do for the Denver Broncos. A running back like that, somebody could run the ball like that. Oh,
the answer is probably no. Like Doug Martin had 1,400 yards in 2012. He's probably not Doug Martin.
Man, that's tough. I would love to see RJ get over 1,000 yards, but Vegas doesn't think it's going to happen. Ugh. Go RJ, go, baby. Go RJ, go.
KJ, one more.
I don't want to answer questions in regards to 2028 when I'm focused on Friday.
Aaron Rodgers agreed to terms on a 1-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. The team announced on Thursday, pending a physical. The Steelers never wavered in their belief that Rodgers eventually would sign with them, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. Conspiracy theory time. The Steelers played the Jets week 1, the Vikings week 4, and the Packers week 8. Did the NFL step in and ensure the Aaron Rodgers revenge tour would happen this season, knowing it might be his last?
No, I love conspiracy theories, but no, right? Like, I would love it, but nobody's telling Mike Tomlin and the Steelers what to do, right?
Although there are reports coming out right now that Rodgers is trying to force Alan Lazard to the Steelers, and that's just not going to happen.
Aaron's doing that thing again where he's
Aaron Rodgers. What do you expect? It was the same thing that I tried to tell Coach Sanford the whole season long with Russell Westbrook. You can't change Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
He is effective because he is chaotic. And coach was like, well, why can't you just tell him to, when he gets the ball, chill out? I go, because he's not a Hall of Famer if you tell Russell Westbrook to chill out.
Yeah.
He is who he thought he was. And he's either going to win you games that he won you games in the postseason. And he also lost you games because he was so erratic with the basketball. The same thing with Aaron Rodgers. You're going to change that guy at 40 years old?
No.
Come on.
No. I don't know. How good do you think the Steelers are going to be this year with that? I mean,
I
they
always think they're going to miss the playoffs every
and then they
year.
always
and
win 10 games.
And they lose in the wild card round.
Right. And I mean, you're in the AFC North, so you got to deal with the Ravens and the Bengals and then whatever the hell the Browns are going to do. But yeah, good old Pittsburgh.
I don't know.
Steelers,
If he's age 35, Aaron Rodgers, they could win 12 games. But if he is New York Jets Aaron Rodgers, they don't make the playoffs.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Who has a better year this season? Justin Fields for the Jets or Aaron Rodgers?
Justin Fields sucks
for the Steelers.
They're both going to have meh seasons. I say if Rodgers gets a full year, he has better numbers.
Okay.
Both teams will miss the playoffs. Pittsburgh would have a better record in that situation than New York would.
Okay, man. Well, listen,
The Jets
I'm with
are the
you.
Jets.
The Jets are the Jets. You're exactly right. They're going to do stupid, dumb Jet things, and that's just life.
NFL notes every single day here on the Morning Sprint are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com.
Hey, Colorado, you hear me and Brett Kane talking all the time about Circa and the sportsbook and the app, but Circa is an actual physical place, and I think it is the absolute greatest place to go for a getaway in Las Vegas, Nevada, in old Las Vegas, which is a classic Vegas resort for a new era, and that is Circa Las Vegas Hotel and Casino. It is a sports mecca. My favorite part about going to Circa in Las Vegas, me and Raj were there just a few months ago to watch the Masters, is that there is a pool like no other where you can elevate your pool game with Stadium Swim with the largest outside sportsbook and screen in America. And then you also have sports betting inside with the largest sportsbook with a massive screen inside as well. So book your trip to Circa, and you can go to the website right now at circalasvegas.com. Right now, it's 88 degrees, it's clear and sunny in Las Vegas. So book your trip at circalasvegas.com.
We'll pop some tops and tell you guys what we're watching this weekend in just a couple minutes. For right now, Alex Ronemi alongside the studio voice of your Avs, Nuggets, and Rapids, Mark Bertinoli. You know him better as Berto. KJ Granderson is behind the glass, as well as Steve Nelson. PhD coming up next. They'll take you from 12 to 3 and the 6-year anniversary of the longest running show in the afternoon on sports radio in Denver. Kreckman and Lindahl.
Is
6 years today.
Is it 6 years today? Really?
6 years today. Congratulations to Nate and Andy.
I did not know that, man.
What is the 6-year anniversary?
Do you remember how long it took to find Lindahl? Like, you know what I mean? Like, Nate didn't like anybody he did that show with for like a no, I mean, you know what I'm talking about? Like there was like 30 people who came in and auditioned with Nate, and then it wasn't until Andy rolled around that Nate was like, "That's my dude," right? There was a ton of people. Y'all don't know. You're looking at me like I don't know what I'm talking about. I know exactly.
I wasn't here, so I'm sorry. It was called Kreckman and Company, and for a while, Nate was doing the show. It was a 4-hour show back then, 2 to 6. Nate was doing the show for 4 hours by himself. During the summer.
Yeah.
When we were not having teams go on lengthy playoff runs.
What you should do to see how fun that is stay at home and then just talk for 4 hours straight and see how it happens, see how it plays out. Yeah, that was crazy talk back then.
Paranoid schizophrenic
6
to do
years.
that.
Do you think Andy got Nate something? Or vice versa?
Do you know what the 6th year anniversary gift is?
No idea.
So year 1 is paper, year 5 is wood, year 10 is
wood. Seriously though, if you gave me paper for my anniversary, we got issues, bro. You're like, hey, happy 1-year anniversary. Here's some paper.
Year 10 is tin.
What you gonna give me?
Year 20 is china. 25 is sterling silver.
This is when it gets good, right?
30 pearl, 40 ruby, 45 sapphire, 50 gold, and then 60 is diamond. That is the traditional gift.
I gotta wait till 60 for diamond? Nah.
The 6th year anniversary is and this is traditional. I'll give you both traditional, modern, and gemstone. Iron is the traditional gift for year number 6.
Ooh, interesting. So what do you think Lindahl bought that's iron that gives to Nate?
A skillet?
Yeah, I don't know. Skillet? That doesn't sound like a great present. Like,
I mean, I love a cast iron skillet, man. If someone gave me a really nice cast iron skillet,
you'd be down?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
You're going to preseason that thing for me? Oh, I also love cooking, but yes.
No, I don't know. I think if Nate was a nice person, he'd get Andy a Switch 2 or something, right? Iron. I don't need no iron, bro.
The gemstone for the 6th year anniversary is the amethyst.
Okay. I don't know what the hell that is.
It is a transparent variety of quartz that comes in various shades of purple.
Oh, okay. Purple quartz, that's fine. Maybe they should get like matching friendship bracelets or something like that.
Matching amethyst friendship bracelets that are made out of iron.
Yeah.
Because amethyst bracelets is a tough 2-word pairing to say.
What would you put the Vegas odds that Nate and Andy make it another 6 years?
Wait, so they get past the aluminum and tin?
Yeah, they get to 12. They get to double digits, bro.
I don't know what 12 is. 12 is not on the list here. I'm sorry.
I wanted to double up to 6, man.
Now, I'm not trying to take a shot. I'm just asking the question.
No, take a shot. Do it.
Are the next 6 years at this station?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yes, it has to be here. Man.
You know what? The answer is yes. The 12th anniversary is the silk anniversary.
Oh, silk, bro. Yeah, I'm
down
getting
each other some silk boxers.
I get it, man.
You ever had silk boxers?
I want it. Yeah. Have you ever had silk sheets?
I've never had them. I've slept in them, and it is experience.
Here's the most uncomfortable I've ever been in a bed is when I had silk sheets on a water bed. And I was like, it's like a slip and slide. I was like, whoa. I was all over the place, man.
You were?
Yes, I was all over the place. It was not good. But yeah, silk is good. Yeah, I can see, you see Andy rocking like a silk smoking jacket, courtesy of Nate Kreckman. Just, you know what I mean?
I could see that.
Big old 92.5 on the back or something like that.
What does Andy get Nate for the silk?
Oh, I don't know, man. That's a good question. Just like, what's the most expensive thing you can buy in silk?
Alex goes, so you're telling me I could take over the entire country of China if I stay married to some poor broad for 20 years?
Yes, you could. Yes, you could.
Oh, yes!
Yeah, so that's coming up 3 to 6, Nate and Andy. Their 6-year anniversary. Congratulations to them. Been talking so much today about the possibility of J.K. Dobbins coming into the Broncos and what the Avs are going to do now that they have a way clearer path to a Stanley Cup championship next year, as Peter DeBoer has been fired by the Dallas Stars as head coach. I think the Avs are in a wonderful spot now, man. Like, as good as it could possibly be.
Mm-hmm.
But now that you see what's happening in the NBA, do you have the same fuzzy feelings about the Nuggets that you do about the Avs and the Broncos moving forward?
Oh, yeah.
Because of how the finals are working out right now, which is
You mean like
sharing the wealth. 8, 9, 10-man rotations during the regular season, 8-man rotations in the playoffs. Whereas the Nuggets were built in the prior CBA, where it was all the money to all the stars, and then you'll figure it out later on the back end, where OKC and Indy have now been built within this CBA, where it's draft pick, draft pick, draft pick, draft pick. You don't necessarily have a big-time star, although OKC has Shea. He'll eventually get that big contract. Both of these teams are playing with lower-paid individuals and just having a whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
Do you have the same fuzzy feeling about the Nuggets as I do about the Avs and the Broncos?
No, I have a fuzzier feeling for the Avs than the Nuggets, but that's just because despite the Avs getting bounced earlier than the Nuggets, it was the competition they were facing, and now you ain't got to sweat Dallas, right? I mean, unless they get, I don't know who they're going to bring in as a new. Here's what makes me nervous about the Nuggets. Well, I mean, one thing is that the NBA draft is in like 19 days, and you don't have a general manager.
Well, you also
don't have
a
a
draft
pick, so that's probably something you don't have to worry
the
about.
The Nuggets draft hat is awesome. No one's going to wear it on the day.
I haven't seen it, man. Right, there's nobody there to put it on.
Unless did the NBA still do the stupid thing where you traded a draft pick 6 years ago?
Yes.
Okay, so someone's going to wear a dumb...
It's so stupid.
Oh,
it's the worst thing the NBA does on draft night. It's so dumb. But listen, Avalanche, you got to have confidence in because they just signed Brock. They're set at all the positions we were questioning last season, like 2C and the goaltending position, right? You're locked in on those bad boys. You're good, man. You got Brock, you got McKenzie, you got Kale, you got Mac. That is a Stanley Cup contender, right? Stanley Cup contender. So you can't be too nervous about that. You can be a little nervous about the Nuggets because of how they went out and the fact that the Western Conference in the NBA is just filthy nasty, and you have to deal with the OKC in your division for the next 10 years, and they're going to be locked up. The only thing that bothers me about the Denver Nuggets is what we're going to get from Jamal Murray next season. That's it. Like I want to see Jamal be the man next year. Be the man.
Be the 7th highest paid player in the NBA next year.
Is that what the number is, really? Listen, he doesn't have to play like the 7th best player in the. He doesn't have to be, but he has to play like an all-star.
He has to be a top 20 guy.
The anti-inflammatories, man.
Yeah, got to be a top 20 guy.
Yeah, he can't. Man, I didn't realize he's going to be the 7th highest paid player in the NBA next season. That's a lot of responsibility, man. You know what I mean? Like you got to live up to that contract. Like I don't care how much money it is. I care that what it stands for. What it stands for is you're the man. You're the man. You're the man. You're the man. You got to be the man. You got to act like the man.
Off the top of your head, Raj, do you know where Jokic is ranked right now?
Right now?
Going into next season, money-wise?
6?
Maybe, but
I'm sorry. I thought you knew.
No, the point I was trying to make there was that you have two of the 7 highest paid players in the league going into next season.
Yeah.
Joker's number 3.
Okay, because Joker's going to be making like $60 million next season, right?
63, 55 this year.
That's money, man. That's a hell of a contract if you can get it.
That's nuts. All right, time to pop some tops, Berto. What are we watching this weekend? You know what I'm watching this weekend? I'm watching Rockies baseball because the Mets are in town, and I will find my way to one of those games. I will not wear orange and blue.
Man,
I will enjoy.
Use your powers of sports
orange
radio.
and blue skies, baby.
Yo, my man Raj wants to go see the Mets this weekend. Somebody's got to have tickets for him, right? Somebody hook Raj up with some tickets to the Rockies game this weekend.
As I've always told you, I will never outwardly root for them. I will show up in a white shirt, black pants, and white shoes. And when the Rockies sweep or get swept by the Mets, I will smile
I'm sure
on
there's
the
going
inside
to
of
be
my head.
38,000 people out at Coors Field this weekend,
It's going to be
man.
delightful this weekend
great.
once the rain
It's
goes
gonna be
away.
great.
Berto, what are you watching?
I'm watching, obviously, both the NBA and the NHL Finals. We got, well, actually, the NHL, Game 2 of the NHL Finals is tonight. Tomorrow, we got nothing when it comes to the NBA or NHL. But then the Game 2 of the NBA Finals hits on Sunday, and that's going to be a fun one, too. That's what I'm locked into.
That is Mark Bertinoli. So for Berto, for KJ, I'm Raj. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us this week. It's the morning sprint. We'll talk to you on Monday at 10 a.m. Don't go anywhere. PhD is coming up next. Have a wonderful weekend, folks.
What a game. Man, oh man, oh man. That was fun, man. Just when you're counting them out, I thought they were going to lose by 25-30, man. They're down by 15 in the fourth. You know what? I should have seen it coming because that's all they've done. And I just thought I thought OKC was just a little bit different, but damn, that was fun. That was that, and I'm finding myself rooting for the Pacers.
Yeah. Fifth time in this series, or in this playoffs, which is an NBA record, that Indy has won after being down 15 in a game.
Unbelievable. But they have 24 turnovers. They won a game against OKC in OKC with 24 turnovers.
Well, we got a long ways to go, but I'm feeling pretty good about my Pacers prediction.
Your Pacers?
Feeling pretty good about it. I took Pacers in 6 yesterday.
Okay.
I feel pretty good in my saying it's going to be a good series.
Yeah.
I'll stick with OKC in 5, but it ain't looking good for me, that's for sure. But we'll see. I think Game 2 would tell you a lot. You know, it was Game 2 where OKC just decided to destroy the Nuggets after, losing in Game 1.
Well, is Tyrese going to go down as one of the most clutch shooters of all time?
He'll win Mr. Clutch for this playoff series for sure.
He's been incredible.
He did it against Cleveland. He did it against New York.
God, I seriously wonder, he's got to be on the all-time list of game winners. Like, he's got to be creeping up there already.
Just think, if he'd have played for the Olympic team, they might have won gold. Well, never mind.
Well, hey, they had a scary one against Serbia, that's for sure. That was not an easy game for them there.
They
25 turnovers, my bad. Not 24 turnovers, 25 turnovers.
Well, let's see if this goes like the Denver series, because remember, Denver came out Game 1, didn't show up for Game 2, and just got blown out. If you remember when they went up and beat New York in Game 1 in New York, or in Cleveland in the first round, they beat him in that first game. Cleveland had big lead on him. New York had a giant lead on him, and also they came back and won Game 2 also. So, listen, I can only go by the games I saw live, and I was like thinking, okay, Pacers, that they're going to be a breeze, that they're not going to stroke, But I'll say this, and we do talk about experience, and maybe don't sleep on Rick Carlisle having that experience.
Right.
Because I thought Daignault, from where he used to play and was going, all of a sudden Hardenstein, who was a big factor in our series and not quite as big in the last one, but still big enough, gets 17 minutes, 19 minutes.
I wanted to do a little X's and O's with you because I get it. Chet wasn't having a great game. But why take both of those guys out? Why are neither of those guys in for you in the last, 6-7 minutes?
To me, and George did this that one year when Golden State beat Denver, and they were 6 and Denver was a 3. I thought Daignault decided to match up with them instead of forcing those guys to match up with Denver.
You like that or not like that? It didn't work out.
No, so. I think it works out less times for the team. I think once you get a team that is adjusting to you, I think you struggle. I think that's a sign that almost but not quite a little panic set in with the coach.
I mean, pretty nuts, man. 15-point comeback from in the fourth. Like you shot. What were they from 3-point? It had to have been pretty good. I mean, I know they had 18. I don't know how many attempts they had.
Pacers or the Thunder?
Pacers.
Pacers were 46.2 from 3. Okay. Really good from 3.
Okay, yeah.
Really good. Oklahoma City was 36.7, which is probably a little bit slightly below average, but just slightly. Well, but they didn't shoot well from the floor.
But you look,
Oklahoma City only shot 39.8% from the floor.
Yeah, you look at the turnovers.
Interesting stat on that.
But look at the points off turnovers.
I was just going to go there. Only 11 points off 25 turnovers.
Now, the 25 turnovers.
That's kind of interesting.
Takes possessions away from you, but if you can limit what they're able to do.
And Oklahoma City was not able to capitalize with poor shooting. So here's where they could win the next game by 30 points. Because if you can still force turnovers, and when I was watching them defensively, I'm like, oh, I recognize that defense. Suffocating, turning the ball over. I was like, yep, that's exactly what they did to the Nuggets. The difference was when they brought the ball down the other end of the court, they were not capitalizing on it. They capitalize on that. They win last night by 25 points.
Yeah. Well, and going back to the Pacers side, if you go back to playoffs, they've been a second-half team all playoffs.
Pacers have been clutch.
Been a second-half team, man.
They are a clutch team, and they were dog poop right around Christmas. They were nothing.
Yeah.
Nobody was talking about them. They were a slightly 500-so team. Tyrese Halliburton, man, I don't know. There's a clutch gene in some dudes that is hard to explain, but holy cow. That guy. My God.
Well, go look at the 2 games Denver played him, and Christian Brown shut Haliburton down, which is just amazing, because you look at what he's been doing these playoffs.
Well, it's not like Haliburton had an amazing night last night.
No, he just hit a big shot.
I mean, he's 6 of 13 for 14 points, 2 of 7 from 3. It's the ghost of Jamal Murray knocking on the door right there.
Right.
Tell me that's not a Jamal Murray game. He had 10 rebounds, which is not Jamal.
I thought Jalen Williams had the ghost of Murray game.
Jalen Williams? All right.
Yeah,
let me look up
OKC.
his line. Jalen Williams, 6 of 19, 1 of 4 from 3 for 17 points, -4 plus-minus, hit his free throws, and not many rebounds. Only 4 rebounds. Yeah, that's a little bit more like Jamal right there. 36 minutes. That is a very Jamal Murray night right there. And SGA, man, you're the MVP, bro. You got an 8-footer. I don't know. You got to make that bucket, bro. That's what championships are made of, man. It comes down to those moments.
I went back and looked at his missed shot. And if you look at it, and you here we get into math and energy and force and stuff like that. They were so strong in body him that he's not really pushed off, that now he's fading away. And your natural tendency as a shooter, as you fade away, I've got to shoot it stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He didn't need to, because if you remember the miss, hit back at the rim. Straight shot, but it hit back at the rim long. So he's thinking force. He just got bumped. I'm going to go back, so I have to shoot a little harder. And he didn't have to shoot it any harder and ended up breaking the biggest shot of the game. And he still had, he had 34, 38?
He had 38 points. But come on, man. He had 30 shots. I mean, how many NBA guys on 30 shots are going to have 38 points? A lot. That's not that unusual.
Good ones do.
That's 14 of 30, 3 of 6 from 3.
But was he doing that
he was fine. He was fine, but he missed the shot that he really needed to hit.
But did he take those shots? I'll go back and put him on the Joker side, because everybody else decided to disappear in this game. Your starting center was, what do you have, 6 points? He was a blob. He was nothing.
Chet was 2 of 9, 6 points, 24 minutes. Hartenstein, 17 minutes, 9 points.
Not bad for 17 minutes.
What'd Caruso do? 28 minutes, 11 points. It's all right.
It's nothing special.
I mean, listen,
Dort made 5 threes, I think.
Honestly,
that's all he did.
You didn't think the Pacers stood a chance for the entire game, really. Oklahoma City did their deal, and they were in control. Pacers committed 25 turnovers. 25. And they still won the freaking basketball game.
Hey, man.
But it's points off turnovers. That's what you
And only 11 points on. I'll tell you this, man. I watched a good chunk of the last 5 minutes of the first half, and then basically the entire fourth quarter for sure. Because I kept waiting for them to okay, Moser turned the game off. I was listening to the boys this morning, a minute and a half to go. He just turned it off.
There wasn't any ice involved.
Dude, did you see there was a Fort Wayne, Indiana television station that broke to a news tease right before Halliburton took the shot? You want to talk about a moron TV director or whoever's in charge of that.
Unless it was just automated. They didn't, it was maybe their takeoff Friday, right? So everything was just an automation.
10 p.m., here we go,
yeah,
whatever.
Here we go, we'll do it at 10. It's coming up at 10.
It's comical.
And so no one pushed the button. It was just automated. It could have been an automated thing, man, I'm telling you.
Oh, my God. Well, we're 2 for 2, fellas, in these finals.
I like these. I like these non-big city matchups. I think they're fun. I think in the big picture, it's probably a really good thing for the NBA. They probably hate it at the time, but when it's in a year, in 2 years' time, the amplification of these smaller markets, I think it's big.
If the games can stay close,
oh yeah,
and the series stretch out to 6 or 7, your numbers will go up. Everybody will start getting interested.
I would have been pretty intrigued by the Knicks. I would have. That would have been a fascinating storyline.
No dumb question. For a lot of people who went into these finals with both the Stanley Cup and the NBA, after one game, it's just one game, these could be blowouts for the next 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
But after one game, you're not going, okay.
Oh, for sure.
Maybe this might.
Ain't no doubt about it.
Maybe this might be entertaining.
I tell you what sucks me into is the energy of the fans. So when I see Edmonton and they've got their, the party stuff outside, inside arenas are always exciting. But I love the passion of stuff outside the arena.
OKC does that too.
So when I look at Indiana and they got in their arena, whatever it's called, I'm not sure what it's called these days. It used to be Market Square. That's what I want to do.
No, that's the old one.
It's
still a beautiful arena.
Whatever it is. When I look at that and it's packed, and they've lowered the Jumbotron a little bit so it's just like a big TV, and they got 15,000 people.
Watch it on a big screen at the arena.
You're getting me. When I see sports bars or whatever in Indiana, and I did not think at any moment the Pacers were going to win that game, including when Haliburton put the shot up. At no point of that game did I think they're going to win.
We should pretty much expect Halliburton to make those shots.
When SGA missed that shot, I went, uh-oh. I said, uh-oh. And if you watch Haliburton, because Toppin, I think, has been, who was ran out of New York as a bust.
Yeah.
I think he has been fantastic in these playoffs for Indiana off the bench.
Yeah.
He gets the rebound, and you see Halliburton come right back and get it. I was like, uh-oh.
You like Carlisle not calling a timeout, right?
Yeah, like here we go.
Right.
All right, here we go.
You ain't calling a timeout.
Not with the best ranked defense in the league. Why you want to give them a setup?
You don't.
And to scout your out of bounds play, you had 9 seconds.
You give the ball to your best player.
Go.
Even though he didn't win the MVP of the finals.
Which is funny. That we didn't talk about that.
That was hysterical.
Right? He goes, I'm the MVP, and he starts to take a step up.
Pascal Siakam. Hold me back.
Well, their two best players,
awesome.
Siakam and Halliburton, you basically made trades. And one, you trade a favored son in Sabonis. And everybody's like, oh, my gosh, what you're doing. Basically, Bruce Brown was your trade for Siakam, which you signed him big. Now you got out of his contract, and you got Pascal, who was an all-star, I think, this year too, wasn't he?
You blow a 15-point fourth-quarter lead at home in the NBA Finals? Are you kidding me? OKC.
Do I need to remind you of the Western Conference Finals or
No.
semifinals 2 years ago?
20.
But how?
Dude, the three-point line, though, changes.
And I'm sitting next to my wife. I'm speaking. She doesn't basketball, whatever. She was just happy.
She's like Moser.
We were watching a little, and that's the way it was, or whatever the Sex and City thing is. And just like that. I think that's the name of it. And just like that. We're looking at the girls now. They're in their 60s. Miranda.
Is it a whole new series?
Oh, yeah.
Or is it a movie?
No. It's a whole, we're picking the girls up when they say they're in their late 50s, but we know they're older. Charlotte, still hanging in there.
Still looking all right?
Charlotte's all right. Gary? We got some carrots. Terrible. Don't look. The no TV shows about me. Let me tell you. But it gets over, and I flip it on the basketball, and it's going, and I say to my wife, I go, well, Indiana they've come back a lot, but it's like it's hard to sell that.
Especially she hadn't been watching it.
She was really bad, and I'm watching. It's like 6 minutes to go, man. Is this over? Like a minute and a half, 9 points, whatever. I'm like, is this over? And then it's like, oh, my God, you can't make a bucket. I go, usually the way it goes is they come back, and then they stretch lead. And that did happen. They brought it to 4, and then it went back to 8. I'm like, oh, okay.
It had a feeling, though, a little bit of
who's the dude who's the one that banked one in? The 3 that got banked in?
Was it Nesmith?
Oh, I don't know. Was it Nesmith? I think you're right. But, dude, you bank in with like a couple minutes to go in the NBA Finals. You bank in threes.
Well, that's when you got to go, uh-oh. Well, if you go back to Clipper series with Denver, the one game Denver, I think it might have even been the hold on, AG had to win it at the end, tip in.
Yeah.
If you remember that little comeback, somebody shot a shot in the corner and it banked in off from the corner, which is nearly impossible to do. And that's when you go, uh-oh.
But here's the question. Did the Pacers get lucky?
A little bit.
And is Oklahoma City really a better team? And now they're about to.
I think they may
prove
be
it.
a better team, but I'll just say this, man. Did they get lucky? Sure, if that's what you want to say. They've done it 5 times in the playoffs.
That's crazy.
Against Cleveland, against the New York Knicks.
It's fun as hell to watch.
Against good teams.
Yeah.
So, and now against Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
So they can call lucky, but you know what?
We'll see.
5 times.
Meanwhile, holy cow, is the bar high for your favorite hockey team in the world?
Edmonton?
Details coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. With dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. ED, terrible, causes stress in relationships, anxiety, undue hardships on men, and often their partner as well. Yet many men suffer for years without seeking treatment. Here we go. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has success rates well over 90%, and they've served thousands of men, so you could be next. You get that $99 visit, that consult, the TNPSA test, if advised the test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free, but their success rates are through the roof. So call today, 720-440-7900. Put that number in your phone, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, cleaning up a little business here is Miles Turner, who hit the bank in shot. Miles Turner, so thank you to the texters.
Did he really do anything? He didn't do really.
Miles Turner, 15 points, 2 of 5 from 3. All right, 5 of 10 from the field. Not bad. He's all right. I mean, he banked in a big 3. I mean, he did that. We got some interesting things going on tonight. And we'll get to the hockey here in a second. I hate the Rockies tonight, unfortunately.
I hate the Rockies too.
Well, I don't hate them. I mean, I hate their chances tonight.
Oh, that's not what you meant.
Mets at home?
It's at home, 640, but Sensatello.
Oh, we don't feel good about the Rockies versus the Mets.
I don't feel good about Antonio Sensatello. I mean, he sucks. Like, he is not good. Like, you want to talk about just, and he throws in the mid to upper 90s, but it's just like batting practice for these other teams. So I'm a little like nervous about that. But it looks like I have nothing going on tonight, shockingly. So I might be,
doing another 8th inning.
Doing a little march towards history. Just watch along. Well, we'll see.
How are the Mets doing though?
Mets are a good team. Mets are a good team. They're doing all right.
They're in first place.
Are they a team?
Yeah.
Aren't they? They're in first place, I think.
I'm checking. They're close, man.
Remember
if
when
they're not,
had
they're real close.
Grom and all those guys, the
they're in
Thor
first
guy,
place.
and I was like almost thinking, and the team never got. I don't think they ever got to a World Series, and yet had one of the greatest pitching staffs.
Yeah, they got a shot this year, man. They got a great closer. They got great starting pitching, including the kid from Regis who pitches for them. They got Soto. They got Alonso rather. Senga's a really good pitcher. I mean, they got a hell of a lineup. It'll be a New York Mets home game at Coors Field tonight for sure, no doubt about it. They're here all weekend, so a lot of the Tri-City annoying people, Tri-State people will be down there.
But you don't hate Mets fans as much as you do Yankee fans.
No, they've been such losers for years. It's hard to have any kind of anger towards them.
Right.
I don't even hate them for beating the Red Sox back in the day.
Syndergaard. To me, I always look because listen, I was a Braves fan. I lived in Atlanta for 10 years, and when they had Smoltz, Glavine, and Maddox, only won 1 World Series. I think they ended up losing 2, but then they go like 7 or 8 years to the National League Championship game or something like that. They were just dominant, but that great pitching staff only won 1 World Series. And I always thought the Mets there for a while when DeGrom was still young, Syndergaard, there was a third guy. You're like thinking, this team locked. They got to be going to the
They're one of them this
World
year.
Series.
They're one of them this year.
They never made it. I don't think that group ever made it to the World Series. Did they?
So getting a win for the Rockies this weekend would be a nice accomplishment, period. I'm not counting on it for tonight, but, you never know.
So if they go 1 of 3 this series, you'll be happy.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, my God. That would be unbelievable if they could just pull that off. Yes, I would happily take 1 for 3. But you know what? I think I'm really going to be watching tonight. See if you guys
Anyone else feel like Warren Schaefer's just going to be the future manager of this team? That's what I feel like. I feel like Bill Schmidt and Warren Schaefer, perfect little pairing right there. Let's just keep marching forward.
We'll see. I'm not there yet. But I like Warren Schaefer, and he's definitely made the club better, so that's a good thing. But I'm not there yet. And I don't know what's going to happen to Bill Schmidt. You got to see how this whole thing plays out. There's a long way to go. You got to know, is ownership truly okay?
Well, let me ask you this.
Being the worst team of all time?
If you were thinking about moving on from Bill Schmidt, why wouldn't you just done it right now?
Oh, I would have.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying, put yourself in the mind of Monfort here, right? And that's why I'm like, I think this is literally like they want this to be the future. This little pairing right here.
I've said for a million years, the word loyalty means nothing in pro sports, and there's an exception to that rule, and it's Dick Monfort in Colorado. He is overly loyal to the people in his organization. He takes care of them. There's people I think still working there that worked in the first year or two that they were in their existence.
Let me give you,
or at least since Monfort took control.
Let me give. I love you guys going on the deep dives on the Rockies. I could go there all day if you want, but I really wanted to bring up something else.
Well, you brought them up, dummy.
No, see, I
didn't think you guys would engage. In all honesty.
No. I don't enjoy talking about the ins and outs of the wins and losses of the Rockies. I don't, because to me, it's actually frustrating. It's frustrating when we get excited about wins. It's frustrating when we get excited about a win, right? But I do enjoy talking about the big picture of the Colorado Rockies, and I do enjoy talking about what we think is actually going to happen, putting ourselves in the minds of these guys. So I that's why I'm actively not rooting for the Rockies to win
and that's
games.
where Tyler and I are exactly like. That's me in the mock draft.
Yeah.
I'm love talking about the big picture, what the Broncos need. I don't need to know what Carolina is going to do at 17.
Listen, I'm going to be having boat drinks on a deck somewhere tonight when the game's going on. If I can stumble in front of a computer and start talking about the game, it's a coin flip.
So are you going to do it on your deck, or are you going to find a place to meet the wife after work again tonight? Is Ross okay?
Yeah, Ross and Rachel are good. Ross is good. Rachel hated him for about a week. It was annoying, but they're doing good now. Just looking at birds out the window all day. Put a little bird feeder right there on the big window, and
have you heard him do that little fake bird call? Have you
ever? Cats?
Yeah,
I've not heard that. Let me give you something else here real quick that's more sports related. This Najari Kennedy, the Texas Tech pitcher, softball pitcher,
the $1 million NIL lady.
She just
You seen how many innings she's pitched?
I do not know how many.
Scott had it
all of them.
Going in that last game against Texas, she had pitched like 600 and some straight innings, and I think she pitched another 6 in that game against Texas.
Yeah, and she's paid to pitch everything.
Yeah.
You may only in college softball at a really good you might have 3 or 4 pitchers on the entire roster.
Yeah.
If you're any good. And why would you pitch anybody but her? Like you're paying her $1 million. She re-upped for another $1 million deal.
Why wouldn't she?
Well, where's she gonna go?
Well, nowhere.
Where's she gonna go make more than $1 million?
But they've got this thing called the Matador Club. Man, these colleges. They have these little, collectives where you funnel all your cash to. And she has signed a deal, an NIL contract specifically with the Matador Club, which is like a booster club for Texas Tech. She's got a manager. There's no difference between Texas Tech and a pro sports team. I mean, no duh, right? I get it. But it's funny just to read the article about, well, she transferred from Stanford to here, and now she's signed. It's the article. She signed a deal with the Matador Club. Not that she's returning to Texas Tech. She signed a contract with an independent club that represents athletes that play at Texas Tech. I mean, we're in a...
Well, but listen, think about this. She's making $1 million to play college baseball or softball in a sport that doesn't have a pro league that I know of.
No.
And you've got women who are the WNBA season started aren't even sniffing $1 million a year. So why wouldn't you stay in there, make $2 million over a couple of years pitching at Texas Tech? Why not?
Well, that's why Caitlin Clark should have gone back for her final year.
Yeah, but Caitlin probably had a lot of. Well, I don't know if this woman has a lot of endorsement deals too. Maybe she does.
Well, yeah, but you can make the endorsement deals in college also.
I guess, but I think Caitlin was on this kind of crazy, different, bizarre level. I mean, do you think they pay anybody else at Texas Tech to play softball? By the way, the game against Texas, they won. They lost the first game.
Did you see that Texas pitcher?
I did see the Texas pitcher.
Oh boy,
yeah,
got some power to her.
I don't know. I think it's a fascinating game tonight. It's a national championship game. It's Texas 1-1.
So it's still best out 3 then.
Well, it is. It is.
So they split, and now here we go.
Here we go tonight. That to me is really interesting.
Yeah.
Does that get your attention?
No, I told you 3 weeks ago, and you lifted a leg and squatted on me.
Yeah, because 3 weeks ago was boring.
It was the regionals to get to the World Series.
Who against who?
I got to watch Tennessee play. I got to watch Sanford play. I got to watch Texas Tech play.
Name me one player on any of those teams.
Play.
One player.
Willis.
Name one player.
Willis.
What's her first name?
Beth.
What you talking about? Beth Willis? For what team?
That's my geometry teacher, Beth Willis. But it sounds like a softball player, doesn't it?
Anyways, that's tonight. That should be fun. The other drama, though, oh my God, guys. The Dallas Stars fire Pete DeBoer.
Thank God. Thank God.
Are you hearing this for the first time?
First off, it's dumb.
You hearing this for the first time?
First time.
What?
Wow.
It happened hours ago.
So they fired their manager because they can't ever get out of the Western Conference Finals.
This is the best thing that ever happened to the Avalanche because the Avalanche can't beat Pete DeBoer.
Somebody East pick him up, please.
Yeah.
They fired a coach who's 9-0 in Game 7s. Or what? Oh, are you?
What's the old line? If you can't beat them,
are you suggesting it? Would you rather?
Well, they need a power play coach. Maybe they can see if he'd be interested.
Oh, that's what you're suggesting? Oh, okay. I don't think Pete DeBoer is going to be an assistant anywhere.
How long will he be out of work?
I cannot believe they fired him.
There's been some crazy firings this year.
Dude.
Between the Knicks, between his stars, Michael Malone.
Absolutely. We are seeing a different thing going on in sports, man, where that bar is so high. Yeah, Pete DeBoer gets the ziggy, as Mark Moser put it this morning. Crazy.
Legend high school.
Wait a second, something going on at Legend?
No, well, the Legend football team made it to the state championship last year, and that coach got fired.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't even know that. For, what's his face?
Jake Heaps.
For Jake Heaps?
Yeah.
Ouch. I did not know that.
Yeah.
That's how Jake got the job? With special assistant coach Garrett Bowles?
That's right.
Oh, man.
Player development, technically speaking.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be accurate about it.
Why in the world did the Stars fire Pete DeBoer?
I don't know, but thank God, seriously, because the Avalanche had no chance of ever beating Pete DeBoer.
I really would like to hear, Dan, from a hockey guy, why would they do that? Other than the same thing New York fans are saying, why would you fire Thibodeau?
Why did they fire Thibodeau?
Because he was cranky. Maybe DeBoer.
DeBoer is definitely cranky, and his little feud with Ottinger is pretty well documented. They were doing like some sort of handshake thing, and Ottinger put his hand down when DeBoer walked past and shook all the assistants' hands and the players' hands and ignored him. Remember, Ottinger got pulled in the Avs-Dallas series after just being down 2-0, and he pulled him out. Like, there was something going on with those two. Ain't no doubt about it. But, I mean, so what? Look at the success this guy has had. Holy cow, man.
What did they lose to Edmonton, 4-1 or 4-2?
I want to say 4-2. Go back and check.
I think it was 4-1. But
was it only 4-1? Gosh, all right. Crazy.
Yeah, 4-1.
Did you want an explanation from Dan? Dan, do you want to explain why?
Well, you said it. The Ottinger thing, Scott. Do you remember the Patrick Waugh situation with the Canadians where they left him in? It was kind of similar to that. And then there were reports coming out of Dallas saying that the players in the locker room were very upset with Pete DeBoer of how they handled the Jake Ottinger situation in, what was that, Game 5? So
when your stud player...
When you piss off the locker room, stuff like that happens.
There you go. You know what they say. It's always easier to fire the one over the many.
In light of what we've seen, Malone, Thibodeau, now DeBoer. Is Jared Bednar got a horseshoe stuck away somewhere? A little bit lucky that his head's not on the chopping block.
Oh, it definitely had to have been a consideration. There's no question that there was conversations had this year.
And does that mean it's for Bedsy? It's a super hot seat this coming year?
Well, I think it's a hot seat, but I think here's the difference between those three guys and Bednar. Those three guys, I guarantee you, had grumblings in the locker room towards the coach. You just heard Dan talk about, and you talked about Ottinger, not happy with the coach. You heard grumblings in the locker room about the coach. I bet you could say the same thing in New York, and I think you can say the same thing in Denver. Well, we know it was reported on by ESPN, Ramona Shelburne.
I think Bedsy. Golly, man, you're firing guys that are making it to like conference finals.
2 years in a row, you lose to Edmonton to go to the final.
I got you, but still, man, it is hard, and these are good teams. And look how much better you were than so many other teams, and you're beating Colorado in a Game 7 when you're down 2-0. I mean, like, damn, man. It's like not like Dallas had a bad season. It's not like the Knicks had a bad season. The Nuggets, I mean, nobody really saw it coming. Not really. Not like that.
Not the timing.
No. I wonder about Bedsy, man. I wonder, like, is this it?
Yeah. I think that's very fair to say he's on a very hot seat this year.
Right? I mean, is this it for, Bedsy, McFarland, Joe? I mean, are there some pressures here for the Avalanche with what they've got going?
I've always said this, see if Tyler agrees with me, in pro sports, and maybe even college sports too, with the AD, AD being the same thing as a general manager. To me, you always get 2 or 3 head coaches you get to fire before they get you.
Yep.
You usually got at least 2 and
we
sometimes 3.
we started that process.
Yeah, and yeah, but Denver got rid of both. But now the Rockies started that process. You just got rid of a head coach. So here we go.
Well, they're going to lose tonight too, but 1 out of 3. 1 out of 3. Meatloaf said 2 out of 3 ain't bad. 1 out of 3 is freaking awesome. But we really got to dig into the situation that's going on in Pittsburgh. We didn't spend enough time with that. What are they thinking, man? You want to talk about some insane things in sports. And it's a moment where we can all say, thank goodness for Bo Nix. That's next. You ever feel as time goes on here, more and more thankful and grateful for Bo Nix?
Not like you.
I'm not even joking. Like when you see what other teams are going through and what's happening, I was trying to think of like a song that would make me, like grateful for Bo.
Goodbye to you, my trusted friend.
Well, that was.
We've known each other since.
I was singing the Golden Girls. Thank you, Bo, for being a friend. I mean, where would we be without Bo Nix? Would we be in Indianapolis, where Anthony Richardson is? I don't know.
Another surgery, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but when he was in your vein, that was a high first-round draft pick.
I gotcha.
I mean, they took a shot just like you tell them to do, and it didn't work out.
You can get unlucky too.
How's Carolina doing? They went after a high first-round pick.
They might be okay. Carolina might be all right.
See? How about the Giants? They went after a guy a couple years ago with the first round.
Yeah, well, he's
in
Indianapolis now. Maybe. Well, we got Bo. We got stable, boring, Bo.
Well, what was the guy that the Giants drafted that now is in Indy?
Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones. Didn't he have a heck of a first year and pretty steady, and everybody liked him that first year?
Well, he did well enough to get himself like $100 million deal.
How'd that turn out?
It's hard finding them quarterbacks. It's hard finding those guys. I just want to say thank you, Bo, for being a friend. That's all. It's grateful for Bo. I'm looking at what's going on in Pittsburgh, and I'm like, what is their plan, Tyler? What is the Pittsburgh plan with Aaron Rodgers?
I don't know. I don't think it's that complicated. They're screwed without him, so they're trying to win ball games. I mean, Mike Tomlin's not the type of dude that's going to take a season. We know that much.
Mm-hmm.
And probably what will happen is if Rodgers works out, and they win 12 games, something like that, and they could. Then did they offer him another year contract or two or whatever? Or is this the year? And then, Rodgers leaves. You say, okay, this streak, we're suffering the franchise. We're going to see you later. Coach, we're going to get a coach. We know it's going to be hard for 2 or 3 years. Then we'll go.
I think Pittsburgh, you know what I think it is? I think they've been incredibly lucky in quarterbacks over the years. Incredibly lucky. They've had pretty good competitive quarterbacks for a long, long time.
They were very lucky to have some good quarterbacks, but they also were very unlucky to be in a bad position to need a QB. Meaning they've always been a playoff team that's needed a quarterback for the last 7 years, and that's a tough spot to be. When you're a good program, you're a good franchise. You make the playoffs. Well, you're going to be drafted in the 20s. You're going to be drafted late in the first round.
Yep.
And you're just going to be in no man's land. And what are you going to do? Tell the team to suck? I don't think any owner. Well, I don't think any owner is going to ever do that. I think you
especially with a veteran coach that's got a streak going. Unless you want to replace a coach.
Yeah, you just live with being a competitive team.
I'm looking at a headline here. Steelers Wire. Aaron Rodgers signing causes outraged Steelers fan to burn signed jersey. I understand the fan base of Pittsburgh being polarized right now. Because what are we doing here? Work out. He's 41 years old. He'll be 42 in December.
Well, I would ask, what are we doing if we don't sign Aaron Rodgers?
Well, I think that's a fair question, too. What happened?
You know what they're going to be? They're going to be the Los Angeles Lakers. Because you still got a guy in his 40s that's still a very, very, very good player. So you're going to win games, but you have no shot to win at all.
Yeah. Is Aaron Rodgers better than Justin Fields?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll see.
Is he better than Russell Wilson, who was last year?
Yes, probably.
Okay. I think the morning show was talking about that this morning, or somebody on the station was talking about it. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, okay, we're a playoff team last year. We feel like Aaron Rodgers is better than either one of our two quarterbacks were last year. All we need is get a win in the play. We're already a playoff team. Now we just need to start getting a couple wins back. I don't even understand what the argument against Aaron Rodgers would be.
Time, development. Yeah.
For who?
For the team. We got Bo Nix. We got Bo Nix maybe for the next decade, hopefully.
No. You're Mr. You need a quarterback. Developing what QB?
Oh, they've messed it all up, Tyler. I mean, we're talking about, You weigh 500 pounds and you're like, I'll put that donut down. I mean, you're throwing a deck.
I'll ride a bike every day to work and nothing else.
That's right. You're throwing deck chairs off the Titanic when you're signing Aaron Rodgers. And
would you be
don't
better
have a
with
better
signing
plan.
Aaron Rodgers for a 1-year deal and having drafted one of the later round guys went before Shedeur or
Well, they did draft Will Howard, right?
Yes.
But that was way late, wasn't it?
Yeah, like 6th or 7th round.
Yeah.
But I mean, drafted another one of those guys.
They got Mason Rudolph. No kidding. I mean, but I would never do what they're doing right now. I would do more like what the Saints, I think, are going to do. And we'll see if they do pick up Kirk Cousins. But let's say they don't. The Saints have just come to peace with like, hey, it ain't going to be great, but we're going to develop whatever we got. And in a pretty rich quarterback class next year, we're going to take our shot and go from there. That's kind of a traditional, like, make sense sort of approach. This is idiotic.
What is?
This what the Steelers are doing.
But you keep saying that. What's the alternative?
Sucking.
Like you just keep saying it's idiotic. But what? Yeah, okay.
Play it out with Mason Rudolph and Will Howard. Take your chances. Really, what you would hope for, maybe, is you get unbelievably lucky and Will Howard turns out to be a heck of a quarterback, and then you've got the Tom Brady factor going. And if that doesn't work out, you're drafted in the top 5 next year.
Well, wouldn't your best
you go
chance for that to actually happen to be have Aaron Rodgers on the team?
Oh, hell no. He's going to win games. He's going to win games for you.
I'm talking about to develop Will Howard.
But so did Bledsoe.
Oh,
I'm saying if you're crossing your fingers hoping and praying that Will Howard's the future of that team, well, you're not going to toss a 6th rounder into the starting lineup in year 1.
Why not?
Because he would be a 2nd rounder, a 1st rounder.
Because Drew Bledsoe still has game left.
Well, listen, to fight against my own argument, Drew Bledsoe started the whole year, rookie year of Tom Brady. Tom Brady really didn't get to play until his 2nd year. So, I mean, you can make that argument.
It wasn't going to play until Bledsoe got hurt.
Well, that's right. And then Belichick, when Bledsoe got better and won them the AFC Championship game, made the most unbelievable coaching decision of all time by going with Brady in the Super Bowl over Drew Bledsoe, who had won them an AFC Championship game and had returned healthy. One of the more unbelievable coaching decisions of all time. And it paid off, obviously. I don't think that's happening to the Steelers. I don't care. It's the Steelers. I don't care about the Steelers. Do whatever you want. I'm just laughing at it because I think it's a ridiculous strategy. And I don't blame the fans. Let me read you this quote from this one fan. I'll never be a Steelers fan again today. I'm burning all my Steelers stuff. Yins decided to pick up Aaron Rodgers. I can't do this anymore. You kill us. You keep killing us. You let go of George Pickens. You know what I mean? You let go of Justin Fields. He had potential to be something. It's crazy. It's sad. This is my last day of being a Steelers fan.
And I would say that guy hasn't been a Steelers fan, a devout. We have Marky come in here and see what they think.
Here's what I think. It's really easy to be like, yeah, let's suck until you got to actually deal with sucking. Until that's right, it's staring you in the face. We don't have a quarterback on this team. Yeah, let's go get Aaron Rodgers. That seems to make a lot of sense to me.
Are we hearing any details about the finances, what they're rolling out for him?
I've not. No.
I haven't either.
I'll bet it's at least $25 million.
I bet it's more.
I was just being safe.
Yeah, I bet it's more than that.
I bet they have a pretty decent year. They went 4-2 with Justin Fields as a starter and 6-6 with Russell Wilson. They got off to a hot start with Russell Wilson.
They were 6-1 with Russell Wilson.
Well, they finished.
He lost his 5 last starts.
Yeah. Well,
4 in the regular season, 1 in postseason.
Yeah, they finished 6-6 with him. And 4-2 with Justin. It was an all right season. I mean, it was better than. I mean, it went down the drain because things just caught up to Russell Wilson and the Steelers. But I mean, first of all, do you think really Aaron Rodgers is playing at the top of his game anymore at 41? You think he's all that at 41?
I don't know. How old was Brady when he won his last championship?
About that.
It's probably around that age. Is Aaron Rodgers Tom Brady?
I think he was.
He is?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
there's only one Tom Brady, but I mean, if you're talking about guys that could be considered in that category, Aaron Rodgers is as close as you're ever going to find.
All right. So what are you expecting from him this year?
I bet they win one playoff game.
Wow. Well, that'd be a heck of a year. That's a heck of a year.
Well, I don't think they're going to get worse. I think Aaron Rodgers is better than Russell Wilson. I think he's better than Justin Fields. So that puts you in the playoffs. And then you say, do you think Aaron Rodgers is capable of winning a playoff game? Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, I mean, are they winning the AFC North?
Ooh.
Probably not.
With Cincy and Baltimore?
Probably not. So that means they're a wild card team and they're winning on the road somewhere. So Aaron Rodgers is winning you a road game and a wild card. He's beating a division winner.
Sure.
And you know, depending on how they fit. I mean, this is the Broncos. This is what the Broncos are staring down. So the Broncos and Steelers will be kind of battling it out then, theoretically.
Yeah.
For wild card spots.
I bet they are. Yeah, I bet when it's all said and done, those two teams will be in the exact same spot.
Yeah, because you, with everybody's expectation that Cincinnati ain't going to do what they did last year.
All right, more likely to win a wild card playoff game on the road. Steelers with Aaron Rodgers, Broncos with Bo Nix.
Steelers.
I don't know, man. I mean, who are they playing? I don't know.
Well, we can dial down even further. You have the 1 seed has a bye, so they ain't playing. So you're playing the 2, 3, or 4, depending on how you work out, right? So who's winning the rest of the divisions? I mean, you could have a Steelers going against the Ravens. Steelers going against AFC South. Who's any good there? Who do you think is going to win that one? Lousy division, I know.
That's a good question. Who is
Houston?
That? Probably
Houston, right?
Daniel Jones takes over.
Indianapolis, that would be something else, right? But yeah, I mean, say it's Denver against Houston.
If they play AFC South, then yeah, I bet Aaron Rodgers does win a game.
Well, that would probably be the worst of the division winners. So that means the Steelers would be the best. So it might be something like that. That could be fair.
Yeah.
Steelers against the Texans. There you go. I mean, I could see that actually happening. And then you got the Broncos going against, I don't know, it's going to be tough. It'll probably be the Broncos going against the Bills or the Broncos going against the Ravens. It'd probably be something like that again. Not easy.
What's a bigger distraction, Aaron Rodgers or Shedeur Sanders?
Let's battle that question coming up next. I love that question. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, Tyler here, my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best in the business at what they do. If you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Just make the commitment to call Advanced Hair, and you're going to get your hair back. It's as simple as that. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, ask about their Advanced FUE. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you're going to have the best of the best working on you. You're going to love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You're going to love the entire team at Advanced Hair Restoration because they are fantastic at what they do. Best of the best in the industry. Guys, Advanced Hair believes in what they do so much, they're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair, it's going to start regrowing the very next day. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
It's an interesting question. A bigger distraction, Aaron Rodgers with the Steelers or Shedeur Sanders with the Browns? I guess I'd have to ask you, how do you define distraction? Like, what do you mean by distraction?
I don't know if Shedeur is a distraction. If anything, I think it's a positive PR move that they may have accidentally, and the coach and the GM may have hated him. But to me, I don't know if you could get a better PR move and a social media following than they got by drafting him late.
From what I can tell with Shedeur, too, he seems to be getting along great with his teammates and feeling that same vibe. And he seems to be pretty grounded. And I don't know. I don't see what the distraction would be aside from reporters and there would be attention on the team.
Well, to be clear, when I asked that, I really meant that more specifically for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because there was a ton of rumors about the Steelers drafting Shedeur Sanders.
Rightfully so.
To the point where we said, oh, no way he'll last to 21.
Right, exactly.
Right. I mean, that was kind of like the last hurrah. That you were like, there's no way he gets past number 21.
Right. I didn't think so.
So had the Steelers decided, okay, we're going to go ahead and move forward with Shedeur Sanders, whether you do in the first round, the second round, the third round, the fourth round, God, I don't know, the fifth round or the sixth round. Whatever you wanted to select him, at some point, to me, when you want to ask, like, what are you doing with Aaron Rodgers, I really would have said, what are you doing not selecting Shedeur Sanders?
Because, I agree, too.
Because you did have an opportunity, and if the concern was the distraction, if the concern was the circus that came with Shedeur, well, you assigned the biggest circus that you possibly could outside of Shedeur Sanders.
Hey, you're just asking a common sense question. What are the Steelers thinking, period? In general, what are they thinking? Like, where are their heads at with all
Well,
of
they did
this?
draft a quarterback in the 6th round, so, I mean, maybe they were going to draft Shedeur there if he was still around, too. Who knows?
Maybe, but, boy, you had your chances.
Well, but there's a couple teams that you're thinking really needs a quarterback and could really use a young guy to see if he can play.
I think we'll look back at the 2025 draft and Shedeur Sanders as the most complexing, like the most head-scratching draft of all time.
We've got
we'll see if he ever gets a chance.
We'll also see someday real stories will come out, not just rumors, right? I mean, the racism card was thrown out, which I don't think that was that necessarily. I think he had a couple bad interviews, and you just saw the NFL grapevine and how powerful it really is. I think he had a couple.
I think so, too.
I'm bigger than your whole program. I don't really need you guys. I don't care. And I think that hacked a lot of people off, and they just boom, 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 boom. Hey, man, let me just tell you what happened today. And if you weren't 100% in anyway, now you're going to believe everything you hear, right?
Yeah, and the truth is, every year, there's only maybe 4 or 5 teams that ever really need a quarterback, really need one. And then there's a bunch of teams that, hey,
I bet it's closer to 7 or 8.
It'd be, well, I mean, I don't think there were many this year. There weren't a lot this year.
Well, here's the funny thing even with the Shedeur. If there was only 4 or 5 or 7 or 8, whatever the number was, who needed a starting quarterback to draft, whatever that number is, fine. You know what? There's probably that many teams also that could probably use a young backup that you can mold for a couple of years, too.
I think there's a lot more teams like that.
Those teams passed on him also.
That's
right.
Well, then you get
see, why don't more teams that have got questionable QB situations like Bryce Young, for example, why don't the Carolina Panthers select a QB in the 2nd or 3rd round every year after that? If you don't have the dude, why are teams so afraid of 2nd and 3rd round QBs? I think that's what I would do. If I even had a question at QB, maybe I wouldn't take the first off the board. Maybe I wouldn't take a top 3 pick, but 2nd, 3rd round pick every single year, I would take one all the time.
Listen, I was surprised. Now I know a lot of teams, and I'll never question the Rams because they looks like they've rebuilt, and I think they're going to be a dangerous team next year. But Matthew Stafford's, although he's not the headache that Aaron Rodgers is, he ain't young either. What a perfect round. I said, listen, we can get Shedeur in the 3rd round.
He might not be a headache, but his wife kind of is.
Well, but we can get Shedeur in the 3rd round. Why wouldn't you think that way? Let him play for behind Matthew Stafford for a year or 2, whatever it might be.
I don't know if Aaron Rodgers is a big distraction either. He just sucks up a lot of oxygen. But, it's pretty clear, like,
if
what's
he's not
what.
a distraction, what is?
sitting in front of
and I like Aaron. I'm not an Aaron Rodgers hater
doing a
like
video
you,
in front of a Rolls Royce that people are trying to take back because you haven't made payments on.
So I'm doing ayahuasca in the woods and licking toads.
It's up there. I thought Russell Wilson was as big of a distraction as you could possibly get with garbage going on, splitting a locker room.
I think he's a big hippie with a lot of money.
Aaron Rodgers?
Well, yeah, he is.
And he just doesn't really care about anybody else.
I agree with you on that one.
Yeah.
I think listen, man, if you really were all in with the Steelers and you knew you were going to be all in with the Steelers, how about getting with the Steelers for this past 5 weeks and, sort of being one of the guys?
I think in hindsight, I think he did the Steelers a huge favor by waiting to sign till now. And I guarantee you the Steelers knew what the plan was. I guarantee you that at this point, these two sides, they weren't waiting this whole time without having an assurance. And Aaron probably told them, hey, I'm not going to come to OTAs. And I don't want to be a distraction. I don't want to have this conversation. Where's Aaron Rodgers? So I'm going to sign later in the offseason.
Whatever, man.
And he is signed in order to get there with the full team in OTAs.
For
and how many
minicamp. He missed OTAs. Minicamp.
Minicamp. Okay, whatever.
I know.
How many cameras will be in Pittsburgh this week?
Right.
The whole world is going to be centered on Pittsburgh. We're going down, right? Cleveland, how's my geography here? Yeah, you go down. You go a little south of Pittsburgh from Cleveland, right? It's kind of in that, crap belt area of weather.
They call it the Rust Belt.
I know the Rust Belt.
Blue collar.
Where I used to live? Where I lived for 6 years? Yeah, I understand. I know where it is.
Listen, Hyannisport,
Hyannisport, right?
Hyannisport is
Hyannisport off the shores of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario.
Hyannisport ain't on the Rust
Hyannisport.
Belt.
I got lake effect snow that's going above the roof. You think that was Hyannisport?
Where'd you live in the Rust Belt?
I lived in Buffalo.
Buffalo's the Rust Belt?
It's Rust Belty enough, brother.
Hold on.
Buffalo's Canada.
No chance Buffalo is the Rust Belt.
Buffalo, Cleveland, Detroit. I'm not even saying Pittsburgh. It's all the same place. You realize that, right?
It's Pittsburgh, Cleveland.
It's everything that's along
Ohio.
the lakes. It's all the crapville weather.
Except you're Canadian.
We got, you get up north, and then Toronto's like the nicest city in the world. Yeah, you get a map of crap. You want to look at it. I don't know what you want to consider the Rust Belt, but I mean,
Hey, according to Grok, Buffalo's in the Rust Belt. Yeah, you're right.
Well, we're on
part of it.
We're on a lake and we get lake effect snow, and it sucks living there.
Well, I think the Rust Belt is that's where all the manufacturing.
I think you're right too, but
it feels more Midwest to me.
I agree with you on all that. You want to call this area something crappy, whatever you want to call it. Well, the Rust Belt area, it's all that crap. It's all that Michigan, Ohio, Wisconsin, New York, on the lake sort of garbage.
Pennsylvania gets the Rust Belt and the Coal Belt.
Yeah, Pennsylvania blows. Got married in Pennsylvania. Got married in the Peace Church in the shadow of the Purina plant.
Hey, could we...
How does dog food plants stink, too?
Dude, you should... Whatever. I love my
dog
wife.
Dog food plants smell.
Huge
right off of I-70, right?
Yeah.
Purina plant?
We do have some breaking news. That's our Avalanche breaking news sound effects.
Oh, cool. Do you think they finally scored in the...
You think this is good news or bad news I'm about to break out to you guys?
Well, what bad news would it be right now?
Oh, boy. You ready?
Somebody got traded.
Oh, play a little guessing game. No, not traded.
Well, clearly it's bad news.
Yep.
Somebody got sent down to the minor league. Their option wasn't picked up.
No.
Somebody got arrested.
Good guess, no. That's a good guess, though.
Somebody went to rehab.
Before they got arrested.
What else would be bad news?
Surgery.
Somebody passed
surgery.
Away.
It's a surgery.
Gabe Landeskog had another surgery.
It's not. Don't say Gabe. It is not Gabe Landeskog. You want to keep going? You want to just keep going? We can keep guessing.
Cale Makar.
Not Cale. Not Nathan.
Well, who cares?
Logan O'Connor.
Yeah, we're good.
Come on, man. He missed a ton of time with his last injury, and he's gonna have the same. It's
keeps him from getting traded.
He underwent hip surgery this morning. He will be out 5 to 6 months. So Logan O'Connor will miss the beginning of the season
and keeps him from getting traded.
So he'll be out through probably the new year.
Yeah, probably won't start till January.
I mean, maybe Christmas, yeah, I mean, something like that. So I feel bad for Logan. He already went through a huge surgery, rehab sort of process. And he's going to have to do it again. So feel bad for the dude. Integral player for the Avs. Hugely important player.
And
kind of heart and soul player.
Missed most of the playoffs, didn't he?
Last year. Not this year. This year he was good. This year he played.
And was good?
Yeah. I mean, he's your best penalty killer. He's one of your fastest guys right up there with McKinnon. He's blood and guts. You know, he's a huge
So he was
piece
doing
of the
that
puzzle.
hurt this year then?
I guess so. Well, you know, he had come back from that injury, and hey, you think everything's cool and copacetic, and I guess not. So he probably was. He probably was playing in a lot of pain and discomfort, and he's a gutsy dude, and we love Logan O'Connor. I'm sorry to hear that news.
No dumb question, but would it surprise you if the first guy that is bedside of him that's a teammate is Gabe Landeskog?
Oh, wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah.
Logan O'Connor is one of the most popular guys to ever play for the Avalanche amongst his other teammates. He's unbelievably popular. Hey, I got a little theory to pass by you guys about Natchez and teammates. I got a little conspiracy theory.
Is he like the other sweet guy, the guy that you hated?
Who I hated?
Yeah, the guy they got rid of that you didn't like.
Who'd they get rid of? Ryan Johansson?
Johansson, yeah.
Oh, and nobody liked him. That wasn't just
He's
me.
He's not in the Johansson.
Oh, hell no.
Family.
Ryan Johansson. That's so funny. Ryan Johansson.
Let me hear the
Nobody liked Ryan. Not really. I mean, you know. Well, hold on. That's part of my theory. That's part of my. Let's take a
and
quick
I got
break.
a great comparison I was told just a couple nights ago on Natchez.
Okay. All right. Let's give you that. Sorry to report some bad news here with Logan O'Connor going under the knife today, out for 5 to 6 months. PhD on 92.5. All right. Let me run a scenario past you guys. But I'm curious what you had to say first about Natchez.
Scenario?
Potato. Natchez or Necas? I don't know. Whatever you want. Process or process? Who organization? Organization.
You should say process.
Theater
or theater?
Well, depends how dramatic it is. One of my favorite things is that the NBA calls it the finals, and the NHL, they call it the final. They don't put the S on it.
Well, they only play one game?
But technically, the final is a collective of the games. It's one thing. So grammatically, I think the NHL gets it right. There's not multiple finals.
Well, there's multiple
there's
games
a final.
within the final.
Like, it's not RBIs.
No, it needs to be finals.
Yeah,
it absolutely needs
because the American way to do it would just be to say finals. Like RBIs, it's not RBI. It's runs batted in. No, it's just runs batted in. RBI. He had 18 RBI.
Wait, where are you going with this?
Once again, there's the Hyannis sport that we're talking about. I'm from the Rust Belt. Hyannis sport. Okay. You gave up the clay courts of the East Coast to go play in the Rust Belt.
Those clay courts were in Stowe, Vermont. Okay.
Near a ski lodge?
Well, it's Stowe. What's every house?
Do you want my comparison for us?
Yes, I do. I do.
Here's what I was told the other day. See what you guys think about this. Some guy I was talking to, and he said, and it might have been Andy, but he said
Natchez
reminds me of he's a Michael Porter for the Avs.
Ooh.
In that if you have clean ice, a lot of space around him,
mm-hmm.
This guy is dangerous. He's quick. He can really skate. He's a great finesse player.
Okay.
But if you get up in his chili, he struggles a little bit. And I think that's Michael, right? I think that's Michael a little bit come playoff time. I'm not sure we didn't see that with Natchez in the Dallas series.
Could be.
I've got a Natchez.
I thought that was an interesting comparison.
I think I can roll with it because part of my Natchez conspiracy theory is he's having a hard time figuring out how to fit in. And maybe that's a Michael Porter Jr. sort of thing, too.
Like
that's a Porter thing, too, right?
It is.
That does not feel like that would be a good way to fit in on a hockey team.
No, I think Natchez is a square peg in a round hole, and they need to deal him. But it's not because he's a bad player. However.
Well, I don't think Porter's a bad player either.
Right. Now, the difference is Porter has a shared relationship winning a championship with the core of the team. And this is where I'm coming with Natchez. Brock Nelson had to replace Casey Middlestat. He didn't have to replace Kadri. Middlestat was trying to replace Kadri.
Right.
But, Nelson's not replacing Kadri. He's replacing Casey Middlestat. Charlie Coyle's replacing whoever our 3C was. It was like a spinning wheel. Okay. But who is Natchez replacing?
That's a good question. Well,
he's
was he a backup to Nichushkin?
Well, no.
If we lose Nichushkin, we can put him on the wing.
No. I think he's replacing Mikko. Listen, it wasn't a big deal getting rid of Georgiev or Justus Annunen. Nice enough, guys, okay? But I'm just telling you, the fit of them inside the locker room, it was kind of a whatever. Not a big deal. And I'm telling you, Wedgwood and Blackwood, they're just like, they're bros. Like, they got along. It was just so, no wonder they were so successful with it, because they fit in with the rest of the guys so easily, where Justus and Georgiev were kind of a couple of odd ducks. I'm not going to lie. All right? It was weird. But look what Natchez has to do. He has to step into that locker room and replace everybody's best friend in Mikko Rantanen. So never mind just the hockey playing stuff and the fact that he's a righty, not a lefty on the power play, and that changes everything Nathan McKinnon really is doing out there as he steers things, and Cale to a certain degree. But you got to step in, and every time they look at you, they're going to be thinking of their best friend, even if it does make sense financially, hockey-wise, the whole thing. And I'll just put it to you guys. I don't think it's easy replacing another really popular player, especially somebody that you've shared a special experience with.
I think it's tough.
So I would defer to you guys on that. But it hit me today like, no wonder Nate just doesn't feel that great with this team. He's kind of put in an impossible situation.
Well, I was telling Nate this the other day. When I went to sign as a free agent with Detroit, I had wore 44 in Atlanta, and I had 42 in New York because somebody else had 44. Paul Westphal. But 44, I wore 44 in college. I wanted 44 when I came to Detroit. They wouldn't give it to me because it was Rick Mahorn's jersey number the year before.
Well, he's a pretty popular guy.
And he was a popular guy.
Very.
And so he wasn't retired.
Yeah.
Wasn't,
Just respect.
He's not a Hall star, but they wouldn't give it to me because of what he meant to that team in the locker room.
I think yes and no. I don't think a team like once you get in the locker room, nobody's got animosity towards the other human being because you're not Miko. It's there. Nobody's looking at him like, oh, we don't like you because you're not Miko. Now they might not be as bonded to him. They might not have as much chemistry to him. But I think the second you get in that locker room, you'd be surprised how quickly you're just one of the guys.
All right. Well, let me ask this question: does your acceptance inside of any locker room depend upon who you're actually replacing?
No, I think it depends on how you play.
And if you're a tool or not.
I don't because I don't think players look at it that way. Nobody's dumb enough to look at it and be like, hey, we expect you to be Miko. But they do expect you to play at a level that is high enough for what we think you are capable of playing at.
What if your play isn't to that level then?
Which level? To Miko's or to your own?
And some people think Miko's a Hall of Famer.
Well,
so
then,
how are you going to replace a Hall of Famer with another Hall of Famer?
I don't think anybody's expecting him to do that.
Yeah, I don't think like anybody's out to get him. I'll tell you this about Nate McKinnon. Dude's a prickly pear, okay? Period. The end. He ain't easy on anybody. But his loyalty towards the guys that he's close with is kind of ridiculous. And people will tell you that, how much they respect Nate and that. But Nate's got a high standard. You know, a lot of people said around here, oh, man, Nate's not going to put up with Val's foolishness. There's no way Val could come back on the team because of Nate, blah, blah, blah. Hey, man, Val stepped right back in. Nate was fine with all of it. Why? Because Val's an unbelievable player. And so it was all good. And they weren't, I don't think they were overly close in the first place, in all honesty. They had a good, solid, professional, friendly enough relationship. That wasn't the same with Miko. Miko was tight with these guys.
They were boys. Well,
it wasn't. And by the way, it wasn't just Miko. It was Miko's girlfriend, wife, whatever, with the rest of the ladies that were part of the team too. That was a strong collection.
But you mentioned a while ago talking about somebody else that they also share that it's a different brotherhood because they won a championship together.
Yeah,
Miko won a championship with them too.
Correct. So you got a guy that we love, we won with. Our wives are all friends. We're all hanging out together. Like, we went through something. And I get it. I understand the hockey reasons why it happened. So I'm not even sitting here to say that's bad. But the story is coming out that Natchez is not comfortable here. And I'm actually sympathizing with Natchez here a little bit. Like, I kind of get it. And when we had John Mitchell on the other day, I think you can get a lot of guys to play on the top line that are going to be fine with Nathan McKinnon. What you got to find is that guy that fits the right way, a lefty on the power play that's going to make a difference.
You need a specialty almost.
So I think you deal Natchez. I really do. I think he's not a bad guy. He's not a bad whatever. It's too much that, hey man, he ain't Miko. And whoever you trade,
who's going to be Miko?
Well, nobody. But whoever they trade for next isn't going to be replacing Miko either. It's going to be a different vibe. You're going to replace this guy, and I don't think they have bad feelings about him. But I am not surprised to hear that he doesn't feel great in that situation.
Well, listen, you got to start making some moves because you got no money. So how much is Natchez making?
Oh, Dan, help me out. I don't know off the top of my head.
I mean, I believe that has only got like 1.8 left in their total cap space.
Well, to me, he's the most obvious guy to move to for a bunch of different reasons. Dan, whatever money he makes, whatever that is. And, to me, this is kind of a no-brainer. And if it's time to deal Sammy G, then okay, you can deal Sammy G too. I'm fine with that as well. So I think there's a couple of obvious kind of moves to make that wouldn't break my heart. That's all. And I'm not saying anything bad about Natchez at all. I think he's a good player. He's a really good dude, but he just ain't Miko. And that's not his fault. It's nobody's fault. So what we got here, Dan? Natchez makes 6.5.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah.
And he's an unrestricted. Wow. He's an unrestricted free agent, so if you don't want to pay him...
Well, next year he is.
God, I mean, that makes all the sense in the world. That's a lot of money to free up right there.
He's a free agent next year, so if you're going to move him, you move him before this year.
Theoretically. Or you make a run to win a cup because he's your guy, and you know you're going to lose.
He's the fourth highest paid player on the team.
Yeah.
Or see if he has a great start to the season, see if you can...
Well, I would just move on now. I think the writing's kind of on the wall. I think you can put Lehkonen and Nichushkin with McKinnon and get unbelievable production. You got Gabe's coming back. You got him with Brock Nelson. I don't know what you're doing with Colton, but he could be on the second line. A few other guys could be on the second line. And you got to focus on your power play. But really, there's one forward spot that you could replace if you dealt Natchez, and maybe Girard too.
What's Cal making? Slide it up just a little bit so we can see what Cal's dollars are. $9 million, so he's the highest paid.
He's going to get a big raise too.
Oh, he's going to get paid. You're going to maybe not this year, but by next year for sure.
If
you're
you
going to have
got
an
rid of
extension.
Natchez and Girard, you'd save $10 million.
There you go.
That's like 4 contracts.
Well, I'd make the deal.
I don't think they're getting rid of Sammys.
Why?
He's been a core guy for a long time. I think they like him.
I think they got to get better on the power play, and they'll do anything to do it. I don't think there's anything that's going to stand in their way right now.
And Sammy's how you do that?
Well, if you got
Devontae's got paid.
If you got to clear money, you got to clear money. It might be more about the money than the type of player. And Girard has been here for a long time. Natchez really hasn't. I think this is kind of obvious stuff, actually. This doesn't seem all that complicated.
Well, Manson's a free agent. I guess if teams can get something out of Manson for the year and then his numbers go off your books, if you're going to go for it, you get rid of guys like that.
Listen, this is my theory. I'm happy to hear another side to where you guys think Natchez is a little grumbly about being here, or at least that's the rumor, as John Mitchell told us yesterday. I mean, if you got another concept on it.
I was told when they drafted him that he's a Nathan McKinnon light. Well, you got two guys the same thing. Why wouldn't you have them playing the same position but 1 and 2 line? And plus, you said, what was he making? $5 million?
More. 6.5.
6.5. But if he ain't got no left-handed shot.
How much does the dynamics of the locker room really matter?
A lot.
If you're a butthead, a lot. Like a butthead can tear a really bad guy that has strong. Dale Carter, when he got traded here for the Broncos from Kansas City, came in and tore that locker room up after winning a couple of Super Bowls. His team was riding high. You got it. And Shanahan said, hey, we got a chance to put an all-pro corner up in here. And he was a turd.
He's one of the most famous ones.
And he destroyed the Broncos locker room.
How many – let me ask you this, though, because I could really only think of maybe 2 years of my 8 that I would say I had a bad locker room. How many bad locker rooms did you have?
Well, I had.
I don't think it's that common. Is my point.
I had maybe one so bad that we had a team meeting without this guy saying, "Don't say anything negative about him in the press because we're trading him."
Wasn't that the Heat?
No, that was Atlanta.
Okay.
The guy's in prison right now. He was
oh my God,
diagnosed bipolar schizophrenic, and had been to rehab already for cocaine, and and he'd also made an All-Star game. So I mean, he was a good player,
right?
But you're always worried which guy's showing up for the game tonight.
Okay.
And so
bad locker room.
And sure enough, no one said a word, and they traded him.
I would think a basketball locker room is the most susceptible to it. I would think football is actually, I don't know. If it's in your position group, I'm sure you're quite aware of it. But if it's something else that's down the other end of the locker room, who knows?
Oh, no, it's not that big, DMac.
Really?
I mean, that's an intimate room. When you got a toxic player, when you got a toxic situation, it doesn't matter if it's a defensive back, offensive lineman, wide receiver, But again, I could only think of 2 teams I ever played on that I would say, yeah, that was a bad locker room.
And you know what? I'll say this. It was only one guy, and there was another guy one other time, but they were such turds that polarized the rest of us together.
That definitely can happen.
And it polarized all the rest of us.
Yes.
F this guy, bum, don't give him the time of day. And it brought everybody else close together.
Are coaches aware of dynamics like this, or do they have to be told?
Yeah, but I think Mike Shanahan ignored it because they're thinking, again, our scale of when does the BS outweigh the talent, and Dale Carter's BS was way outweighing the talent before he even got here.
Do you think the Nuggets had a little bit of this year? Not a lot, but a little bit. That wasn't addressed?
Maybe so. Probably the responsibility fell on the head coach, and that's why they got him out of here.
And one of the reasons I say that is because of the different rules quote. We heard that in the press conferences. We're not going to have different rules for players. Oh, okay. All right. Wow. All right. Well, I guess there were different rules. If we're not going to have it anymore, I guess it was happening. And I'm not saying it was like some sort of toxic, we all hate each other sort of deal, but there must have been something.
Right. Well, one guy's getting to go home after every in-between day, and the other, 15 guys are stuck here. It eventually wears on people, I think.
Did different rules, I mean, was that just all Russell Wilson? It was just a collection of, like, absurd different rules?
I think there's always different rules. And I think that's okay. When it goes to extremes, you've got problems. And when you're making excuses, you've got problems.
Yeah, the excuses kill you.
Some guys have earned different rules. Champ Bailey earned different rules.
What were his different rules?
Hey, some of us had to walk into the weight room.
Oh.
We got a card that we had to.
That's right.
We had to work out. We had to fill that thing and sign that thing, and we had to be in there for the whole time.
Right.
Champ, he could walk in there and sign that sucker and walk out.
And nobody cared.
Nobody cared.
Right.
Nobody's gonna say a word.
Right.
But again, it goes mess around, and then your talent is so good that it never affected him.
Correct.
His game never dropped until he broke his foot.
Yeah, and Champ was friendly with everybody, I think.
And not a bad dude.
Yeah, good guy.
By the way, no dumb question. Is that maybe the greatest trade that's ever been made in the NFL where both teams really got a good player?
Equity trade.
Be up there.
It's close.
Right? It's got to be up there,
Both
doesn't it?
sides can make a really good argument that they won.
Yeah, because
Right.
Portis went to Washington and was great until he got hurt.
Right.
He was really good. Yeah, you can make that argument. I mean, they fit the needs that
Jared
both
Goff,
of them had.
Matt Stafford. That's a pretty damn good one.
Pretty good.
That worked too.
Can't argue with that one. It worked out for both. You got a Super Bowl and you got a chance to win a Super Bowl. Yeah, that worked out great for both. Nolan Arenado for Austin Gomber.
Good one.
We didn't need that $50 million.
Got that goober.
No, it doesn't count because we still paid him $50 million.
Oh, no, but that was part of the great deal.
Yeah.
For, the Cardinals.
I don't know how many great trades worked out for both sides there's ever been.
The Arenado deal, that hasn't really done anything for the Cardinals either. It's not like they've kind of profited from it somehow.
Well, he made 2 All-Star teams, though, didn't he?
Oh, what'd he do? They're like a 500 team that's done nothing since he's been there. He's probably looking to get out. I get it, so much for winning. All right, well, we'll see what happens with the Avs here, in the offseason as they have to make some moves. But I think there's more changes coming. I think there'll be more changes with the Avalanche in the offseason than with the Nuggets. How's that for a little bit of a hot take? And the news today is that Logan O'Connor underwent surgery for hip issues and will be out 5 to 6 months. So inevitably, the Avs are going to have to do something.
And he's signed all the way to 30-31.
Yeah, so it sucks. And, he's not out for the year, but he's out for a good chunk of time. Meanwhile, you have an incredible action in the NBA. Unbelievable. Pete DeBoer gets fired from Dallas. And whatever's on your mind, no dumb questions. 303-504-0925. It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. You don't want just an okay experience. You want an amazing one. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic knows that ED is a terrible condition causing stress in relationships. They can help get things going in the right direction for you. All you have to do is contact them. Hit them up at 720-440-7900. or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. For $99, we'll get you in there, get the T and PSA test, get a consult. If advised, the test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. They have an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dum 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 Dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Well, I got a bunch of Rockies news for you. Maybe I could start with a no dumb question, which would be, are you excited to hear about Rockies news? But they've made a bunch of changes. So one of the changes that's probably been long overdue is they've called up Ryan Ritter. Ryan Ritter has been unbelievable this year. He is hitting, 305 isn't an unbelievable average, but he has 16 home runs in 203 at-bats, 45 RBI, 62 hits, 44 runs, an on-base percentage over 400. He by far has been the hottest guy in the minors for the Rockies. So they have called him up. Okay? They have recalled Braxton Fulford from AAA, a young catcher. They have cut Jacob Stallings, a veteran guy in his 30s. It's been enough of Jacob Stallings. I like Stallings. He was the in the 21-0 game. He was the position player that actually pitched. He's a good enough dude, but Hunter Goodman's their starting catcher. And what are we doing with an old
young guy?
Why are we having an old guy as a backup when we can have a young guy? Zach Agnos, sadly, his grandfather passed away, and he was on bereavement leave. He's back with the team now. And Ezekiel Tovar, retroactive to June 3rd, goes on.
They have bereavement leave in professional sports?
Yeah.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Well, baseball does. I don't know about everything else, but baseball does. And Tovar's on the 10-day IL, but that goes back to June 3rd, so it won't be quite. He's got an oblique sort of injury. But the big news is that they're calling up this Ryan Ritter guy who's been unbelievable. So you're seeing Now
here's the question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Have they already passed the date where he doesn't get a full year so they can hold on to the year of negotiation that's in their funny collective bargaining?
It's a good question. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know.
Because they're notorious of keeping guys in minors till it passes the date that it's not going to cost them a year in negotiation.
Yeah, but he was a 4th-round guy. He was drafted in 2022. I don't think I know what you're saying, but I don't think we're dealing with something like this with this guy. I think this is just a guy who is just raised up, He's
playing well.
He's just doing great. So I'm excited to see Ryan Ritter with the Rockies. Very cool. 6'1", 200 pounds, 24 years old, ripping it up in the minors, and we'll see. I don't know if he'll be playing tonight, but there you go. Maybe. Really no dumb question in there. Does that make you excited for the Rockies tonight?
Oh, hell yeah.
By the way, the Rockies on 9 News tonight. It's another one of the 9 News games. They've got a handful of them through the course of the year like they did for the Avs and the Nuggets. Those games on 9 News, I've talked to some folks over there. When they're putting on the Rockies, the Avs, the Nuggets, it's doing great on just local TV.
I bet.
It's just,
I'm sure there's still a lot of people out there that haven't figured out like these channels just magically turned on when the Rockies play games.
You think that's an issue still?
I do. I think sometimes it's an issue for me sometimes.
Right.
I mean, like on Fubo or whatever, like you got to know what you're doing to find these channels.
Well, it's the Rockies channel on Fubo. It's nothing. It's literally nothing. And then if the game
just appears out of the ether when they play a game.
Sometimes they have.
Sometimes you like to cruise the guide, and you're like, what time is this on? And it doesn't show up unless it's there.
I know. Sometimes they have like a little games coming up at 1:30 or 6:40 or whatever. Like there's a little teaser sort of information. But the other times I've gone through there and there's nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
Here's that service time and the service time manipulation.
Okay.
A player needs to be on the major league roster or injured list for all but 15 days of a typical season to accumulate 1 year of service. That's why teams wait. They did this to Arenado, if you remember his rookie year.
They did to Chris Bryant back in the day.
Yeah, you wait 16 days, so now they pass that. You have to play you have to be on the roster all but 15 days. So when you see guys called up in day 16 or day 17 or after game 16, it's usually they're protecting them. So now it adds one less service year, which then pushes back when they get to be the arbitration eligible, I believe. It was.
Okay.
My no-time question is for Scott. How was Ballerina? Fabulous? As good as John Wick?
If you like John Wick, you will not be disappointed.
Now, is John Wick like the greatest over-the-top series of all time? Like it's so over-the-top, but yet it's not cheesy.
Oh, it's cheesy.
Like Fast and the Furious is just over the top. But I watch all the Fast and Furious. I'm addicted to them. I'll watch Fast and Furious 100.
Because you want one of those cars that they always get.
That's not in my midlife crisis. I got a lot of midlife crises. That's not in it.
You wouldn't like to have a 69 Camaro or
That's not in the budget anymore.
71. Well,
Tyler's thinking about scooters these days.
Yeah.
Not a lot of money on vehicles.
442. You want one of those?
GTO? The older I get, the less I care about cars. I want one of them. I told you what car I want. I want one of them 70s like Chevys or Fords. One of them
pickups.
I'm gonna go see Ballerina this weekend.
Yeah, I think call me because I don't think you'd be disappointed.
Oh, there's no chance. I mean, I love John Wick. It's one of my favorite
and
series
a lot of
ever.
It's the time of this. So they wedge off. The time of the Ballerina starts when John Wick asked for permission to go after people because they killed his dog.
Okay, so I do need a refresher on like the storyline.
Have you been 4 John Wicks?
Yeah, go watch John Wick 1 and then go to Ballerina.
Okay,
because it happens during the John Wick 1 time. And Winston's back alive, the guy that got killed off in 4.
Yeah.
He's
Wait, the hotel guy?
His assistant that ran the front desk.
Yeah.
Yep, he's back
Oh
alive.
my God, the John Wick universe could go forever because you could certainly get to the origin story and just start back.
And that's what this does. It turns out that the Russian lady, Angelica Houston, turns out that's all she does is raise assassins.
Right, because John
ballerinas and assassins.
John Wick was really well established in John Wick 1. Like you could easily go back.
He was trying to get out so he could go after the other Russian mafia.
Yeah, but like, how did he become John Wick?
Well,
like,
Ballerina kind of explains it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Now, does he just have like a quick cameo, or is he?
He has a quick cameo early, and then a fight scene, and two good fight scenes late.
Okay.
No dumb question. Who won the Broncos home run derby? It was rained out.
I don't know.
It was rained out.
No way.
Bummer.
Can I say something?
After all that.
Rescheduled?
Does it kind of not feel that way? Like that?
It's just so Rockies.
Why didn't you just go to like Cherry Creek High School or something? I mean,
I don't know. It wasn't terrible a lot yesterday.
Misty.
There was like a 2-hour window where it was just kind of crappy enough to rain something out.
Well, they probably didn't want a bunch of guys running around on that field.
Well, of course not.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, real quick, if you got an in for Ana de Armas, let me know. Okay.
What?
The chick from Ballerina.
Andy likes her too. She was all right.
She's more than all right.
No, she's just
she is more than all right.
They play her down in this.
Well, I don't know what she looks like in this one, but
like
anybody connect
like a female
dots
John
there?
Wick without the beard.
Okay.
What?
She looks like a female John Wick without the beard.
Give me who's the actress?
Ana de Armas.
That's her name?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never. Well, who does she look like? What other famous actress does she look like?
Look behind you.
She's cute.
No, she is gorgeous.
Okay. All right. I think she's
looks
more
more
cute
like
than
that.
gorgeous.
Mm-mm.
That's what you got. All right. Wouldn't kick her for crackers. She's obviously beautiful. I mean, that or Margot Robbie.
Tomato.
Oh, I don't. Oh, really? Oh my God, really? I think Margot Robbie's like tomato, potato, spaghetti, meatball. Like, how high do you want to
Prime
go?
rib.
Oh my God. Yes.
What I thought?
Prime rib and twice baked potatoes.
I thought Twitter was telling us that Margot was mid.
Who's saying that?
Oh, one of our shows, somebody wrote in that.
That was a big thing.
Yeah.
It was rolling all over Twitter for a while.
No, that was Sydney Sweeney.
No, it was well, it might have been her also, but
Sydney Sweeney is beautiful too, but she ain't Margot Robbie. Margot Robbie is who?
Anytime I hear a discussion like this, I think of that episode at the office. Remember they had the vote on what was the girl that was a $1 Million Baby, the boxing movie?
Yeah. What was
Hilary
her name?
Swank.
Hilary Swank. Yeah,
they were having debates on hot or not hot or whatever.
Hilary Swank, not.
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
Oh,
What is going on with you today?
I can find as good a pictures of Hillary Swank as we just
No,
saw
you
of that right
cannot.
there.
Find one.
All right. Well, Scott searches for that. We'll have the big story of the day coming up next year on PhD. Did the Pacers get lucky? And will OKC return vengeance like John Wick 6? Or is there some code that they broke?
How many times you got to do it for it to not be luck?
Great follow-up. What are we watching? Because I thought they were going to lose by 20 or more when they were down by 15 with about halfway through the fourth.
You're watching the most exciting team in basketball that is the most cohesive team. One of the best benches, although Oklahoma City's got a hell of a bench. That can shoot three-pointers. That's got the most clutch shooter at the end of the game in recent memory. I mean, that's the reason why I legitimately picked the Pacers to win the series.
It's a scary team right now because they're making a historic run themselves in a different way than what OKC was doing, right? Winning all the games as easily as they won. Fifth time you've been down 15 points in the playoffs and won.
Unbelievable.
Fourth time you've been down with 30 seconds to go and won in the playoffs, which that's pretty good too.
They had one lead in the game, and it came with 0.3 of a second left.
Yeah.
That was it.
Well,
they led for 0.3 of a second.
Was that not a little bit Denver game one against OKC?
Sure was. So I'm asking, is this some sort of sustainable thing, or did they just get lucky and Oklahoma City is about to serve justice?
Well, remember they had to hit a big shot against the Knicks, the Haliburton 2 toe surfing the line that went straight up, came back down, and then blew them out or won easily in overtime. But that game was a lot. That was a game one too.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I said it before, and I'll stick with it. I think this is going to be a hell of a series. I don't think this means OKC's done. I don't think this means the Pacers just give it in. I think this thing, a 6 or 7 game series, easy. I think OKC wins tomorrow. I think they split in Indy. I think it comes back for Game 5, 2-2. I think it's going to be similar to what Denver series was.
It is hard to explain on paper how the Pacers can overcome 25 turnovers, 15-point deficit in the fourth quarter.
Well, it depends on.
Is there some form of luck involved in overcoming things like that?
If you have 25
Probably.
turnovers from free throw line above, you're screwed. You're going to lose. You're going to lose all those games. How many of them came entering the post goes out of bounds? How many pivot foot, move your pivot foot, take the ball out of bounds, set your defense? So really, kind of, you have to look how the turnovers happen. When Denver got themselves in trouble this past year, they're throwing it to the wing, getting stolen, losing the ball at the top of the key. What was the one game they let get away? Was it Game 5 or Game 6 at home? And they had it was Game 5. They had to hold on.
Against who?
Against OKC. They had to hold on. But remember all those turnovers late, right around the half court, and they went down there and got layup, three-pointer, and you're like, dude, this is supposed to be a 15, 18-point game, and you're going to make it close. So.
Well, 25 turnovers and only 11 points off of that is kind of ridiculous. And also, Oklahoma City shot 39.8% from the field. Listen, if the Thunder shoot 42, 42,
which is still
42,
not great.
You probably win by 6 or 7. If you shoot 48, you're probably winning by 12 to 15. And maybe even more, because so many of those turnovers are now turning into points. So that 4-point deficit goes to 8, goes to 12, goes to 16 pretty quickly.
I'll pay more attention Saturday because I just watched the game, and then the tension wasn't on it. Like I wasn't breaking down film. I'll try to watch it intently on Saturday and see what they're doing, if anything, that Denver did to OKC to help them.
Well, you won't be watching on Saturday, my friend.
Well, they don't play tonight, though.
They play Sunday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, how about that?
Oh, even better. It's Sunday afternoon?
6 p.m. No, Sunday night on ABC. We're gonna take our time now.
Yeah.
Now we're taking our time. Now, never mind those quick turnovers now. Now we're just going to hang out there in Oklahoma City for like a week. Now, I think the Pacers lose game 2, and they lose it pretty bad. But that doesn't mean they're going to be out for the series. I think Oklahoma City is going to look at that game and be like, wow, we did it again. It was game 1 in Denver, part 2. I bet you they throw the hammer down. And they were about to throw the hammer down last night, too. But good for the Pacers. So who is Tyrese Haliburton? If SGA is the MVP and Jokic is the best player in the world, who is Tyrese Haliburton?
Well, was he a top 3 All-Pro team? Was he third?
Don't know.
don't remember the list.
Never mind the list. Who is he in the NBA? Who is this dude?
Well, he was a rookie of the year. His rookie year in Sacramento. They gave up on him quick, which blew a lot of people away, but they thought that getting Sabonis was worth it. He was good enough to make the U.S. Olympic team. People thought he was pretty good, too.
He was good enough to sit on the bench next to Jason Tatum.
But there's only 12 of those, and they had him in there.
He barely played, yes.
I don't know. I tell you, he's proven to be a little bit of a clutch guy.
Why is he who he is? What's the difference? All right, how about this? What's the difference between Haliburton and Jamal Murray?
About 4 inches lankier and longer.
That's it?
There's not a clutch element in there?
I mean, they're kind of the same player, aren't they?
Well, no. Yes and no. Because I think Murray's clutch too. But I think, and I was watching on that last shot because Dort was on him, but you see that he's quicker off the dribble than Jamal Murray. And now when he finally gets Dort going, he's, 6'6", 6'7".
They list Haliburton as 6'5".
Well, and they do Murray 6'4"?
I'll look up Jamal, but, I think Jamal's probably about the same, but I'll look him up.
He's not, though.
I'll just tell you what they list, Matt. You tell me what the truth is.
To me, he's longer and lankier and quicker off the dribble. And that last shot he made, he gets Dort to move. Dort's having to stay up with him because of the quickness of Halliburton. And now when he rises, to me, he's a longer guy. Arms are higher. You can get over the contested shots easier.
Jamal's listed at 6'4".
Yeah.
But you're saying he's lankier. He's longer.
To me, he's lankier and longer, yeah. To me.
Better player?
I think he's quicker.
Would you rather have Haliburton or Jamal Murray?
To me, the difference is you've got one guy who is loosey-goosey. You got one guy who's uptight. And I think at the end of the day, when you can play carefree every game, day in, day out, it's just a little bit easier on you.
Now, Jamal's 3 years older than Haliburton, to be fair, so, there may be a little bit of some of that. There's more wear and tear with Jamal than Haliburton.
Well,
but when I'm looking at Haliburton, I'm like, man. And I tell you what, he didn't shoot great. I mean, it wasn't like a huge scoring night. But I think the comparisons are fair because they're both pretty clutch players. And I wonder if they're kind of the same guy.
I think Murray's a better overall shooter. It feels like if he played a horse game, I think he'd be right there. But like I said, I think Haliburton's a little quicker, and I think he's longer. Look at the reach, too. That's a big thing.
Where do I look that up? I have no idea how to look up reach. Well, maybe you can. I'll look up some other things here. Shooting percentage, Haliburton's 47.3. Jamal's 47.4. Jamal averages 21.4. Haliburton averages 18.6. Rebounds 3.5 for Haliburton, 3.9 for Jamal. Assists, 6 assists for Jamal, 9.2. So a little bit better of a playmaker, Haliburton is. And let's go. Let me find some 3-point percentage if I can. For Haliburton, he's 39.2. And Jamal is 38.1. Man. We got some similarities between these two dudes, huh? It's close. Pretty close. When you're watching this game last night, could you guys picture the Nuggets being in this?
Nope.
Why?
Yes.
I cannot. And it's not the starting five, but you're watching the two deepest benches in the NBA, and it paid off. That's the one thing the Nuggets. I don't know how they solved the problem. How do we solve our bench problem? You don't have any draft picks. I mean, you might as well take the night off for the NBA draft. You got to trade somebody in the starting five to get depth. You don't want to let go of the starting five because that's how you feel like you win a championship. So I don't think I can right now.
Here's another stat I just looked up real fast on Tyrese. He's the first NBA player to get 500 assists before he got 100 turnovers.
Wow. Well, that's probably a big difference right there.
That's huge right there, isn't it?
Tyler said he couldn't see the Nuggets there. You said you could. Why?
Because I think Nuggets were better than we thought. And I think they're a bench player or two away from being there. Could I see them there now? You'd have to have a healthy Aaron Gordon and a healthy Michael Porter, and yeah, I could see him there.
Is there a different narrative for the Nuggets if the Pacers win this series?
Could be.
I don't think so. Meaning, like, it's not as impressive?
No. Like, the Nuggets are a little further away.
Yeah, that's what I meant. No, I don't think so. I mean, OKC, they're still in the finals.
Because right now, what the Pacers did to Oklahoma City is exactly what the Nuggets did to Oklahoma City in Game 1 of their series. Identical. You know, the Nuggets trailed by 14, 15, whatever it was.
Well,
they won on the last-second shot. It was the only time they really led. I mean, that game last night was identical to the Nuggets Oklahoma City Game 1.
Yep.
In Oklahoma City. And look how Oklahoma City responded.
Well. I don't think they shot well in that game either.
I don't know.
And again, they've had a little bit longer layoff than Indiana had, and they had a long layoff before Denver played.
Did you guys think that Indiana was actually going to win that game at any point aside from the last shot?
No, not really.
Not until SGA lost it. Or excuse me, not until SGA missed that easy one.
About 8 seconds ago.
Yeah, for him, easy one. And as soon as I saw that, I went, oh.
So as they're bringing the ball up the court.
Yeah, I'm like,
here it comes.
You had your chance. You know, who knows? Halliburton could have forced a 3, but it had been a force. He go back and look at that shot he got to win it with a 2.
I'll tell you this about Halliburton.
It was a solid mid-range shot.
He is an amazing ball handler. And boy, can he get his shot off in close territory, dude.
Can his dad sit courtside in Oklahoma City?
He was in the stands, wasn't he? Or was he in a box?
I don't remember.
Oh, he was there. He was definitely there. Yeah,
I don't think there's any rules about other games or about at other arenas.
Ooh, I'm not quite
sure.
sure.
The AAU helicopter parents are now in the NBA.
Yeah. He was definitely there. I'm not exactly sure where he was sitting, though. Dan, do you remember where Mr. Halliburton was sitting?
I believe he was in the suite.
Oh, he was in a suite? Okay.
No dumb question. Will LeBron James eventually be a helicopter dad? Or is he already?
Dude. Yes. You know, there's worse things than being a helicopter dad.
Depends if you're – hold on. If
you could be a non-existent dad, I suppose.
If you're Halliburton's dad and you're starting fights and talking to the other team stars, that's good?
That's not good.
Okay.
But is that a helicopter dad, or is that just a dude who's a jerk?
That's a helicopter dad that's trying to get in on the glory and make sure everybody knows that it's my son. Listen, I probably had a helicopter dad. I wanted to sell my tickets for home games. Couldn't do it because my dad came down to every game. And you know, my birth dad. And you know what? He wanted to make sure everybody knows who his son was.
I don't know, though. I bet to some degree, 90% of professional athletes had a helicopter dad. I mean, I guess the definition of a helicopter dad is what we would come down to, the semantics there. But I mean, a dad that was willing to do anything to give you the opportunity to succeed, a dad that was willing to push you, a dad that probably drove you nuts at times.
But see, I don't even call that my definition of a helicopter dad, CFU, because you did club teams too, is the dad that sits right on the edge of the course of practice coaching. The dad that's
so Lonzo Ball. Or I mean
Haliburton's dad,
Lamar
Ball's dad. Lamar Ball.
What's wrong with me?
Boy, you know what though? Like, all right, that's a good one. Like Mr. Ball.
Yeah, Mr. Ball.
Don't hear too much about him anymore, though, do you?
It's because he doesn't have a leg.
Well, he's got some health issues. You know, let me tell you about that dude real quick. First of all, his wife got really sick, and he was very attentive and loyal to her. Was he wacky with the kids? Sure, he was wacky with the kids, having them playing like Liechtenstein or Yugoslavia or where the heck they were playing. I don't know. But do they get to the level they're at without him? Now, I get you. You know, he also put together a crappy shoe deal, and Lonzo had to disassociate him from the big baller brand and all that. But you really haven't heard much from him lately for years. And he's got 2 of his 3 kids in the NBA who are pretty high draft picks.
And the other one's in a prison in Singapore.
The other one is a rap star, who had, was playing at UCLA stealing crap in China, which is stupid. Didn't go great for him. But LiAngelo is kind of got his own career going on. It's a weird one, man, because, how good do those kids get if they're just left completely on their own and he's not doing what he's doing? I get you with LeBron, but does Bronny or the other, which it sounds like the younger guy,
Bryce
is a better player than Bronny, and he's going to go to the University of Arizona. We'll see.
And he's like 6'8", too, though. I mean, he's a taller kid.
And I get you, Bron's, woofing at him at his high school graduation. But guess what? LeBron James ain't the first dad to, be vocal when a kid walks across the stage at a high school graduation.
What'd you say?
I didn't say anything because it was the middle of freaking COVID and we're standing by ourselves. And then I did Magnus. I did Magnus for my older one. I just politely applauded. And then, I was like, yay. That's it. I'm not one of them guys.
My daughter.
But let me tell you, there's plenty of guys like that, and I don't think they're bad parents.
When my daughter walked at CU, the stage was set up on the, what's that one side? The Ward side, the
Dal Ward.
Yeah, so it was set up
That's
there.
North side,
and we were like in the stands in the south side.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I could have been further.
Well, that was stupid on your part. I'm not doing that. I'm going to be well seated. I'm going to know what's going on. Yeah. You were just lazy.
Actually, I take that back. We actually were sitting on the field, but way back in the back.
Well, why were you sitting way back in the back?
Because the seats were already taken, dummy.
Well, then you got to figure out how to do that.
Yeah,
you got to scout it out.
It was my first one.
Yeah, well, do better.
I was tailgating the graduation, okay?
I pre-scouted Magnus. I knew where to sit. I knew what time the stupid place opened up for that graduation. We were
popped the tent the night before and waited for the opening of the Star Wars movie.
It was the night before, but I was quite aware of when the doors open and where to go and where to lay out some jackets.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
Hell yeah, I'm one of those guys. I might not be the loudest, but I'm organized.
Oh, you're the loudest.
So how many chairs did you save?
About 6, because we
have
old people coming in. We have old people.
No dumb question. What should be allowed to be saved?
High school graduation?
5 or 6 is okay.
6 is good.
Ooh, that's a lot.
No, that's okay.
If you got it, how big was your class?
1,000.
All right, so what? 6,000 seats have got to be saved?
You get direct family and old people, and you get up to 4 old people. That's it, though. Aunts, uncles, no, they're on their own. You get nuclear family and old people. Come on, that's a good standard right there, isn't it?
You know you do it on Christmas at church, Scott.
There you go.
No.
You don't look out for the old people?
I am the old people, and I'm still organizing it.
You're not the really old people.
Well, but I'm the one organizing. Let's get there.
I mean, you're getting there.
We'll
don't
get there.
Me wrong.
We'll go, hey, there's some seats over here. Let's go sit
I mean, how long you want Grandma in the walker to be sitting there in the seat? I want Grandma to kind of cruise in just a couple minutes before things are happening.
Yeah, walk her down front with her walker, and then get in the traffic, walking back out with the walker.
It's the whole thing with the old people. The old people take the whole...
How about the first seat available, near the entrance? That's where they should sit. Guess what? You're going to have a function at the house. They can kiss them and say hello in the house.
Trust me.
Take a picture in the gown
The
there.
negotiation of old people with everything in life is like mind-blowingly difficult. You kind of want the old people to get to the point they don't want to do anything anymore.
Okay, no dumb question. Someone puts a thing on a chair and no one's coming. You got people okay to slide the thing down one and say, sorry.
No.
Sorry. No. I mean, it's like the people when you go to a resort, get up at 5 o'clock, put their towel on the thing, and then don't.
Oh, now that is a battle.
And then don't show up till noon.
That's a battle.
Come on now.
You're not supposed to be able to do that either.
You come out at 5 in the morning, put your towel out, go back to bed for an hour or two, go down to breakfast, and you come out at noon, and that thing's supposed to still be there.
That's a good one.
So, what's the difference between that and a seat at a
graduation?
Graduation.
It's graduation. You're saving for old people. On vacation, it's for yourself.
Yeah.
Thank you. Agreed.
And you're for yourself in the graduation, too. They just have to be.
I ain't saving a sunbathing chair for Grandma.
I don't see a difference in
big difference.
In the two. You're saving it for 5 hours with no one sitting there?
Hey, welcome to COVID graduations. We could sit like 2 people, and you couldn't. Old people weren't even invited. Yeah. We weren't even allowed to bring old people to the COVID one at what's your field, Stutler? That was a lot of fun. Yeah, that sucked, man. I feel so bad. Just to go off here a little bit. Those 2020 kids, man. I don't know if anybody got stung harder than those 2020 kids and that all that crap.
The kindergartners, first graders, second graders, third graders in 2020, all of them.
Yeah, but the 2020 seniors, man, like you can't get that back. You can't get that crap back.
Graduate high school.
No, dude. I got it twice. I got it on the college side and the high school side. I lost two graduations because of that.
I lost a wedding.
Yep. Well, you can get married again.
And they did. Yeah,
and I bet it was great.
Yeah, it was like,
It'd kill me not to be able to go to a college and high school graduation, man, for my 2 kids. That sucked. All right, anyways, whatever. We can get into Elon and Trump. That was fun yesterday.
What are we talking about right now?
We're just wasting time.
Saving seats illegally.
Let's Football Goes coming up next.
Hey guys, the weekend is here, and I know a lot of you guys that need a new vehicle, you're going to go car shopping. Don't waste your whole weekend driving all over Colorado. Go to the best dealership with the best prices with the best inventory. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience over at Phil Long Ford. You'll become a customer for life once you buy your first vehicle. Guys, they've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So don't drive all over the state. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford. Whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, it's already on the lot over at Phil Long, and you're going to get the best price. They lock those vehicles in at incredible rates so that you can save the money directly in your pocketbook. Guys, Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
We should play that, Dan, on its own later and explain what that was. That's really good. We will. Stick around for that. You'll want to know. Let's Football Go, brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. They are the best thing about them this weekend. mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner, what's up?
All right, we have OTAs wrapping up today, fellas. Sean Payton spoke yesterday. Let's check in on the Broncos' first-round pick from the 2025 NFL Draft. How are things going early on for Jahdae Barron?
He's extremely smart, and he played both at Texas. His instincts are real high, and so you can give him more than maybe some other younger player at the same position. Some guys you might say, hey, let's just leave him at left corner or right corner before we do it. I think he's one of those players that can handle volume.
True or false? Jahdae Barron will be the starting cornerback opposite Pat Surtain at some point during his rookie season.
True. Jahdae Barron will be a starting corner opposite of Pat Surtain in his rookie season.
I don't know why the hell you draft a corner in the first round unless he's going to be a starting corner. And nickel is not good enough, so don't come at me with this. Nickel is pretty much a starter in the NFL. Well, that's true. Yeah, I guess we are a nickel more than you are in a base package. But you know what the starting corner is on the field for? Everything. Nickel, base, all of the above. So, yeah, I would expect him to be a starting corner.
I think he'll give every opportunity to prove that his draft status was legit.
So what happens with Riley Moss?
Who cares? I mean, whatever. He'll play.
He just goes to the kind of the backup secondary corner role?
I mean,
well, at the very worst, he gives them depth that they didn't have when he got hurt last year.
Yeah, they figure it out.
I think in a perfect world, what happens is Jahdae Barron proves that he's good enough to be your starting outside corner. When you do go to nickel, Riley bumps out to the outside, Jahdae goes to the inside, and he just bounces back and forth whether he's in base or whether he's in nickel.
Next story, Dan.
All right, guys, CBS has their AFC under-the-radar potential breakout stars for the 2025 season. Do you guys want to take a guess real quick on offense who they selected as a potential breakout star for the Denver Broncos?
RJ Harvey.
No, it is not RJ Harvey. It's not a rookie.
Breakout star.
Potential breakout star.
Probably Mims.
Yes.
Mims.
Marvin Mims. They say Denver spent the offseason adding the likes of tight end Evan Ingram and running back RJ Harvey to its offense, but Mims could be the straw that stirs the drink for Sean Payton. So let me ask you guys this. Is this, I don't want to call it a make or break year for Marvin Mims, but is this going to be the year where the Broncos figure out if he is going to be a long-term potential star for the team or if he's just sort of a mid-tier sort of wide receiver level player?
I mean, technically speaking, not to get caught up in semantics here, but wouldn't we say last year was his breakout year?
Yeah, but I think this is like on a more national sort of everybody knows his name sort of deal. I don't think everybody knows Marvin Mims' name in the NFL, do you?
No, not by any means.
Yeah, I think that's what they're talking about.
Yeah,
I guess that's the question. Do you think he's going to get to that level where everybody will know who Marvin Mims is?
Well, they're not going to go another year without drafting or going into free agency and getting an elite wide receiver. So, yeah, this would be his last opportunity at it.
Listen, I think he's good. I think he was going to be good last year, and I'm hoping that Franklin will do this season what Mims did last year.
That would be pretty cool. If Marvin Mims could continue his evolution and get marginally better, call it a 750, 800-yard type of season, and Troy Franklin could go from a 260-yard season to a 500-yard season.
That'd be good.
Next.
And Cortland does Cortland.
He wants to go to the next story.
I'm sorry. I got distracted because I was looking at Russell Wilson on TV.
That's what I was doing when you're like staring at me talk. I'm like, Russell Wilson's on TV.
Next story, Dan.
Well, I did see a story about Russell Wilson saying he's not just a mentor to new quarterback Jackson Dart, but he's a mentor to the entire organization, says Russell Wilson. We'll just move past that. Speaking of quarterbacks, Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson, fellas, he's in the midst of a quarterback battle with veteran Daniel Jones. He aggravated the right shoulder joint he injured in 2023 and will be sidelined for an undetermined length of time, Coach Shane Steichen said yesterday. Are we getting to the point, are the Colts getting to the point of it's time to move on from Anthony Richardson? I saw some people comparing him to the Trey Lance pick of the 49ers. Is he entering the Trey Lance territory?
I don't want to say more than Lance. Wentz. Didn't Wentz have like kind of a great rookie year, tears his ACL, and he's been basically primed for backup quarterback for the last 4 years.
Well, there ain't no way.
Except for Anthony Richardson, didn't have a great rookie year.
Yeah, and he's not going to be a contender for like an MVP like Wentz was until he got hurt. There ain't no way. No, this thing is probably over for Anthony Richardson.
Trey Lance is a pretty good comparison. Trey didn't get the amount of starts that Anthony got. I don't know what the actual numbers were, but I bet Anthony's gotten 6 or 7 more starts already than Trey Lance has in his entire career. I would imagine Daniel Jones is the day one starter. And honestly, I think Daniel Jones, he's a decent QB. You know, he's like a Derek Carr. He might end up having a decent year out there.
Biggest question, back to the Russ Wilson. Dart or Wilson starter opening day?
I think it's going to be Dart, but I cannot get over the fact the Giants paid Russell Wilson $21 million this year. So, I mean, logically, Dart makes more sense, but how in the world do you pay a guy $21 million and he doesn't start for you day one? I don't know how
Daboll does need to win.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
that's crazy, though. Maybe. I mean, if he's just better than Russell Wilson, you got to start him. But, like, wow, $21 million for a backup quarterback?
Jackson Dart, to me, he feels like he's got some Drew Lock immaturity vibes going on.
Oh, you think so?
He's a pretty flashy dude, man.
Okay.
He seems caught up in it. I know Shedeur Sanders is a flashy dude, so.
Shedeur hasn't been too flashy really with the Browns, though. He's really kept it on the down low, all that stuff. He's been pretty cool. It's been very mellow, very like team rah-rah, sort of dude.
Because you know what? He probably got humbled just a little bit in the draft.
Oh, you think?
But I think he's sitting there looking at that room going, dude, I could still start.
I didn't know Shedeur Sanders would have the ability to go back in the bunker, and he's done that.
Yeah, good
so
for him.
I give him a lot of credit for doing what he needed to do. I literally didn't know if he would have the ability to do that.
Maybe it's a relief for him. Maybe that's his true personality, in all honesty.
I do think he's a pretty introverted guy.
Right.
No dumb question. You think he had a talking to his dad and said, Dad, let's cut it out?
Nah, I doubt it. I do wonder if they're following him around with cameras and stuff from the Sanders Family Productions, or if they backed off on that stuff too.
Well, I would imagine they're not allowed inside the facility.
Yeah. Yeah, but are they out there with the rest of the brown muggles?
Wouldn't it be amazing to have a camera crew following a 5th-round draft pick?
That's it,
That's not inside the NFL.
What a nightmare that would be for him.
Right?
You would think, but they said that was going to be their plan, that's what they were going to do. They were going to split their time between Boulder and wherever Shiloh and Shedeur, more specifically, were going to be. And Travis.
Plans changed.
Well, plans changed. That's a good way to put it. All right, we played it in the intro, but I think it's worth playing by itself here. The calls of the NBA Finals are absolutely fantastic. And, you got to put it on. Well, did you put it on here, though, right, Dan? Is this it right here? I think I got it. But if I don't. But this is worth listening to. Now, before we play this, Scott, as somebody, how many basketball games have you and Marlo done together?
I don't know, probably 1,700.
1,700.
1,700.
All right, give me some basic rules of play-by-play, color analyst, last-second shot, rules of the game. Like, 1,700 games together. How many last-second game-winning shots have you guys done together? Countless?
Yeah, countless.
Countless.
Yeah.
What are some basic fundamental rules? Play-by-play.
Well, if it's your team and they're successful, there are no rules.
Go crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'm a little more stoic than Chris or even Winge. in that the first thing I do is shot goes, I'm looking at the clock because I'm not a celebrate guy till the game's over.
Okay.
Now, when the game's over, let's celebrate.
All right.
So I'm looking clock. I'm Joker. I'm running, trying to get guys to run back. I'm looking like this.
In general, don't you let the play-by-play guy have the moment and
as
then
a color
react?
guy, the play-by-play's got to be 99% of it.
99% of it.
Yeah.
Okay. I present to you the Korean call of the game last night.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼 버텨내는 할리버튼! 와우!
That's kind of funny.
You want to hear that one more time?
I got to know what time it is in Korea last night because that game here was probably what?
Good question.
9 o'clock here.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼 버텨내는 할리버튼! 와우!
See, call me a hater.
Oh, that's great.
But I think moments where the color guys do stupid things make for memorable moments. I'm not saying it's good etiquette. I'm not saying it's the way it's supposed to be. But you freaking remember these things, because it's emotional, it's passionate. If it's an extreme moment like that, I don't think it's a big deal when the color guy steps on it.
Well, I don't know. That's pretty phenomenal to me. I'm laughing my ass off.
So that right there, if it was 9 o'clock, for example,
yeah,
here Thursday night, they're 15 hours ahead, so it would have been around noon, 12:31, depending on 9:30, 10, 12 noon in Korea Friday when that game was on. So they're 15 hours ahead.
Yeah. It was game on for them.
See,
I don't know how big the Korean NBA audience is.
Well, I was going to
but-
say, so you think guys are driving around in their lunchtime listening to the Pacers?
I don't know.
Pacers OKC game?
Apparently enough that they do it.
Right?
What's the power of the NBA?
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼
Indiana guy.
버텨내는
Indiana guy. You did say Indiana guy, didn't you?
Did he not just say
Yeah,
Indiana
I
guy?
think he did say Indiana guy.
Sounds like
Do it again.
Indiana guy.
Do it again.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼 버텨내는
There's that guy from Indiana.
Wow!
Wow! The wow at the end, and it's just saying the Indiana guy.
Wait, is wow just
That's universal.
wow in
I
Korean?
think it's universal.
Well, I guess. Wow. Like you could say chow. That's not, or hola.
I don't think that's Korean.
No, some words just translate into every language. Everybody knows what it is. I think everybody knows wow. Do you think wow in Korean is just
I don't
wow?
know.
I think wow is just wow.
I don't know. Do you say anything Korean in your normal American language?
Maybe.
I don't think so.
I have no idea. I say Indiana guy.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼 버텨내는
Indiana guy's my favorite part.
Indiana guy.
Wow!
Oh, wow's wow. Wow is just wow. Wow is wow.
No.
What? Wow in English and wow in Korean. It's the same thing.
No, it's ooh-ah.
I think he pronounced it, Indiana guy and wow. I think we just heard it from the Korean guy.
Indiana's Indiana.
You know what I'm saying?
By the way, I don't know if this would count for the social, but I just looked up somewhere here. Social media engagement. Let's see. The NBA has 2.1 billion followers on their social media, 70% of it out of the United States.
How about that?
Think about that.
What a sport. Okay, big anniversary date for Nate and Andy. Did you know that?
1 year or so?
Oh, more than that. Details next. All right, thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. Appreciate you guys as we're in the Backus and Shanker studios. Wrapping things up for this week, but Nate and Andy, who are celebrating their 6-year anniversary together. I saw them post earlier today, so good for those guys.
That's
awesome. That's cute? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's cute.
All right, that's quite the touching tribute. Just a cute little fact.
That's all I got.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Scott, I mean, you got something deeper than that?
Cool.
All right. Well, okay. Well, that's happening. You see some Broncos stuff up here on the ESPN, and they were talking about Evan Engram and the Joker thing, and Evan did talk yesterday. What do you think his role is going to be?
Make catches. You know, we looked at the 3 tight ends that primarily played tight end last year, and would we get maybe 400 yards, 450, something like that, to double that, or time and a half that at least.
Well, you double that, that'd be a hell of a year.
Right.
I mean, if Evan Engram could walk away with 800 yards, call that success and worth the $15 million that you're paying him.
Well, 23 was healthy, and he had 946 or something like that. And last year he missed 8 games, half the game.
So is he the Joker?
I don't think so.
I just think he's a tight end that can catch and get open.
So who's the Joker? Aside from our guy.
I don't know that you've really got one. I mean, I guess Marvin Mims plays a little bit of a Joker role when you put him in the backfield. You try to create mismatches there. Evan Engram, you're not going to put Evan Engram in the backfield. Now, you know what? You might on third down. Actually, you could. In theory, if Evan Engram could block, which I don't know if he can, if RJ Harvey's a liability, you could mess around and put him back there.
So is this Joker thing way overblown? It's not really a thing.
Well, until you get a guy like a Debo or somebody like that can be running back or wide receiver. I mean, how many people ever really had jokers? I mean, how many jokers have there ever really been?
That's all we heard from.
A couple dozen, maybe, in the history of the NFL?
It's all we heard from Sean Payton in the offseason, though, about this Joker thing.
Why are you listening?
That's a fair question.
I mean,
that's all I heard.
You know what we did with Graham? Yeah, Graham for about his first 6 years was as good a tight end as there was in the league.
So he had different variations of it, right? He had Jimmy Graham, who was a guy that you could flex out. You could create mismatches, put him out there in the slot. And he was a little bit ahead of his time. You had Darren Sproles, who was a running back, that you could create mismatches by putting him out there in the slot as well. He was great out of the backfield, great catching the ball. He had Taysom Hill, who was probably the easiest to define as a joker because of all the different things that guy could do. But in my opinion, actually the least dynamic of the jokers that he's ever had. What is Evan Engram closest to? He's closest to Jimmy Graham.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put him out wide, put him in tight. What are you going to do? Are you going to put a safety on him? You're going to put a linebacker on him? How you going to do? Can you get him mixed up against the corner?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. It's a weird role.
Let me ask you this. Define Sean Payton. Would you define Sean Payton more if he's got to find a joker for his offense or if he wants big receivers that can take advantage of corners?
Well, he's got that. So if that's what he wants, congratulations. You got big receivers. You got Devon Vele. You got Cortland Sutton. You got Pat Bryant. I mean, you've got 3 of them things on that roster already.
And then throw in 2 fast kids, and
Well, they got the weird tight end too, Cody Lohner, if they want to go, if he makes the team, I suppose.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if he makes the 53.
And then Evan Engram, he's not that big, right? He's not.
He's not even that tall.
6'4",
right? Oh, is he 6'4"?
That's what I thought.
Oh, actually, hold on. Oh, do we have a little roster thing here? Where'd that go? That was handy. Oh, you got one right over there. Scott's got one. I didn't even think he was 6'4", but if he is, he is. 6'4" is all right. That's pretty big.
Let's say
6'30", they say.
6'3"?
240, yeah.
240, really?
See, I didn't know 240.
I don't know about that.
See, I thought it looked taller than 6'3" and a lot thinner than 240.
Yeah. 240,
But that might be one of the Tyler Polumbus wears some ankle weights while you're sitting on the scale kind of 240s.
Well, next week when we're back, the Broncos have their mandatory minicamp. We'll see if they do all 3 days. Be Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Well, and I'll go with what Leggy said. If history repeats over Sean Payton, they'll go all 3 days.
Well, we'll see. He blew it off last year. He just told him to go home. But whatever. It's up to him. He can do whatever he wants. And then you shut it down until training camp. So I wish he was a little bit more open. I wish he allowed the media a little bit more access. I think it'd be more fun to talk about, for everybody's sake, for our sake, for the listeners' sake, for Broncos fans' sake. But can't really argue with what he's got going on and how he's doing things.
Well, and you know what helps him with that too? The construction thing kind of helps you keep media kind of at bay. It'll be interesting a year from now when that place is supposed to be done, right? What it looks like as far as access and where we get to go and all that.
They got the media parking in the Justice Center now.
Yeah, you're over in the jail. That's where, and then you got to walk on over. They did a bunch of that during last year anyways, during the regular season. That construction project is pretty awesome to see. It is incredible. And it's weird to think that they're going to knock down the entire building that's there right now, knock it all down, and that's going to be like a grass hill at some point too. So they got loads more work to do.
Where are they going to pull the trucks in to get that stuff dumped out?
Oh,
I don't know.
That's interesting.
Because there's not a lot of access right there unless you make a temporary road.
I would say the day after the Broncos win the Super Bowl and they don't need that facility, that February will be hot in that direction. See, staying positive. Sometime in February or January.
The key is
late December.
They won't start the knockdown till the other one's completely done.
Well, yeah, you can't because where are the players going to go? I mean, you got to do it in an off season when nobody's really there. And you're right. It's probably not going to happen until everybody's working and living in the new place. I mean, it's the lowest level priority, and to knock it down will take a week. That
what are
won't
they
be
going to do with
nothing.
that one little side building where the gym used to be in?
Well, I think that's a weight. That's all part of the new weight room, basically. New weight room.
Our guy Chris Bianchi just put out some videos.
Yeah, what's going on?
There's a legit funnel cloud that is probably a mile from my house in Parker.
That is a tornado.
Yeah.
That is a legit tornado.
If you're over there in the Main Street area out in Parker, be careful because there's a legit tornado going on right now.
I mean, I'm not saying that's like a scene from Twister or anything, but that's definitely concerning.
I mean, that's definitely a legit funnel.
Yeah. Well, you live way east, things happen.
Man, when is summer going to start?
What are you talking about? You guys are both in your bro tags.
Oh, you don't need summer
bro
bro
tank
tags.
Friday.
Yeah, that's a lifestyle.
We said as a show we were going to start doing bro tank Fridays.
I thought you were in.
Yeah, I'm not in on.
When do you not join in on the group
themes?
activity?
Yeah, I'm staying away from bro tanks.
What's wrong with bro tanks?
Nothing. If you look like you,
bro tank Friday.
If I look like you guys, I'd be bro tanking all day.
Hey, can I rewind to the topic you guys were on 90 seconds ago?
Absolutely.
Gosh, you think we actually remember what
I
we
know,
talked
right?
about 90 seconds ago?
Okay, so I was having this conversation with somebody yesterday while we were watching practice. Okay, so they're working, the construction is going on, and you can see the crews in their orange vests, and they're up, and they're on like the third or fourth floor or whatever. Do you think that the local construction crews that are working on this, do you think they have been instructed on coffee breaks or whatever it is, you don't sit there and watch practice?
Good question.
Do you think they police phone use?
Somebody could be up there selling information.
This is what I'm
to the
saying.
Chargers.
I'm looking at this stuff and I'm like, are we sure that security is strong enough that nobody is surveilling?
I heard they put jammers in up there, so they don't even have to worry about it.
That's a good idea.
Just saw Mission Impossible.
They're playing roller derby up there?
Well, for example, you got my old buddy Jimmy Armstrong, who used to work for the Denver Post. Mm-hmm. And so this is this is how newspapers used to be. Armstrong used to do a training camp tour every year. So he would go to all the different AFC West teams and go to their training camp and, spend a week there and cover the team and write about it. And so fans here in Denver could be like, hey, what's going on with the Chargers or whatever it may be. He got kicked out of practice by Al Davis in Sonoma, because it's in wine country is where Raiders training camp used to be. Hell, it still might be there. But Al Davis was like, yeah, that guy's from Denver. Get him out of here. and it's Armstrong standing there in his Hawaiian shirt with his blonde mullet being like, I'm not planning to give Mike Shanahan any information beyond what I write in the newspaper.
If you've seen our record against Oakland, it doesn't matter what I say about you guys for Mike.
Exactly, because Mike used to kick the crap out of those
Killed him.
guys.
Yeah,
because he owed him money. He was really bitter about that.
No greater motivation in life than money.
That's true. Yeah, I wonder, like, are we sure there's not any,
It's a fair point. I mean, they got a great vantage point up there.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you were to plant a device or something like that, you could observe all of Sean Payton's machinations for the upcoming season. Could be troubling. It was one thing that I wondered about as I was looking at the crew up there.
I heard Josh McDaniels is actually camped out up there right this minute.
Probably. He's finagled his way onto the crew.
Yeah.
I could see that happening right there. I did not get the tank top memo today.
Bro
Tank Fridays.
Bro Tank?
It's now a thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's actually the first day that was semi-warm in about 2 weeks.
Okay,
also.
I'll be prepared for it next week.
So you're in for Bro Tank Friday
I'm down.
next week.
Yeah, I'm
Perfect.
down. Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
Hey, congrats on your anniversary.
Thank you. I agree. It is cute. It's
right. I mean, what else am I supposed to say about that?
We're one of the cutest radio shows around. Me
You guys
and
are
Andy.
adorable.
Without a doubt. We are adorable.
Give me your take on the game last night.
Here's what's funny, Scotty. So because I did the work. Okay, you know that I love to dive into this and nerd out on this stuff. I got all the comps between Game 1 Denver OKC and Game 1 Indiana OKC.
Very similar, I bet, weren't they?
Stunning.
Yeah.
Stunning how similar those games were. Biggest fourth quarter deficit. Last night it got to 15, right? Jalen Williams, he had that steal, that run-out dunk, got it to 15. I think it was 94-79. Denver was down 13 with 6:39 to go. It was a 9-point game at the 3-minute mark in both of them. AG did give OKC more time. 2.8 seconds left after his game winner.
3/10.
Yeah, Haliburton. How about that? They led for 0.3 of a second last night, and they won the freaking game. And the door opener. Chet missed the 2 free throws against Denver. Last night, it was SGA.
With the little baby turnaround.
Which he makes what feels like, 94 times out of 100?
Yeah.
He makes that bucket, and he missed that thing last night. The Pacers they amaze me to the point where I'm just like, okay, do I look at the numbers from last night? Do I look at the shooting numbers, the turnover numbers, the steals numbers, all of those things that were, again, they're all in the Thunder's favor? And do I say, is that sustainable for the rest of the series? No, I don't really think so. But this is what the Pacers have done the entire playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean,
they set an NBA record. I don't know if you saw this. It's the 5th time already they've won a game in these playoffs down 15 or more.
It's incredible.
Yeah, 5th time, and it's the 4th game they won trailing at the 30-second mark.
It's like their greatest skill is that they can't be killed.
Yeah.
It really is the thing that they do best. And like last night, there's all that silly stuff. How about Miles Turner hitting a sidestep banked in 3? Like, you don't win the game without that bucket right there. Siakam right in the right spot. I think it was Nembhard who put up a 3, barely grazed his iron, but Siakam's just man on the spot, picks that thing up and lays it in. Like, so many weird things that happened in that game that allowed the Thunder to win it. Like, if you just watched that game and didn't know there was a scoreboard in front of you, you would have been like, the Thunder won by 10.
To simplify it completely, the Pacers, if you're playing them right now in the finals, and I've always said this, I hate it in football, I hate it in basketball when teams go into that prevent offense.
Yeah.
Let's just slow it down. There's 6 minutes to go.
Sure.
Let's take 23 seconds before we get turns out a tough shot, right? Because you've waited too long.
Right.
And they're proving what you need to do is you got to keep playing the way you played the whole game and just finish it. You got to keep running when you can run. You got to attack when you can attack. You get a good shot with 12 seconds on the shot clock, you got to take it.
Yep.
And once you start getting into the prevent offense, and Andy and I've talked about it a million times in football, it prevents you from winning.
So it was Dort had I think a block on Neesmith. SGA had a run out layup. There was, I don't know, like a minute and a half left in the game when that happened. It's just like, oh, this is over.
A 5-point game
right.
is like at 110 or something like that. Yeah.
It's you're just like, oh, this is over. I mean, the turnover count last night 24-6.
Yeah.
24-6.
But what was the points off turnover differential?
Points off turnovers. Wait. Why is this not on the NBA.com tracking data? All right. I'll find it.
Well, I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
The Pacers had 24, 25 turnovers. Only 11 points in OKC scoring those
No
25
kidding.
turnovers. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the difference.
That's really good.
And if you got 6 turnovers and say you got 8 points of your 6,
yeah,
you wasted all those turnovers.
There was also, did you guys see, there was a play, I want to say it was under 5 minutes to go, when Caruso had a steal. It was on like Nemhard or McConnell, whoever it was on, and it was going to be a run-out dunk, and they blew the whistle. And I was like, ooh, they didn't blow that whistle against Denver.
No.
They never did,
No.
but they blew that whistle. And again, it's just one of those little things. Like, there were plenty of other plays of the Thunder mugging the Pacers and getting away with it and getting a run out. There was plenty of that last night, but it was one in that fourth quarter. I was just like, I can't believe they blew that whistle there.
I had one of my buddies in the NBA talked to a former official who still works around with the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
And after Game 7, he goes, tell me, why was Caruso fouling Joker? And the old official goes, yeah.
Yeah.
He goes, well, why wouldn't they call it? He goes, I'm checking in to find that out. Well, if you remember, and finally on ESPN days after, they started showing that and said how Caruso's mugging him. TNT talked about it.
Yep.
I mean, they were just mugging. He got away with murder on Joker. Well, now that reputation leaks out, and I guarantee officials, they probably talk like they do in the NFL, right, Andy? And say, hey, we got to watch this guy. This guy's going to grab and hold, but we can't let him dictate the game by fouling. And so maybe that was part of why they gave that called late on that foul.
Let me give you guys something else, okay? Here's actually something I just looked at, all right? Your minutes leader last night for the Pacers was Haliburton. He played 38 minutes and 55 seconds. Again, let's compare this to Game 1, Denver and OKC, because it was basically the same game, right? With 38 minutes and 55 seconds on the floor, Haliburton trailed Jamal, CB, Jokic, and AG. They all played more in Game 1, which again just screams, oh, look at the Pacers. They actually have guys they can put in the game off the bench.
Give you some rest and
right.
give you some freshness.
You know, like Matherin's a stud. Obi Toppin shot out of his mind last night. And then TJ McConnell is just like every team in the NBA wishes they had TJ McConnell.
Obi Toppin, though, was given up on by the Knicks.
Yeah.
And I think the Knicks crowd and media crushed him. I think he's been great the whole playoffs.
He's been terrific.
For Indy. I think he's fabulous.
Yeah, he's an excellent player.
You don't beat the Knicks without Toppin.
What do you think of Matherin? Like, when he hits his ceiling, how good is he going to be?
I saw him last year when they were playing Boston in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
And I think it was game 4 or 5. I mean, I'm like, oh, my gosh, this guy's fabulous.
Yeah.
And then I thought he shot him out of it in game 7. He got a little bit. And him or Neesmith, I think both those guys are great, have a chance to be great if they play under control.
Yeah.
You know, they might be one of those guys that end up getting a big free agent deal somewhere else. And
Not here.
Now you go from being the sixth or seventh most important guy, 4th or 5th most important guy on the team, to now you got to lead a team. I'm not sure they can do that. It's kind of like McDaniels in Minnesota. He's going to get paid this year somewhere.
Yeah.
But I think he's an accessory and not a star.
So, again, like every metric in the world would tell you the Thunder should have won that game last night, except the part where they didn't win the game.
Same thing, game 1, Denver.
Absolutely. If you're Dagenalt, and last night, I think Hartenstein was under 20 minutes. And
17,
I think Chet only played like 23, 24 or whatever it is. You know, he started Case and Wallace. He went with a smaller lineup. Does he just give up on that?
I said this, and you guys will both remember this. Remember when Golden State played Denver? Golden State was 6, Denver was 3, George Karl.
Mm-hmm.
And Golden State lost David Lee in game 1.
Yeah. And
they all of a sudden – and they lost the other big guy, the kid from Australia, I think. All of a sudden, they went small. All of a sudden, they started playing small ball.
Mm.
And remember, Denver was starting 2 7-footers. They were starting Kosta Koufos and Mozgov. Both of them were starting and playing. And all of a sudden, George went and switched in the middle of the first round to playing small. Well, they never played all year. And I've always, from that time on, I said, if you're the team that adjusts first to what the other style of the other team is doing, I think you struggle.
Yeah.
I think you and I thought Daigneault got out coached because listen, Hartenstein's been fabulous in the playoffs in all the rounds.
You had a huge tip slam last night in the fourth quarter,
and you gave him 17 minutes.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Why? And again, like the boards were where Indiana got you last night. Like that's the one part of the game. I think they were plus 17 on the boards last night because you played small.
Yep.
What
and
were
you're
you
not
doing
used
right
to
there?
playing it like that.
By the way, the name you're looking for, Andrew Bogut, deep
Andrew
cut
Bogut, yeah.
out of Australia. Andrew Bogut,
Utah, right?
Out of Utah, was the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. That same year, the University of Utah produced the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. Do you remember who it was?
First pick.
Got to be Alex Smith.
It was Alex Smith.
Any other Utah guys that were the number 1 pick.
There it was. Alex Smith.
He's the only one, isn't he?
I didn't realize he was a number 1 pick.
Oh, yeah. That was the year of Aaron Rodgers' slide.
Yeah.
Is he the only number 1 pick in the history of the NFL that went an entire season at quarterback and not throw a touchdown to a wide receiver?
Yeah, did he do that?
It's a good question.
1 year in Kansas
Alex
City.
Smith did it?
1 year in Kansas City, they did not have a touchdown to pass
I feel like
to a wide receiver.
I have a vague memory. Like you're knocking the cobwebs loose. I have a vague memory
Was
of
that
this
during the Manning
factoid.
era?
Yes, I think so. And those Chiefs teams weren't that bad.
No, they had to deal with Manning.
Yeah, they were outclassed. Yeah,
Until they didn't.
Yeah, and then we had to flip it the other way.
Until they had to play some rookie from Texas Tech in the last game of the season and torch you, and then all of a sudden
That guy's all right.
Au revoir.
Yeah, he's
history.
It turns out that he is okay.
You came in angry today.
I'm not angry.
You look angry right now.
You do have your arms crossed.
Yeah,
your body language is very closed off.
In the
right
one
now.
psychology class I took at college, that's a very insecure.
Oh no, this is a closed off. I took body language in school too, son. You ain't gonna out education me, Scott Hastings. Psychology of communication. But this is also like the dad / coach / whatever guy stance
/ my back hurts.
Yeah,
I mean, good posture.
Yeah. I am a little annoyed by the bro tank stuff. I got to witness
we
both
got
you and
we got. Nate.
I'm in for next Friday.
It's Fridays we're going this summer.
I'll participate.
Bro Tank Fridays.
Yes.
Have fun.
Maybe I'll wear my Wilson Chandler jersey. Maybe I'll wear that.
That's a bro tank.
I got a Wilson
All right.
Chandler jersey.
All right.
You have one too.
No, I don't.
Wait, you don't?
No.
Did you give it away?
No, we did a trade or something.
Oh, what did you end up with?
I don't even remember.
Oh,
I got a
okay.
Tyson Berry for my son somehow, and then I got my daughter MPJ, and it was very cute. She wore the MPJ. The last Nuggets, I think, Game 7. I was like, it's kind of fitting, but I'm not going to say it to
Bring
you.
him back to life.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I think it'd be a perfect bro tank.
She wants an Aaron Gordon. She wants the Aaron Gordon City Edition rainbow thing.
That's the bro
And I
tank
found
right
one
there.
over here at Dick's, but it was like a 3X. I was like, that ain't gonna work.
Well, so that'd be yours.
Scotty, by the way, have you would know this better than obviously we would. Have you gotten an invite to any of the Aaron Gordon Rhino Warehouse
yeah,
parties?
with the chicken fingers and the free beer.
No.
$3 for chicken fingers.
All right,
It's
all right.
rumored.
Okay, text AG, let him know. Like I got to come to one of these parties because we need a scout. We need a man on the ground. Okay,
Well, hey, I don't have his number.
You don't?
No.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
now you got something to accomplish when we get back to basketball.
There you
season.
go. Yeah.
Hey, AG, can I have your number?
No,
Yes.
just go up to him and be like, "Hey, man, $3 chicken fingers, really?"
Yeah, find
Just
out
see what
for
the
us.
reaction.
So
See if he
is it
says.
at a restaurant? Or?
No,
No,
he's
no.
got a warehouse house in the city.
He throws these, but this is according to CityCast Denver. Okay, this is where we got
It's
it.
a podcast,
It's a
so you know
podcast.
it's real.
It's it's real, but multiple sources have told CityCast Denver that when Aaron Gordon throws these parties at his warehouse with his basketball court and all of that the beer is free, but you got to pay $3 for chicken tenders. And we want to confirm and find out if this is true or not.
All right, well, you owned a bar. I'm guessing the beer is not whatever the most expensive beer of the day is. I'm guessing the beer is a fine American lager that you get for
fine light American.
Wasn't it like a 3 cents, 4 cents a pour if you got a keg? Wasn't that the rule back in the day?
A million years ago,
you could sell it for $3, but it cost you a nickel.
A million years ago, I was in Vegas talking with some guy. I was sitting there having lunch with Ed Too Tall Jones.
Well, there you go.
That's a cool name drop.
That
by
is.
the
It's a good
way.
name drop.
That's a good one.
And his agent, who was trying to get me, and some lady who was on Days of Our Lives, who I'd
Cool.
who I'd never seen. So it's like the four
What's
of
she
us.
hot?
And then some guy sat down talking, and we started talking. And that's when Ed told me, he said he once drank 23 beers from New York to L.A. on a flight.
All right.
I think Wade Boggs still has it beat, but that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
But we were talking to some guy, and I said, yeah, but there's one place on Thursdays in Arkansas, we had a quarter beer night. And he goes, yeah. And this guy had come and joined us, and I couldn't tell you who he was.
Mm.
He said that's the greatest ploy for bars. He said it probably costs you with the cup in hand that they're giving it to you, probably 2 cents.
Yeah.
So they're still making like 23 cents a glass of beer. But for college kids, you're like quarter
Yeah.
for a glass of beer.
I'm stealing money.
This always got truth. I had a buddy of mine, Brad Fress. He was became the FCA director in Arkansas now. He had a sock we call it a laundry money.
Okay.
And so the machines, the laundry machines all took quarters. So he had a sock like one you'd have in prison that you'd beat somebody with. He had this sock.
That's a hell of a visual.
Don't mix up your socks either, by the way.
He had a sock with about $20 worth of coins in that sucker, and he'd bring it out there and just flop it onto the bar, and we'd reach in that sock, pull a quarter.
Round for
hey, 50 cents out, give us a couple.
Score.
Yeah.
You're going to go all night long.
They had Drinking with Lincoln here up the Cactus Moon. Do you remember that joint?
You'd spend $2, and you're like, woo.
That's all it takes.
You know the other bar trick, since it's about happy hour for everybody? When I worked at Bennigan's, we had these big glass mugs, and we do 2-for-1s.
Okay.
You could have assaulted someone or fought your way out of said prison with these mugs. There was so much glass.
Big, thick
There was
glass
one day
was,
I'm like, dude, how much is actually, like when you look down in it, the actual, like the retaining area of it was big and thick, and you weren't getting jack squat for that beer.
Yeah. Hey, we'll put our margaritas in our big glass mugs, and $14.
It's like an amusement park game.
It
It's
is.
a tricking you
You
out
really
of your
know
money.
it's a trick mirror. I'm telling you.
Well, have you guys seen the thing on Instagram, TikTok, whatever, where they get 3 cups of McDonald's cups, a small, a medium, and a large. They fill the small up, and then they take it, fills up the medium, fills up the large.
It just is skinnier.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It gets skinnier and taller. Hey, I can't accuse them of it, but let's just say I was suspicious of my last Blizzard size because I had it next to my son, and I'm like, I got the large, and it's the Scott Hastings, and the medium is the Andy Lindahl, and they look like they hold about the same.
It probably is.
Because
probably
the
doing the same
medium
thing.
cup was a little wider around her, and the tall one was just, tall and skinnier. I was like, huh.
Okay. All
Somebody needs
right.
to go to Starbucks and try that theory.
Scotty.
Well, no, they've got the French names, so are Italian.
$3 for chicken tenders at AG's.
All right,
Find out
I'll
for
check
us.
in and find out.
Okay.
We also need to know, is there
Katie
community
Lindsay would know.
sauce?
Huh?
Community sauce?
Yeah, find out about the sauce,
I
too.
want my own sauce.
Is it community
Yeah,
or,
dipping in everybody
or do I
else's
get an
sauce,
individual
man.
dipping sauce?
Is there redips?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I'm saying.
That's what we need to know.
We all are thinking of the guy on the commercial with the mattress where he's just shoving his slopped up hand in the guac.
No dumb question. You both seem to be against the redip.
Double dip, yes.
Or the double dip.
Yeah.
Okay, double dip. So
If it's the community bowl,
if I
yes.
dip it once
Yeah.
and eat it,
Yeah.
but then flip it around.
Dip
to
the opposite end, I'm
it
okay
dips
with
up.
that.
So we're okay with that?
I'm
I
okay
don't know,
with that.
man. You had that palm. How sweaty's the palm? What you been doing that day? Because the palm made contact with the damn chicken finger. Now you're gonna dip your sweaty palm left
What are you
over
holding
in there.
with 2 fingers? How do you? What do you do?
Yeah,
grab like
who
a
palms a chicken tender?
Yeah, who
It's
palms a
tips. Tips
Hey,
of the
you
finger.
tip his fingers.
Depends on who you're battling with.
It's not Andy, it's a fastball. It's not a circle change, okay?
Listen, I grew up in a house where every piece of food, and I got dogs now.
You're
my damn
palming
boxer,
chicken tenders?
my damn boxer, he did it last night. I was walking in with cooked food, and I had the tray hip level as I went up my deck stairs, and the little punk licked my damn tray.
Okay, if you're palming your tenders, you cannot do the reverse dip. If you're finger tipping
Yeah.
your tenders, I would say it's fine, but it's
If you're
technique
feather
dependent.
penning them,
yes,
then okay.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. That's the great Scott Hastings, everybody. It's not a Scott Friday, it's a SCA Friday, so keep it here on Altitude Sports Radio. Oh, we hope you're having a delightful SCA Friday. Hopefully, you're safe with all this crazy weather going around right now. Yikers.
Yeah, it's like if you're now, they keep updating it because I got the warning, I'm sure you did, about possible softball-size hail in a tornado. But it looks like it's moving away from the Littleton area, and now they're putting it in Arapahoe and Douglas counties. So please be aware of the skies this afternoon.
Here's a question for you. If a softball falls out of the sky, can DMac hit it?
Well,
we must find out.
Oh. Yes. It claims it can anything softball size.
Can DMac go yard off of a softball-sized chunk of ice falling from the heavens? That's what we have to find out.
All right. What would happen? Trying to think how you'd even do that. I guess one falls and you smack it. How
like
far that
soft
thing's
toss.
going? Does it explode?
I would think so. If you really get a hold of it. But
or do you think you hit it at least, a nubbler back to the round?
Nubbler.
You know what I mean?
I would imagine it would break into several pieces. However, the largest chunk is the one you would then measure the distance off
Okay.
of. That's
all right.
probably how I would do it. I feel like that'd be really hard.
Oh, yeah.
But somebody, I don't know, make it like a TikTok challenge, like hitting hail out of the sky with a baseball bat. Yes. That's what I want to be the next viral sensation.
I'm trying to think. See, here's the problem. What do you care more about? Your personal health and safety or proving you can do this? Because in order to hit a softball-sized hailstone, you have to stand out in the middle of softball-sized hail.
You gotta put the batting helmet on. You can't get concussed by the hail while you're doing this.
Are you doing the ladies' helmet now that has like the old I
know, those things are
the
cool.
old school football face masks on them?
Exactly. Hell yeah. Mm-hmm. Get me one of those. Can I wear one of those as my bike helmet?
If you'd like.
Is that acceptable for everybody? Get on my rad power bike and then just put on a softball helmet?
I gotta see. That I gotta see.
I don't know how comfortable it would be. Seriously, how the hell did the Pacers win that game last night? Which, I would assume the Kreckman and Lindahl of Oklahoma City right now are sitting around just going like, this is exactly like game one against Denver.
Yeah.
How the hell did this happen?
Yes.
A game that the Thunder just controlled. They controlled the entire way. They had a 15-point lead with under 10 minutes to go. Shea did his thing last night and dropped 28. But the thing about the Pacers is they're not a normal team, which to be fair, I would argue this, Andy, I don't think Denver was really a normal team. Like when I watch what the Pacers have done so far in this postseason, they are a resilient team. They are a tough team. To me, like Indiana has the gift that Denver has.
Yes.
Where it's just you have a toughness where you cannot be killed and you figure out a way to stay in games that you shouldn't be in otherwise. Like stuff like the Aaron Gordon crazy tip dunk or, Tyrese Haliburton, scoring 8 points in 47 seconds or whatever it is. Like those things only happen because your team has a mental toughness and you just can't be broken.
Okay, but what was worse? Because you said watching it back. Oh, that was something else. Never mind. You were looking at somebody's stats. I'm trying. I thought Denver was a little more in the game for the duration than Oklahoma City or than Indiana was last night. Oh. I mean, at the half, Stephen A. Smith is screaming at the top of his lungs about Haliburton and he's got to be better and he's getting Perk all worked up and what an embarrassment and blah, 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 to the point where I just felt like every run I never took seriously out of Indiana. Am I misremembering game one that badly for Nuggets OKC?
Game one, Denver was down 10 at the half.
Okay, which I think it was 12 yet last night.
Last night was 12. When you look at the numbers, it is freaking eerie.
The same game.
How similar these games were. Okay.
All right.
Score after 3. Here's a little bit more symmetry for you.
Okay.
May 5th, June 5th.
All right.
Cinco de Mayo, Cinco de Junio.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. That's the thing.
Score after 3 was 90-85.
Okay.
In favor of the Thunder.
Okay.
When Denver played them.
Gotcha.
Last night was 85-76 OKC, but Shea hit a 3 with like inside a second to go or something like that. So it was damn near like a 6-point game except for one extremely late 3. Biggest fourth quarter deficit. The Pacers were down 15 at the 9:42 mark last night on the Jalen Williams dunk. The Nuggets were down 13 at the 6:39 mark. So I guess in some ways Denver's comeback was maybe more impressive. 3-minute mark. Denver was down 9 at 3:02 in game 1. The Pacers were down 9 at 2:52. 10 seconds of difference and a 9-point deficit right there. It's insane. And in both situations, the Thunder creaked the door open. In the case of when they played Denver, Chet missed the 2 free throws that led to the Russ run out and getting the ball to AG and boom, hitting it. Last night, SGA's missed from the mid-range.
How about that? His shot. The MVP shot.
And he just
ironed
it. Yeah. Just back ironed that thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And like when there was that crazy play in the corner and Siakam's chasing it down and Carlisle challenged it, and then you watch the replay and you're just like, shut up. There wasn't a foul.
What are you doing?
Knock
I
it
thought
off. It's a
that's where
loose
they
ball.
lost it, honestly.
Yeah. I was just like, oh, you're going to lose the game on this. But good on the Pacers. They defended without fouling. They got the rebound. They go the other. The other thing about it, too, is like, and I know Tyrese Haliburton, like, has a deal with Satan himself to be able to do everything that he's doing right now. But, like, that wasn't a good shot.
No.
He was getting forced away from the basket. He was falling away. Like, at least AG was stepping into a 3.
Yes.
You know?
And that's one he's cashed. I mean, I guess Halliburton probably has too. But
like
you said, that one was wild because it hit off both parts of the rim, up and in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just insane the similarities between the two games. I don't think this changes much, Andy. I still think the Thunder win the series and win the championship, but I love that I got to watch that.
Okay, does it make you think? I don't know. Part of me thought I may have underestimated Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
They showed a scrappiness that most of the night I didn't think we'd see.
It's phenomenal.
You know what I mean? Like with the Denver thing, you got Joker. You know what I mean?
Right.
The Joker. Now, unlike Sean Payton, the Nuggets have found their Joker.
Mm-hmm.
So, did Haliburton really have a good game? What ended up being his final numbers?
Final numbers for Tyrese Haliburton last night, 14 points on 13 shots, 2 of 7 from 3, did have 10 rebounds and 6 assists.
All right, but now tell me, what were Jokic's numbers in Game 1?
Game 1, Joker.
We need a Joker.
Yeah.
I'd say we need a Joker.
Yeah.
Let's see. Game 1, Jokic. He went for 42. Yeah, 42.
Oh, yeah. That's quite a bit different.
You know what's funny? He had 42, 22, and 6. I know the playoffs were long. I kind of forgot about that.
I did too.
Because he was so quiet games 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, and he just seemed not himself.
And he was so frustrated. Even in winning game 3, they kind of won despite Jokic, and Porter was unbelievable in that game. That was the one good Michael Porter game that they got when he was 7 of 10. But he was so under wraps, and then he had the huge breakout in Game 5, and then he was excellent the rest of the series. But, yeah, he went for 42 points, 22 rebounds, 6 assists in Game 1. Like, the Pacers didn't get a monster performance, but they got all the balance in the world, and they got, like, crazy shots. They got, like, Andrew Nembhard hitting, like, a step-back 3 that looked like it was lifted directly out of the And One mixtape tour. They got a corner 3 from Neesmith when Caruso's giving him no breathing room. And then Miles Turner hits that stupid banked 3. You know, he pump fakes Chet, sidesteps him, hits a fall away banked in 3. That's where you should have known. Like, oh, they're going to win this game. If you're making that shot, you're going to win this game. I hate banked in 3s. It's one of my things. They should only be worth 2 points. I hate them. I hate them so much. Unless they're beyond half court. But if you are inside the arc shooting a 3 in rhythm and you bank it in, nope, 2 points. You should not get the 3rd point for that.
Wow.
Yeah, I have a
pretty hot take.
I have a huge problem with that.
I didn't know we were in hot take season.
Because
but you've got one.
You made the shot on accident. You were so off that it went in. I hate that. Drives me nuts.
Some people need to take it how they get it, Nate.
That's true.
Frankly, some of the Nuggets need to take it how they get it, Nate.
I know. Miles Turner actually had a pretty good shooting game. He's kind of fun. The Pacers are fun. I think this is going to be a fun NBA Finals that the Thunder will eventually win because, again, like the Pacers won a game that they led for 0.3 of a second. How the hell does that happen?
What if the Pacers go and steal this next one?
It'd be awesome. It'd be awesome, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Is there anything left that Oklahoma City needs to learn on the journey before being a champ?
To me, the biggest one is Dagenhalt making the mistake of taking Hartenstein out of the starting lineup. Just play your bigs, dude, because they got killed on the board, 56-39, rebounding the basketball last night. That's like the one metric where the Pacers got him, and he didn't play his bigs last night. He just tried to like match them with small ball by starting Case and Wallace. Stop doing that. Play your best guys. Do what you do. You'll win the NBA championship.
All right, so you think this is a 6-game series now?
Yeah, probably.
Because I thought the Pacers would get one at home. I thought it'd be a 4-1 series. Now I think it's at least a 4-2.
Do you think it'll
series.
look like the Thunder will blow them out on Sunday?
Probably.
And then it'll go to Indiana. The Pacers will get game 3 in a tight one. The Thunder will even it back up, and then the Thunder will just be in control of the series the rest of the way.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. I don't know. I don't know what to expect now because this shows you Oklahoma City they still go to sleep a little bit when they shouldn't.
Yeah.
And Dagenhalt still does some things that he shouldn't.
Yep.
By the way, does it just sort of grind your gears, burn your biscuits every time Thomas Bryant decides to chip in on something and you decided not to keep him around at all?
Hitting a corner 3 last night. I was like, cool. No, that's awesome. I'm glad you did that.
Cool, Carl.
Yeah. No, that was
great.
rad. No, remember when he was on this team and
we needed a guy like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Let him play.
And then they didn't play him, and then they didn't bring him back, and now he's on the Pacers, and he's a contributing team to a team in the NBA Finals. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things. It's like Colin Gillespie being a live ambulatory basketball player for the Phoenix Suns now.
Yeah.
It's like, well,
Hartenstein. I mean, look at how much
he was
making.
on this team.
Yeah,
yeah.
Another guy you had.
He was on this team.
Bull, where are you? Frankly,
where is Bull now?
He had a minute there, right, with the Suns.
He was in Phoenix.
Or was it the Magic where he had a minute where he was like a viable player for like a quarter of the season? And then
Shaq got really excited about him for like a minute.
Minute.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He averaged 7 points a game in 36 games played this year, averaging 12 minutes of action per game. Bull, by the way, is on the infamous top 5 guys you forgot wore number 10.
Oh, that's right.
Around these parts. Mm-hmm.
It's probably not too hard to forget he played for you here.
He did. Yes.
That was a thing. Although there were a lot of people that did like to cheer when he made it in. We all like a super tall guy 3.
Totally. Everyone got excited when Bull would go in the game. And because here's the thing about Bull. Bull is everyone read about him when he was in high school.
Right.
Because it was like, oh, Minute's kid is got guard skills and he's awesome. Right? And Minute is just a famous person, you know? And then, he gets to Oregon and he was okay. He had a lot of injuries that he had to deal with, and then he ends up on the Nuggets, and it's like everyone's just like, well, I've seen Instagram highlights of I've seen YouTube highlights of this guy being awesome before and running the floor. And, what's funny is now, Wemby and Chet are both what, I think everyone hoped Bull could have been.
Yeah.
But he just isn't because he's just not that good.
No, some people just say he just doesn't want it bad enough. That was kind of the knock, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I think there's a lack of something there, to be sure.
It's not height.
It's definitely not height. He's got all the height in the world. Hey, way to go, Pacers. I'm hoping for an entertaining NBA Finals. We got Jeff Legwell coming up 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Minicamp preview OTAs review with Legwald coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. But, Andy, on the other side of this break, we've got Rockies transactions.
Hey, quite a few.
Let's get transactional.
Not just a couple, quite a few.
Let's get transactional as the red-hot Rockies look to make it 4 in a row tonight as they take on the New York Mets over there at Coors Field, weather permitting, obviously. Let's get you all set for a big weekend series at 20th and Blake. That is coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's Friday. Would you like to go on a date this weekend? I'm not offering, by the way, but if you would like to go on a date but find yourself avoiding these situations because you're dealing with the problem of erectile dysfunction, go and get it solved. Go to the right place. The right place is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Don't find yourself ducking out of romantic possible situations because you don't want to be embarrassed by this affliction. Just go and talk to the good folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You need to find the right treatment to get the right results, the great results, the fantastic results that you hope for. And over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have options, sometimes even combining treatments. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. Treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some that will have you lasting an hour or more if you're after that. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men because they know what they're doing. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, and your initial visit's $99. And that includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider and a PSA test. But here's the big thing. If you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work, all of it's free, so you have nothing to lose. But your problems sometimes. They have an expert staff, and you're like a lot of men, you could be back to having sex the next day after your appointment. They have 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, it is SCA Friday. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rocks, Mets. 3-game set this weekend over there at Coors Field.
Is it going to go down tonight? What do we think?
It's a good question.
You said you already got hail in your neighborhood, so now I'm going to wonder if mine was affected.
What the hail is what I'd like to know.
Why do when the Mets, I told you this before, the Mets would show up in May and it would find a way to snow. Every time the Mets show up, they seem to crap out our weather. I don't know what's going on.
What's the deal with that,
What's the deal,
man?
Mets? Quit bringing the bad karma, man.
I think it's because Pete Alonso hits the ball so high, he then forces moisture out of the sky, I think is what happens.
Thunder God.
I believe the precipitation will chill out around 7 p.m. I think we should have baseball tonight. Maybe a mild delay, if anything, but I think we get baseball tonight. By the way, Rock's going bullpen game tonight.
Really?
Yeah, Ryan Rollison is going to start things off. But, the Rocks are going bullpen night. So I got some
tell me everything else they do.
Transactions. This is from @Rockies Club Info today. Andy, they have selected the contract of infielder Ryan Ritter.
All right.
Number 8.
Any
from
relation
AAA?
To Jack Ritter?
Or John Ritter? I don't know.
It was Jack Tripper.
Jack
in Three's
Tripper.
Company. My bad.
John Ritter was the actor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ryan Ritter. What do we know about Ryan Ritter? Let's look up his stuff.
I know nothing. Is he the one that was hot in the minor leagues and was winning Players of the Week and Players of the Month and just like hitting everything he could get a look at?
Yes. OPS over 1,000. Cool. Let's do it. Let's see it, man. Yeah, last year at Hartford, Double-A. Actually, he wasn't great last year at Hartford, but he's been scorching this year.
We're not going to worry about last year.
305-413-635 /line. That's an OPS over 1,000. I mean, sure, it's always going to be a little bit inflated in the PCL, but we'll take it. Absolutely. So Ryan Ritter is now with the big club. They have recalled catcher Braxton Fulford from AAA. Braxton was with the club earlier this season, Braxton Fulford. Now he's back at the big league level. They have reinstated the closer Zach Agnos from the bereavement list. I hope everything is okay there with the Agnos family.
Nothing funny there.
Wonderful mustache, though. The curly cues on the end. I love what he's got going on right now. They have placed Ezekiel Tovar on the 10-day IL with a left oblique strain.
That ain't good.
Retroactive to June 3rd, so he'll be on that for another week. So, yeah, Tovi's got an oblique. He had a weird thing after a swing the other day.
We always get the initial I'll be fine, and then they're not fine.
So maybe, is Ryan Ritter going to start at shortstop tonight? That'd be fun. And finally, they have unconditionally released catcher Jacob Stallings.
Does that feel harsh?
Not only did they release him, they did so unconditionally.
Hey, you are free to go.
We hate you with no condition whatsoever.
Hey, you are just go find someplace else to play, pal.
Yeah, So real quick, I was like, Jacob Stallings. I mean, I know he's not having a great year, but let's just take a look. All right, you ready for this? Get the Wilhelm scream ready, Spring. Jacob Stallings is hitting a $143.
Yeah.
It's getting on base at a 217 clip. Slugging sub 200 with an OPS of 396. Okay, you want to get the advanced numbers? How about a little OPS plus?
How could there be any?
OPS plus. Listen to this, okay? On OPS plus, 100 is league average OPS plus. His OPS plus is 9.
9?
He's 91% worse than a league average or like AAA replacement guy.
Brutal. Oh, my God.
Jacob Stallings, you have been unconditionally released with those numbers.
That's still kind of
unconditional.
Still kind of sad.
That's tough. That's too bad for him.
But that's the Rockies. You want to know how you craft a 9-50 schedule prior to June?
Yeah.
Your catcher doing that. That's part of it right there.
Ouch.
By the way, you and the Wilhelm scream, I can never Indiana Jones has paid a lot of royalties. There was one time where the two Spring Just played, both got used in succession. It was amazing.
It's a phenomenal sound
Once
effect.
you hear it,
right,
you won't unhear
you will
it.
never
Every time it's used.
You will never unfear it again in your life. Yes, Ritter is going to start at short. He'll make his Major League debut tonight. I got the lineups right here. They're going Jordan Beck is in left. Tyro Estrada hitting second at second base. Hunter Goodman now in the 3-hole. All-star candidate Hunter Goodman. Ryan McMahon is your cleanup hitter. Could Wilhelm scream that if you want. Brenton Doyle hits fifth tonight. Ryan Ritter. Keston Hira over there at first base. Mickey Moniak will be in right. Tyler Freeman will do the designated hitting this evening. By the way, you look at the Mets lineup, and it's just like Nimmo and Marte and Soto and Alonso, and you're like, oh, you guys are awesome.
You could Wilhelm scream it the other way.
Seriously.
Yeah. We're going to go bullpen night.
Kodai Senga will start tonight for the Mets. He of the 1.60 ERA on the season so far. Ryan Rollison will start in what will be a bullpen night tonight for the Rocks as they take on the Mets.
Is that where you just say no starting pitchers shutting this down, so let's just get to the pen early?
Yeah, it's...
Is it a good idea, though, in Coors Field to go bullpen night?
I mean, sometimes you have to when you didn't even mean to.
No, that's what I mean.
Right.
And then you burn. Like, remember when teams feared burning their pen in the first game of the series?
Sure.
And now it's just a thing you do?
Yeah. I thought Senza was starting tonight.
Yeah, well, he has Jacob Stallings type pitching numbers.
He really does.
They might have been like, no.
Carson Palmquist on Saturday. Herman Marquez will start Sunday for the Rocks.
So
against
what's going on with the
weekend.
Gambarino? Did he get his rehab start or what? I felt like he was maybe going to get closer, but no. Gambarino.
He did make a rehab start with Hartford yesterday.
How'd it go? Hartford.
Yeah, they sent him to Double-A.
Why? You want to scare him in New Mexico?
This is where. If you're not careful, you're going to live in Hartford, okay? Do they play Brass Bonanza at Yard Goats games?
They could do a Whalers night.
They should.
They could.
Right.
I don't know if they do.
I believe the color scheme is very similar between the Yard Goats and the Whale.
How much in Hartford have they updated the music on the local rock stations? Did you sometimes you go to these smaller cities?
Yeah.
And they're playing the music that, like, their hot rotation's about 2-3 years old from what you knew.
Okay.
Some of those smaller towns in Wisconsin and your beloved Illinois.
Man.
Just discovering the Black Album for Metallica. That's what they think they're touring.
Dude, I have driven... I actually haven't done it in a long time, but I used to do the drive between Chicago and Denver regularly. Like, rural Iowa and Nebraska had two things. Number one, some of the best classic rock radio you'll ever hear.
Right.
Just like you could find some Zeppelin at any time. Or if you flipped over to the AM dial, then you could learn about how you are going to burn in hell for all of eternity if you do not bow down before Judgment Day.
It's quite the selections you have there.
The radio preachers that you can find in rural America. They'll let you know you're making some mistakes.
That's why you got it. You know what? It's a Friday.
Sinner.
303-504-0925. It's why you used to need a no-skip CD. Send me the name of your no-skip road trip CD. The Refreshments, Busy Fuzzy, Big and Buzzy was one of them for me.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Love that album.
Okay.
Now, again, we're talking the CD era, Nate.
Sure.
We're probably going to have a lot of current concoctions get thrown out there.
Yeah.
But one where you're fine, you're just letting it play.
Yeah, I recall one of those drives where I probably listened to Elephant by the White Stripes, I don't know, 9 times all the way through.
That's a good one.
Across America. That's a pretty unimpeachable record right there, I feel as though. Yeah, good no skip. Like, there's no tracks that you're just like, can't get this out of here.
You're fine listening to them all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, It's a good Ska Friday topic right there for you.
Oh, Les and Jake's got a few Hello Rockview's one of them. I'll listen to Hello Rockview.
I would argue any of their first 3 albums I would put on my no skip list right there. Yeah.
Ooh, Sublime from Ben.
Ooh,
Self-titled.
I'll put 40 Ounce to Freedom on that one as well. And that's 22 tracks.
Yeah.
Unimpeachable. That's a perfect album right there. Yeah, Sublime.
Ah, they're coming in strong.
Okay. Good job. Good job, guys.
10. We played 10 the other
yeah,
day.
Pearl
Remember
Jam
that?
10. We had a big Pearl Jam 10 day the other day after the Rockies won their 10th game.
Jeff threw out Sir Mix-a-Lot. You're going to have to help me with that one. We love you, Jeff. And, hey, all due respect, it ain't my road trip. But
I've interviewed Sir Mix-a-Lot before.
How'd that go?
Great.
Was it better than our Tone Loc interview? We do have to go through some misty watercolored memories.
Tone Loc was okay.
6th anniversary. No, he was good. He was a good time.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking.
He was okay.
Was Sir Mix-a-Lot a good time?
He was
Sometimes
good.
they're not.
Yeah, he was. Well, it was because, God, why was it? So, like, the Avalanche were playing the Kraken? Was that what it was? No, that was when you and I were together. I don't remember the reason why.
Yeah, man, Look, the reason why I bring this up, you and I know.
Oh, might have been before the Denver-Seattle Super Bowl.
Okay. That would make a lot of sense.
I think that's what it was, because he was from
He's
Seattle.
a Seattle fan, right?
And Hockman had written a column,
Yeah.
and, like, that's a classic Hockman thing of just, like, who's from Seattle? Sir Mix-a-Lot, call him up and, like, talk, and then we got him on the radio show.
We were going to interview Vanilla Ice, but our buddy that's a connection is a little worried the wrong mood could too easily be caught, so we did.
We're going to get...
We'll probably never
I mean, we're not going to ask him about how he ripped off Queen.
Wow. Well.
Or suppose we could. Do you think he would do the ding?
I don't think so. I don't think the guy has a great sense of humor from what I've been told.
He wouldn't recreate
I don't
that
think he's
for
coming
us.
in wanting to yuck it up with us. That's why we haven't done the interview. Because I have asked.
What was the deal with your rhombus-shaped head back in the 90s?
Well, what was with the lightning in your side of your head? How slick were those pants, and were they flammable?
Which one is the coolest Ninja Turtle?
I was looking at a blanket the other day from one of the companies that I like, and it said, "Don't get it near open flame." And look what the hell's going on with this blanket.
I generally
camping's out.
I generally try to keep all my blankets away from
well,
open
no, I
flames,
get that,
but thanks for the
it was
warning.
like in bold letters. Like, what? It's just going to go up right away? Good night.
Andy, it's the flammability that keeps you cozy.
Yeah, I'm warm. Can't say I'm not warm.
Jeff Legwold, go to 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Yes, it's SCA Friday. Thank you very much, Krista Makes of Less Than Jake. We are with you today until 6 p.m. Jeff Legwald, mini camp, mandatory mini camp.
Mandatory. You ain't allowed to skip this, son. You better be there.
You are required to attend miniature camp.
Fines will be assessed like it's the library if you don't show up.
Darn right. Late fees all over the place. What's worse, mandatory mini camp or unconditional release?
I don't know. It's just something about the unconditional release. You couldn't DFA the guy.
It's harsh.
Just designate for assignment.
Couldn't you just say wave? Wave sounds nice.
Right.
That sounds like you're like, goodbye. You're waving to him as he's
Sure.
leaving your team.
We're going to let everybody choose your services. This is just get out.
Get out.
You're gone.
You're not a major league player.
You are unconditionally out of here.
Oh, man. Can't believe Jacob Stallings didn't get Sarah McLachlan today here on the show.
Well, judging by those numbers that you just read, Spring would have no highlights to play.
We will not remember
you. He could find Drew saying his name, I suppose.
By the way, Jason Stark today in his Weird and Wild column, 10 ways the 2025 Rockies are making history in all the wrong ways.
Oh, good. There's 10.
There's 10 of them. Some of the comps in here are really, really funny, too. Like, for example, he points out that they were 9-50. They had 50 losses before the 10 wins, as you know. This is what Jason Stark writes. He says, it's hard to believe that I just typed the words 9-50. In the history of professional baseball, only 2 other teams have ever lost 50 games before they won 10. Check this out. He names the managers. You ready? That was Peekaboo Veach's 1884 Kansas City Cowboys of the old Union League and Dory Dean's 1876 Cincinnati Red Stockings in the very first season of the current National League.
Peekaboo Veach's?
Peekaboo Veach.
Veach?
Yep.
Oh, okay, I see.
Peekaboo Veach.
It's the possessive.
Apostrophe S.
Well, there it is. Otherwise known as William Walter Veach.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Peekaboo Beach, by the way. I don't know if you want to go.
It's also a Peekaboo Street.
I was about to say. Okay, street, beach, or beach. Which one you going to? Which one are you peekabooing? I'm a little worried what I may find at that beach.
Peekaboo
That's all I'm saying. Wow, here's the look at him. Doesn't look like a fun time.
No, he really doesn't. Let's see. The Rockies are on pace for a minus 465 run differential. They were minus 183 after 60 games. Worst run differential through 60 games by any NL team since the legendary, and you know them well, the 1899 Cleveland Spiders, who were at minus 230. The modern-day record was the 1932 Red Sox managed by Hod Lisenby.
Good old Hod.
Hod. They were at minus 349. They were only minus 179 through 60 games. Hod Lisenby. Let's see. Before, even with the Florida hot streak, the Rockies are on pace to finish 67.5 games out of first. That's Cleveland Spiders territory. But the modern record is within the Rockies' grasp. That one, 65.5 games out. That was a mark set by Peaches Graham's 1909 Boston Doves.
What the hell is going on with these names?
Peaches Graham.
Peaches and Peekaboo. By the way, can I give you a little more information on Peekaboo?
I'd love to have it.
Since you sent me down the rabbit hole?
Sure.
Try to grasp this. Again, this is a guy that managed a team in the same ilk as the Rockies, okay? He was born, real name William Walter Veach, in 1862.
Oh, he's a Civil War baby.
He died in 1937.
Ooh, post-depression.
He was 6 feet, 175, so a strapping lad.
Strapping lad, I'd say, yeah.
And he debuted in August 24th of 1884 as a player.
Did you realize right now the Rockies, Andy, are on pace to go 31 and 131? That's 100 games below 500. That's the pace they're currently on. That would obviously propel them past the 24 White Sox and the 62 Mets. How many teams have ever made it to 100 games under 500? Okay? apparently, pretty much nobody. However, a few teams made it to 90 games below 500. Here you go. The 1890 Pittsburgh Alleghenies, managed by Ducky Hemp.
All right, let's look him up.
And the 1899, once again, there they are, the Cleveland Spiders. Apparently, they were skipped by a guy by the name of Louis Sakalexis.
Louis Sakalexis, huh?
Uh-huh.
All right.
They were 114 under, but that was not modern history for you right there. Mm-hmm.
Ooh, Ducky Hemp.
Yep.
Look at him.
Warren Schaefer.
He's getting sexy in his pose.
Looks like Steve Stone and Playgirl right there.
What are you doing? Whoa. Yeah.
Warren Schaefer started off at 2-17 in his first 19 games as a big league manager. He's now up to 5-17 on the year here, Andy. So here we go. This is according to the folks from Baseball Reference. Here we go. Only one manager has ever had a worse 19-game start to his managerial career than Warren Schaefer. That was Charlie Gold, who went 1-18 in his first 19 games as the second of 4 managers for the 1875 New Haven Elm Cities. In terms of modern era ALNL history, 5 other managers started off 2-17. Joe Quinn, George Smith of the 1902 Giants, Frank Robinson with the 88 Orioles. That was the team that started 0-23.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Alan Trammell with the 03 Tigers, which we discussed a couple of weeks ago. Remember, they came into Comedy Works and were heckled by comedian Greg Proops. And Al Padrica, the 04 Diamondbacks. There's some good factoids right here. Rocks ran out a 3-28 record on the road to start the year. Nobody in the modern era ever came close to matching that. Yeah, these are the factoids you needed to know about the modern Rockies. Thanks to Jason Stark here today.
Yeah, pretty.
Oh wait, I have one more note. I'm sorry, excuse me. One more note to hit. Okay. So Adael Amador.
Okay.
Is no longer with the big club.
All right.
But check this out, okay? Adael Amador has been a part of 22 consecutive losing series for the Rockies. 19 in a row this year, the last 3 of last year. However, the Rockies sent Amador back down to the minors before they went to Miami. So he didn't get to be a part of a winning series. Adael Amador has lost 22 consecutive series. He's not very good.
Yeah,
I mean, he's a nice prospect. He's got to figure out how to hit at the major league level.
Remember. I mean, I barely remember this guy.
Yeah, he's.
I don't watch. This tells you I've not watched. I used to watch at least.
He's been there.
I used to take 3 innings of Rockies in a night.
Tyro Estrada got healthy.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah,
great,
mm-hmm.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Here's what you'll remember about Adael Amador is that I think for a long time I was saying his name like Adele Amador, and thus we were making a lot of, setting fire to the rain or setting fire to the blanket sort of jokes here on the show.
There's a new entry.
Better
be careful about that one.
It's all happening right here on
hit
the
me
show.
late. Don't set fire to the blanket, anybody.
Took me a moment. There you go. It's spitting fire on a SCA Friday.
It is fun when the numbers pile up of how bad your baseball team is.
It
on top of it, everybody that you talk about is back in the 1800s.
That's right. And they've got really fun names.
Yeah. Peekaboo something. And who was the other one? Peekaboo and Peaches.
There was a Ducky in there. Ducky Hemp.
Ducky got wild.
Right.
Yeah, Ducky Hemp.
Peekaboo, Peaches, and Ducky.
These are the guys you're sharing time with there, Schaefer.
Yeah, you don't share time with Big Dumper, though.
Big Dumper's his own deal.
No, his club's good. He's having a good year. He's doing just fine for himself. I need to look this up, too. I'm checking out current streaks. Oh, the Rockies are not the hottest team in baseball.
Oh, they lost that because of the off day?
They're not even the hottest team in the National League. The Diamondbacks have won 4 in a row.
You damn Diamondbacks.
Yeah, Arizona.
Can't we just have something?
Has won 4 in a row. Currently the hottest team in baseball, your Baltimore Orioles, who have won 6 consecutive. Rays have also won 4 in a row as of right now. So the Rocks, having won 3 in a row, not the hottest team in baseball.
Well, it was fun while it lasted.
It is funny, though, when you look up, they're on a 3-game win streak, and then you look at the last 10, and it's 3-7.
Yeah, ain't good.
Yeah. Rockies Mets tonight. Jeff Legwold's coming up here in just a moment. We got all kinds of football questions to dive into. We got RJ Harvey stuff to dive into.
Sure.
Are they going to bring in J.K. Dobbins?
Yeah, what's the deal there?
There's fun stuff going on right now.
What's the deal with J.K. Dobbins?
What's the deal with Frank Crum? We got to find all of this out with Jeff Legwold coming up here in just a few minutes on a SCA Friday edition of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid/altitude to get signed up today to be able to bid at Roller Auction. They got a great auction that's available to be able to bid right now. It is the government computers, police evidence, general surplus, and more auction. There's really cool stuff in here. Just as a for instance, tire balancers, restaurant equipment, insulation blowers, die-cast model trucks, landscape equipment, got some bicycles, got some electronics and IT equipment. Great selection of power tools, automotive equipment, exercise equipment, sporting goods, jewelry, so much more. The bidding is now available. This auction will start to close next week, so you got plenty of time. I've been perusing. They got a fantastic selection of DeWalt and Makita power tools. I'm looking at these Makita Sawzalls right now, battery-powered. Great stuff right here, as well as some cordless drills from DeWalt. So go ahead and check this all out at roller.bid. That's roller.bid. You can get some great deals on some power tools right here. Again, that's roller.bid, and sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Jeff Legwold time on a SCA Friday. Excellent read this week at ESPN.com. Leggy going in depth on Bo Nix and the offseason that he had. Leggy, what kind of offseason has this been for Bo, and how do we expect to see this manifest, hopefully, into a big step forward for a second-year quarterback?
Yeah, Nate, I guess I was most intrigued to see, like most rookies, what will you do with your first sort of real NFL offseason? You know, he wasn't prepping for the draft. He wasn't coming out of spring football and going into the, you know, the fall camp at a college. So I was intrigued just as to how he approached it. And, you know, I think like most guys, they discover throwing less is a component in there. And I think physically that was a big thing for him. You know, I asked him about it. I've talked to other people about it. Because I had been told he dialed back on purpose. And I think, you know, some of that is just kind of what he's been through in 6 years of college football and the rest of, you know, so long in college football. But I think overall, I think it's just about him getting a comfort level with the job. You know, you're the centerpiece of an NFL organization, whether you like it or not, whether you want it or not, it's a fact. And, you know, every player you talk to, it doesn't matter what their resume says. They sort of all start right now that this is Bo Nix's team. And, you know, that's how the NFL works. You know, unless, you know, there's just somebody on the other side of the ball so dominant or another position, it's the quarterback's team.
Yeah, even with the Defensive Player of the Year right there on your roster. And, you know, you mentioned the step forward that he is taking in terms of his place within the pecking order of the franchise. What has he done this offseason to kind of put himself in that position? Because I do think he's a guy that wants it, and based on what I read in your piece, like, he's acting like he wants it. How has he sort of taken that command of this organization?
Well, I think it's interesting. He's obviously done his homework and listens when he talks to people. You know, because Hufanga said it yesterday. You know, or Evan Ingram rather said it yesterday when he came on his visit. You know, Bo Nix came to meet him for lunch. You know, you talk to other guys. Who's the first player? One of the first players to text you after you sign. Bo Nix is one of the first players. So he's obviously paid attention, and when he's been watching other leaders he respected or asked other people about it, because I think it's just things like that in-house that make you a leader. And I think the biggest thing he does is he does it by example more than, you know, shouting. You're not seeing him on the practice field in between drills very often doing the old, you know, come on, let's have a great drill type of thing. It's more about everyone knows he was the first one in there. Everyone knows he did every amount of homework he needed to do. Everyone knows he's prepared. He just does it by showing people he's accountable for what he's saying when he does talk to people.
All right, what are you gleaning from these mini camp practices, the OTAs, whatever it is we watched yesterday, mini camps next week, just to be official about it? But what are you seeing there, Jeff? Because to me, I told Nate yesterday, I think he kind of felt the same way. This isn't a hot take kind of camp, right? We're not out there. This roster, most of it's returned. Guys' roles seem pretty clearly defined. So what are you taking away from the proceedings out there from what you've seen?
You know, Andy, over the years, I'm big on rotations this time of year. I want to see what they think of the depth chart. And just by how they rotate in and out, you can see what they think of the depth chart. And a big thing for me, it doesn't move the needle for maybe a lot of folks, but I like to see where they're moving the rookies in and out of some of these looks. And you know, like yesterday, Q Richardson got a little more run than he did, a week ago. So it just tells you, kind of how they're thinking in the moment. And, I tell people all the time, if there's one conclusion to draw from these types of things, it's that you shouldn't draw too many conclusions. I keep an eye on the rotations because that tells you where people are in the pecking order at that moment. Doesn't mean anything in September, doesn't even mean anything in August, but it just shows you where people are right now. And if rookies have moved up in that tells you those guys are preparing and doing well with the installs. But a lot of these practices, Andy, you've seen, it's very specific game situations broken down to very small details. They'll do 3rd and 8 plays, repetitively. They'll do 2nd and 8, repetitively. It's just a lot of small installs that they want to see where they're at with a certain grouping of plays.
You know what is interesting? Because you bring up the rookies, and one of the guys that caught my eye yesterday, first off, I told everybody he's got a proper number on, so that makes me happy. But I thought he might be a tight end because of how big he is, and that's 80 Joaquin Davis. He made a nice catch along the sideline. I felt like he came back to the ball a little bit. And I was mentioning to Nate, Nate brought up a great point, especially with how many people are on the roster back. Is there even really a receiver slot open on this roster right now?
I don't see it. You figure you start keeping 5 and you get to that number pretty fast. And I don't think there's much room at any position, frankly. We know Jahdae Barron's going to play. We know Harvey's going to play. I think Richardson will make the roster because he was probably my best special teams player on the board, let alone what he can do on defense. So it's going to be a hard go for some of these guys. And I think that's why you didn't see the really big signing bonus undrafted free agents here, because agents and players both look at this roster and it's going to be a hard one to crack if they didn't have a vision for you the moment they brought you in the building.
Talking to Jeff Legwold here on a Friday afternoon. Leggy, I know we shouldn't make a whole bunch out of highlights that you're watching in OTAs. That said, I'm going to make a big deal out of a couple of highlights from OTAs. Specifically, the splash plays of the 2 practices that have been open, there was a similarity there. One was a back shoulder to Cortland Sutton last week. The other was a throw to Vele that he high-pointed yesterday. But both of them are, they would fall into that category of the throw outside the numbers. That has to be a next step for Bo Nix. Do you think that's an emphasis right now? Like, I don't know if Bo's ever going to be great at that throw, but if he can become serviceable at that throw, that is just another weapon that this offense needs to have in the tool belt.
Well, I think it's an admission on the Broncos' part. They know it's coming. They know people are really good. I mean, as a defense, you're not going to take away everything in the middle of the field. It's impossible. But
those crossers, they're coming.
You know that people are going to try to pinch him outside the numbers because, look, they tried it the other way and he finished with 29 touchdowns. So and I think he knows. I often talk about his self-awareness as a quarterback. He's very good at sort of studying and seeing, okay, I think people are coming at me from this. I also think that's why Sean Payton has been he likes big framed receivers anyway, but he's been very cognizant of giving Bo Nix big physical targets who can make those contested catches on the boundary. I mean, hell, that's why Pat Bryant was a draft pick a round and a half or 2 rounds better here than he would have been for a lot of other teams, because one of his best skills is big physical receiver in a contested catch mode. So they're building things, and it's sort of, you can see it already in these workouts. They're working toward things they think they're going to get, and that's a good thing to do if you're them. I would also put a nice little wheel route Harvey had yesterday on a little reel too, because you're going to see that about 30 times this year, I think, at minimum.
All right, J.K. Dobbins, what do you think happens there? Nothing, no big splash signing out the door. And what is the situation with him? Tyler was quick to point out to me that he's a tender player for the Chargers. What's all the deal there?
You don't see it very often. It's it's one of those situations where they'd like to keep him, but it's a very crowded backfield. They've added a lot of players there, so you don't often see the unrestricted tender, but that's what they've done. He's basically got to right before camp, July 22nd, I think, July 22nd or 23rd. He has to sign with another team, or the Chargers have his exclusive negotiating rights after that. So tells me no one's hit his number to this point, but if you're a team and you're interested in him, you're going to wait close to that deadline, or he's stuck with negotiating with the Chargers at that point. So if he is signed by the Broncos or anyone else, unless somebody changes their mind at this point, and the Broncos could certainly do that. I'm not saying they wouldn't, but obviously no one's hit his number, but that number's probably coming down the closer to the deadline it gets.
That's Jeff Legwold, everybody. Got the latest on the J.K. Dobbins thing right there. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Leggy, Andy, and I have been sort of kicking around this week, some stuff going on around the rest of the AFC West, kind of looking where Denver sits right now in the pecking order. And look, there's three very playoff-worthy teams in this division, without a doubt. And then there's the Raiders. But I find the Raiders very interesting this year, Jeff. Like, how much better are the Raiders, who without a doubt have a flawed roster, and they've been beset by injuries in recent years. But how much does having an actual competent head coach and an actual competent quarterback in Geno Smith, how much does that elevate what we know is a subpar roster? But is that enough to make the Raiders kind of dangerous?
Well, of course. I think people in Denver, you don't have to look very far. How much did it mean to the Broncos when they hired John Fox?
Mm-hmm.
How much did it mean when they hired Sean Payton?
Yep.
You take the roster you had, and simply by knowing what you're doing, you elevate things. And you eliminate. Look, the margins for error are so small in the NFL. It doesn't take much to make a big difference if you avoid sort of doing damage to yourself. I mean, that's an enormous thing. Mike Shanahan would talk to me about it all the time, that how significant is simply avoiding damage to yourself makes you in the playoff mix, and they will have that. I mean, you can say Pete Carroll did this or did that, was boring on offense, whatever you want to say, they were in the mix, all the time, simply by how they approach things. And, I think Geno Smith has proven, he can get things done if framed in the right kind of offense.
Yeah.
And he will be framed in the right kind of offense.
It's got two stars. Now, I mean, we're assuming Genty's going to be a star, and Bowers is. We were joking about this yesterday. Bowers is the best wide receiver in the entire AFC West right now, and he plays tight end. So, yeah, there's good weapons around him. By the way, I wrote this down. Everybody get this tattooed on your arm. Simply by knowing what you're doing, you elevate things.
Yeah.
Jeff Legwold.
Boom. That's his good, easy old man advice.
That's right.
Some would say I have no idea what I'm talking about there.
Yeah.
So.
I don't. Kind of makes sense to me. Simply by knowing what you're doing, which feels like a low bar for an NFL head coach, and yet it's astounding how many of them can't do that.
Jeff, why didn't you give that to Foxy to paint on the walls with all the other stuff he put up there, huh?
That's similar to skins on the wall.
Yeah, well done's better than well said. I think I remember that one too.
It's a bigger, better, faster, stronger league,
That's what I've heard. He's Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN.com. His latest on Bo Nix is terrific, and you should read it right now. Leggy, we'll talk to you Monday. Thanks, man.
Take care, fellas. We'll see you.
All right, Jeff Legwold swinging by on a Friday afternoon. The voluntary OTAs are in the books. Next week, mandatory mini camp. Does that mean that Leggy's appearance today was voluntary, but his appearance on Monday is mandatory?
Great question.
Yeah.
Everything's kind of mandatory. Right?
It's a little
Yeah,
bit.
you know what, though? We always get two because we're special.
We do.
One is mandatory.
That's right.
One is voluntary.
One is voluntary. Friday's voluntary.
Yeah.
Monday you have to work. Friday you got to choose to come in to work. Mm-hmm.
Which says something about all three of us that here we are.
And here we are.
The only ones in a building.
Where it's just staring out at a
Whole
bunch
lot
of
of nothing.
offices with their lights turned off right now. And yet we're here doing a SCA Friday edition of the show. Coming up in 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. I'm very excited about this. So last week, we did great moments of the Nuggets season. Today, we hit you with great moments of the Avalanche season.
Seems apropos as Brock Nelson re-signs with the team.
He's back.
Will he be included in the highlights? You'll have to find out.
Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals coming up tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Oilers and the Panthers right here. The NHL playoffs on Altitude Sports Radio coming up at 6 o'clock after the show. That is powered by Mountain Hyundai. It is a SCA Friday. Kreckman and Lindahl. Little cantina band for you right there, Andy. That's the Ministry of Silly Ska. So, Sammy's birthday party was, he turned 4 last week. His birthday party was a Star Wars theme party. He's
Good
really
for
into
him.
Star Wars.
They all got to have one.
So I downloaded the Star Wars, the John Williams London Symphony Orchestra Star Wars soundtrack, you know?
Okay.
And we
All right.
jammed it during the party. The Cantina Band was on there. And now Sammy requests Star Wars music on the way to school, on the way to preschool every morning now. So John Williams and the London Symphony Orchestra have replaced Queen's Greatest Hits as our morning soundtrack. But he requests Cantina Band first, and then you get back to the main Star Wars theme.
Are you regretting any of this?
Not
is
at
the question.
all.
Okay.
Not at all.
You're all right to
I'm
take
ecstatic about this. Yes. First off, Cantina Band, unimpeachable.
Okay.
This is perfect.
All right, now help me out here.
Uh-huh.
Would this make them the first ska band in history? Or,
That's
I mean, what
This is what I'm wondering.
Yeah, are
is
they
like
is Star Wars after us?
Did I come to love ska music because of my adoration of the Cantina Band and that scene from probably the age of 5 onward?
Fair enough. Yes, that's a good question.
That's what I'm kind of wondering about.
Subliminally, right?
Subconsciously. Let me tell you the other awesome thing about listening to the Star Wars theme when you're driving. And Sammy, I was thinking it today, and he vocalized it from the back seat. We're out on C-470, just bombing between lanes because everybody drives like psychos at 8 o'clock in the morning. And he's just like, whoa, I feel like I'm in the Millennium Falcon right now. I was like, damn right, punch it, Chewie, let's go.
Okay, help me out here, though. Is Star Wars set before our time or after?
Great question.
Where in the time continuum are they?
It has to be before because it's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
All right.
Yeah, so it's got to be it's before our day.
No, but they got flying stuff and we're driving.
But it's because they're in a galaxy far, far away. I mean, we also have crafts that fly.
Not like it. I don't have no X-Wing.
That's true.
I'm not cruising in a speeder to Sonic on a Friday night.
I don't know. Like,
you ever necked in a speeder?
If you, you don't think the Danger Ranger could have taken down an AT-AT and Hoth?
I don't think so. I'm hoping the Danger Ranger gets me through the rain today. That's all I'm hoping for. Nah, you wouldn't have taken a speeder bike?
Those things were. Although
I take the little pistol at the bottom to get people out of my way.
I was just watching, like we just watched Jedi recently, and as they're in Endor with the giant redwood trees, because they shot that thing in San Francisco, I was like, is the speeder bike the best craft for getting around in a heavily, densely wooded forest?
No. It isn't.
Doesn't feel like
that walker thing they had with the 2 legs, the Scout Walker,
seems a lot safer.
Yeah, but it didn't. Well, look, we saw what happened. People were crashing left and right.
Into trees.
And they looked back at each other shooting. Wham! Tree right there.
No rear view mirrors on those.
And you got the teddy bears jumping out of stuff. And
also, how do you jam their comm links with your little computer? I didn't understand that either.
Yeah, the wristband deal.
Okay. Anyway,
better pistol, Han Solos or the speeder bike Scout guys?
Those things were small. They were like the equivalent of like they were like a James Bond spy gun, but they were for the Galactic Empire. It was a sexy gun.
Han's got a sight on his. He never sights anything up with that thing.
No.
He's just pulling it out and. Whoa!
Do you want an update from Florida? I got an update on the duck.
Oh, okay. I was like, an update on what? People are still fighting over whether they found the husband or not.
On the Miami Marlins, Andy, that's the update that you need to get after getting swept by the Rockies. Do they have the courage to show their faces today? By the way, they lost last night in Tampa, back at it. Actually, no, they already lost today. In Tampa, so they have now lost 5 in a row. They're back at it tomorrow against the Rays.
They're in a bad place, man.
They really are.
Tell me about this duck, though.
Okay, here's the latest on the duck.
Remind everybody about the duck.
So the duck was terrorizing a neighborhood in Florida, and he was biting the senior citizens that live there.
And for some reason, we can't just shoot the duck.
You can't shoot the duck.
Okay.
Okay.
It's Florida.
All right, so here's the update, okay? Florida duck that terrorized neighborhood moved to new home. He's been relocated.
So they
Andy.
tranquilized him?
A Muscovy duck that gained internet fame for terrorizing a Cape Coral neighborhood has found a new home in central Florida. Here's what we know, okay? He has been captured safely and relocated to an animal sanctuary in Ocala. Get a load of this. The duck has a name. They named the duck.
Yeah.
The duck is now named Jimmy.
Jimmy would have been more like it.
Yeah.
But Jimmy?
The duck's name is Jimmy.
Why did we come up with that? Any lore to the name?
Don't know.
All right.
Don't know.
Jimmy the duck has been moved.
Clearly referred to himself in the third person, though. We know that.
Jimmy down! Yeah.
Jimmy's captured
He
is what
was.
Jimmy is. Jimmy was taken by Mark Quadrosi of Remarkable Rescues. Is there anything that remarkable about picking up a duck?
Well, his name's Mark. You getting it?
Yeah. After gaining viral attention on social media for its aggressive behavior, Quadrosi estimates Jimmy is 3 to 4 months old and was likely hand-raised. I mean, like Jimmy
That's why Jimmy's a jerk?
Was Jimmy somebody's pet, and then they were like, he won't stop biting everybody? Let's get rid of him?
Jimmy sucks. Get rid of him.
It remains unclear who originally raised or released the duck in the Cape Coral neighborhood. Officials have not confirmed whether other aggressive ducks remain in the area or if any future wildlife removal plans are in place.
Okay, remember A Nightmare Before Christmas? They had the duck toy with the crocodile teeth, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, is that Jimmy? Jimmy running around with fangs? I mean, what are we so afraid of Jimmy for?
I mean, that old guy was bleeding from his hand.
And you know what you need to do? Kick Jimmy right out of there.
Well, he couldn't. His eyes
Square
were closed.
kick to Jimmy.
He was watching.
Kick him in the Jimmy.
See what you did there.
All right.
His eyes were closed. He was looking at the sunset. Residents of the neighborhood had been dealing with the duck's hostile behavior for some time, with reports of people being pecked and chased.
Seriously, it's a duck.
Peck and chase, Sandy.
There's a lot of ducks.
Male Muscovy ducks are known to be more aggressive than females, which may explain the confrontations. He's horny.
I was about to say, he's walking around. He's at a singles bar.
Jimmy.
The other ladies aren't interested.
Jimmy's very sweet on you.
Yeah.
Once the story aired and video footage spread online, it attracted the attention of animal rescuers. All right. So Jimmy has been he's safe, but they believe he was raised by humans.
Well, that's why he's a jerk.
Yeah.
I sent you this too. Have we had this already?
Okay.
Because you know what I love is the friends of the program, the people that know us.
Yeah.
They know what we're about. They
That's
know
right.
what we're into.
We're interested in this jerk of a duck.
I'm a little surprised you hadn't found this.
Okay.
Headline. Yeah, this was from 2021.
All right.
Okay. So not recent.
Okay.
Did you have this?
I may have.
In Turkey, a missing man joined a search party looking for him.
We did this
So
story.
he got drunk, yes.
Yeah, we did
and
this story.
He looked.
Yes.
Someone sent this to me today. I was like, did we do this or not?
We did do that story.
Behun Mitlu.
Yes,
He was drinking with friends.
Right.
Now, last week,
It was the guy in
we
mushrooms.
had the mushroomed out party where they thought their friend was dead,
Turned out he was fine.
but he'd left, right?
No, I think he was still there. They called 911 and they were like, our friend died. And
I still don't understand. Were they tripping and he was laying in the sleeping bag?
I don't.
And they didn't bother to poke or roust him?
I don't think there was anything
Or
wrong
did he
with
get
him.
up to like go handle some business and they just assumed a pterodactyl flew in a la Jurassic Park and took him away or something?
That wasn't covered in the story because they were just ripped on psilocybin. But I believe he was fine, and they called 911 anyway and told them that their friend was dead.
Did they use his phone that he lent them? I mean,
calling from his phone.
But we also, it just reminds me now of
guy in the search party.
Guy in the search
We
party
did do
in
this
Turkey.
story.
He was drunk, he was lost. They couldn't find him, and yet he was among them.
It's a good callback.
That's a bad sketch, though.
It is.
Like, how do you not realize Mr. Mutlu here? He's right over there looking for himself.
You guys are looking for someone? Let me help you
I'm
find
gonna help
him,
you,
man.
man. You got a picture, man?
What
What picture were you going off of? Was the guy fatter than the picture that you had?
That's a great
Like,
question.
If you looked for 20-year-old Andy,
Yeah.
you ain't finding him
Well,
based off my current look.
Do you remember? The courtroom sketch of Tom Brady?
Yeah,
like that. If you had that, and you were like, try and find the real Tom Brady,
you're not gonna.
You're never gonna.
You're not gonna.
Why
find
do you
him.
think they couldn't find Kaczynski forever? Because they had that picture of the Unabomber, and he looked all cool with his hoodie and his
And his
aviator
sweet aviator
shades.
shades?
And they find Kaczynski, and
He's got like two halves of glasses glued together, and the rattiest beard you've ever seen.
Crazy hair.
Yeah.
No wonder they couldn't find
Jimmy
him.
the Duck was living in his beard. I still
off
don't
of
understand how
bad info.
nobody just kicked Jimmy the Duck out of there.
It's not nice to kick
It's
a
a
duck.
duck.
Even though he's a
There's
biter.
a bunch of ducks everywhere. It's not an endangered duck. You don't have to put up with it because there's only like 3 of them left.
I don't know if I could kick a duck. I'd feel bad. He's a duck.
What about a goose?
Those things can be jerks.
Yeah. There's been a time where I've sped up. Not gonna lie.
Ugh. You're out there on the golf course just looking for your ball.
Yeah.
It's like right near the water, and some goose just comes up and chases you the hell out of
Yeah.
there. They do that weird hiss thing at you. You're like, I got to get the hell out of here.
That's why you get a golf club.
This is dangerous right now.
Sometimes you're hitting balls.
Yeah, but you can it could be like you could be like Larry David and kill the black swan. It's dangerous. We got football news coming up here.
The Black Swan's not hanging out at the local municipality.
That's true. I've never seen one of those at Kennedy.
Hey, you know what else I saw? In a video today?
What's that?
A blonde raccoon.
Blonde?
Blonde raccoon.
Like an albino raccoon?
No, not, but like a tan raccoon.
A tan raccoon.
Someone put it up there, and it was with like normal raccoon babies.
Would Jerry Jones eat a blonde raccoon?
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
I wonder if they taste different.
Is
it like vanilla and chocolate ice cream?
That's what I'm saying. I bet Jerry knows.
You probably shouldn't kill the unique raccoon though to have for your Vitlins or whatever.
Do you think like Jerry, because he's also eating squirrel? Do you think like you know those like really like dark like those black squirrels? Do they taste different, or what about a flying squirrel?
Yeah, no,
those things are creepy.
Yeah, I'm not getting near the flying.
But if you deep fry that thing, are those wings extra tasty, nice and crispy?
Well, aren't you skinning it before you're deep frying? What are you doing? How the hell are you making your squirrel, pal?
Well, you're obviously you
like a deep fried hairy squirrel?
Well, you got to get the fur off of there, but the skin's still on. Sure.
What are you doing with the tail?
It's delicious. Oh, the tail, you dip that right in some barbecue sauce.
No.
Not Community Ranch, though.
You're scrubbing the grill before you grill it with the tail. Welcome to Friday.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. It's the most Kreckman and Lindahl segment that has ever happened.
This has lasted 6 years.
Keep it here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yes, happy SCA Friday. Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's dive into it. We got football news right now here on KNL. We call it the High Five. It's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the league. What do you got for us today, Spring?
Hey, let's kick off the High Five by hearing more from a horse, Sean Payton, yesterday, talking about his team that is named after a brand of horse.
The Broncos!
And Sean Payton...
Brand. I like brand. That's
yes,
good.
It's a brand of horse.
It's like Reebok,
exactly.
but it's horse.
Sean Payton on if he feels like his team has matured heading into his third year in Denver. The Broncos having a high retention rate of players from last year and the advantages of roster consistency.
Yeah, part of that is a byproduct of playing young players a year ago. But I would say yes. I would say yes.
Sean, I saw where I think you guys might have the most roster retention from last year, close to it at the top, so if somebody had done the math.
Well, we probably had the most roster turnover in the 2 years prior. So,
but just because Bo talked about how now there's a lot less learning and just more doing so. But can you see that kind of team wide across the board?
I think we're obviously further along with regards to what we're doing. Now, you still have to turn the game board over and start from the beginning in our league. You have to do that. We're not picking up from where we left off. You have to start with the fundamentals, and you get a chance to do that in these sessions.
Now I'm curious, what game do you turn over and start over? What board do you flip and start over? I'm curious what game he's playing. I'm sure there is one.
It's a good question.
Like, you don't flip the game board over on Trivial Pursuit and start over. You
right,
know what I'm
like
saying?
the in the modern parlance, wouldn't it be like hit the reset button?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know what he's saying, but
right.
Again, and I've heard a lot of horse Sean Payton, so my mind wanders.
You turn the game board
But I'm curious
over.
what game you flip over and start the game over.
One of the other things that I think is funny about that answer from Sean is, like, whenever I listen to a football coach, my mind, like, it wanders because they get so football-y, right? And they're just, it's so much of it is just like wank motion as you listen to it, right? You start over. You the fundamentals. All right. Yes, that's what you do with your football team. Yes, that's what you tell your football players. That's not what's happening here, okay? This is Bo Nix in year number 2 of this offense. He has a huge step forward. He's not starting exactly where he started a year ago. Devon Vele, Troy Franklin, all of these guys, another year in the offense. Sutton, another year of rhythm that he has developed with Bo Nix. These guys in VJ's defense, like, come on, man. This basically, you got some studs coming in, and Hufanga and Greenlaw and a first-round pick in Jahdae Barron. Outside of that, you're just loaded with monsters on that side of the ball. Like, if you're Vance Joseph, you're spending your offseason going, my guys know exactly what the hell they're doing. How do I make this thing even more awesome? How do I make this more fly around and destroy everybody? Like, this is why the Broncos are in such a good place, because they're not where they started a year ago. They got good, and now you actually have, with 86% of your roster in place, a bunch of really good players returning, knowing what the hell they're doing.
You realize, and again, I think we all forget, this is the first time since 2013, 2014 that the same coach, QB, and OC have returned.
Huge advantage.
Adam Gase, John Fox, Peyton Manning.
That is so long ago.
It was Kubiak and Manning, Kubiak and Simeon, Vance Joseph in the trio.
Yeah.
Vance Joseph and Case Keenum.
You basically, like, this year they got a change in special teams coordinator. And they got a new punter.
Yeah.
Like, yes, the special teams, some stuff you got to get used to. Okay, those guys, they can start from square one. Everybody else, though, you're 5 steps into this thing. Like, we're looking for this team to be awesome right away.
This is the first actual 2 years of building.
Yeah.
Like we just said to Jeff an hour ago. Everything's kind of set. You're not looking to add a bunch of different receivers because of the crew that's in here now.
Right.
Most of what you're doing is known. They've not been able to say that literally since the mid-teens.
Yeah. Bo Nix isn't.
It's been a decade.
He's not learning a brand new playbook right now.
Offense without a brand new offensive coordinator.
No,
he's got the same 5 guys blocking in front of him.
Yeah, this is called like you walk in the door. You can address weaknesses right now. You're not just trying to figure out what the hell you're doing. You can actually say, this is what we didn't do well enough last year. And we talked about it with Legwald last hour here on the show of like, for example, both throwing outside the numbers, knowing that defenses are going to crowd the middle of the field and try and take away some of those crossers. Like, that's where this team, they're learning counter punches right now that they probably didn't have as much of last year, which is only going to make them better on game day.
Yeah.
So, it's like while Sean, yes, that's what you tell your guys in your room. That's not happening with this football team. That's why expectations are as high as they are right now, which it's an exciting time because I think the Broncos have a chance to actually be cool and fun right out the gate this year, opening up against Tennessee and Indianapolis. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Let's talk about a couple of my favorite quarterbacks, starting with Russell Wilson. It's spicy. He was asked yesterday about mentoring Jackson Dart. Let's see how long you make it through this answer. Russell Wilson says he's not here to just mentor Jackson Dart. He's here to mentor everybody.
I've always viewed it as, you're always trying to be the best version of you, and then you're always giving back to everybody else. I think that, it's not just about one teammate, it's about all the teammates. It's about everybody in the building. It's about, from all the way to the quarterback room, to the receivers, to the running backs, to the tight ends, to the O-line, and the relationship there, all the way to the defensive line,
Name
to
more
the
positions.
Corners, and to all the way to the training room.
No linebackers?
My relationship with Bobby, my relationship with Tim,
who the hell is
running
Bobby?
the equipment, all the way to the staff and everybody who's helping us and making food. All that part is
Making
everybody,
food.
and I think those are the relationships to obviously Coach Wellman and what he's doing, and Coach Wilson too, and how they're leading us in the weight room. So it's like, to me, it's all inclusive, and that's always the approach.
So wait, is Russell Wilson saying that he mentors the guys in the kitchen as much as he mentors Jackson Dart?
No.
Is he standing in there just going, I need to see a better dice on those onions right now?
Yeah, well, he could be because he was Subway guy, remember?
Yeah, that's right.
No, what this is his more polite version of the Joe Flacco from years ago with Drew Lock, where he said, I'm not here to mentor anybody.
Right, I'm still a legitimate NFL quarterback, and somebody should still pay me a lot of money to do this job.
And cash checks. That's what I'm here for. So,
yeah. Did you notice he skipped linebackers, though? He went right from defensive line to the secondary. He named all the offensive positions. It's like the linebackers don't even exist for Russell Wilson.
And then they're in the middle of the field that he can't see.
Everybody's too tall.
Yeah. So that's probably why.
Is that one of the flaws of Russell Wilson? He doesn't know about. Wait, who are these two guys out here?
These
in the middle of the
linebackers you're
defense?
talking about. I didn't know there were people behind the line.
Why do these guys keep tackling the receiver 4 yards beyond the line of scrimmage as soon as I throw them the ball? I didn't even see that guy.
Why do they keep backing the line?
Who are these guys with these numbers in the 50s? I've never seen them
Not
before.
anymore, my friend. 15.
That's true. The numbers
0,
are different now.
9.
Russell Wilson stunned to find out there's actually 11 defenders out on the field. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, now another one of my favorite quarterbacks. Aaron Rodgers has signed with the Steelers. Today, Ravens head coach John Harbaugh was asked about his reaction to this big news.
I really don't have a reaction. I mean, just respect. Respect for the Steelers, obviously. Respect for the team that they have, the coaches that they have, the head coach, Coach Tomlin. And then obviously we've always respected Aaron Rodgers as a player. I mean, he's a Hall of Fame quarterback. So we'll have to go against a Hall of Fame quarterback with one of the premier teams in the league, and who happens to be our arch rival. So we'll be preparing for that.
How long until this all implodes with Rodgers in Pittsburgh? Like, how long until, he says something on McAfee that pisses off Tomlin I can't even predict the amount of whatever random podcast he's going to say something insane on, and then Tomlin's going to have to deal with it, and then it's going to get ugly, and then there's going to be cryptic things coming out, and then eventually every NFL writer is going to write, a 4-page story about all the dirt behind the scenes, just like it happened with the Jets, just like it happened at the end with the Packers. How long for 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers?
I don't know, because I don't know where he's at. Look, when he gets salty and he wants to shove it up everyone's backside, he's been pretty good about it. That's what he did at the beginning of LaFleur.
Mm-hmm.
and he kept his mouth shut.
That was
did
like
his
7
thing.
years ago.
No, I get it, but if he goes back into that mode, then you don't know.
Yeah.
I
don't think he
know
can.
what mode he's going to be in.
He's 42.
No, I get it.
He's so old.
I get it, but everybody's been taking shots at him. You got Ryan.
For good reason.
Who's the DB that works for ESPN?
Ryan Clark.
Ryan Clark's rolling his eyes. If he decides he's just going to shut up, put his head down, then maybe they make some hay. But if he doesn't, this thing will. He'll. You know what? Tomlin will back him the way he did Wilson.
So are you giving this a chance to go great?
Oh, I don't know. I literally have no idea. I don't know what version of Rodgers is showing up. If he shuts up and plays football with the defense they have in the run game, it could possibly work. I don't think they're better than Baltimore. I don't know.
Do you
what to
honestly think he's
Cincy.
going to do that, though?
I don't know. I really don't know, Nate.
I mean, we got like 5 years of track record.
I get it. But again, one of the guys that I knew that knew him was Stink. Stink actually got to know the guy. That's why Stink made the bold proclamation, our first draft together or whatever, that they were going to go get Aaron Rodgers, and everybody lost their minds.
Yeah.
But Stink has told me when the guy shuts up and really puts his mind to it, he can be a threat. But I
agree with that. He's one of the great quarterbacks in NFL history.
He's not talked to Rodgers in 2 years. I don't know what Rodgers may be on, like you said, I'm going to do it the way I want, and I'm just going to throw fingers at everybody while I do it. And if that's the Rodgers you get, then no, this is going to go the way it went with the Jets.
Tell Schlereth if he wants to talk to Rodgers.
To give him a text?
Start a conspiracy theorist podcast, and then he'll get to talk to him.
I don't know.
Start a podcast about how aliens are actually running our government, and then he'll get to talk to him.
He might.
Yeah.
I don't know if that helps Stink keep the TV job, though.
Yeah, he's got the 4 MVPs. Like, he's an all-time great quarterback. That was all so long ago, and now he's just a whack job that loves the sound of his own voice.
But you even said it yesterday. He is a better option for them at quarterback than Russ or Fields was a
He
year
is the
ago.
best thing they've had since.
But he's in a great division. I mean,
Roethlisberger.
again, I don't know why he picked this division,
Right.
dude.
Well-
you weren't better than Josh Allen in Buffalo. You're not going to be better than Lamar Jackson in Baltimore.
There weren't
Probably not Joe Burrow either.
There weren't a lot of teams to choose from.
No, you're right.
And there were a lot of teams that were just like, we're good.
See, what I don't understand for the Steelers, you sort of made it halfway. Now, it won't erase the misery of what you were set to get in the regular season.
Yeah.
But we've dealt with this in Denver when Mike Shanahan was at the end. At some point, you got to suck bad enough to get a high pick to pick a different quarterback. And they kind of were on their way to being able to do that. And now you're back in something that I think produces, like, I don't think you end up winning your division. You may make the playoffs and Tomlin keeps that streak alive, but guess what? You're probably around 500. You're probably drafting around 20 like you did with the Broncos, 21 last year.
Yeah.
And I don't know, or 22 or whatever they were. And I don't know what that all gets you.
Okay.
It is not going to be Arch Manning.
Okay. I want to mark this down. Okay. This is June the 6th of 2025. Okay. All right. Here's what's going to happen. Let me tell you exactly how this goes.
Okay.
He's going to have a great start to the year.
Okay. I can see that.
Okay. And I'll
What's
tell you.
the start through
tell you why.
September, October, Halloween?
They open at the Jets, home against Seattle, at New England. They play Minnesota. I think that's a London game. They come out of that and they play Cleveland at home. They could be 4-1.
Okay.
Okay? And it's going to be redemption. Thy name is Rodgers. Here's the problem. This is how they finish. Buffalo, Baltimore, Miami, Detroit. Got one more against the Browns, but it's in Cleveland. Home against Baltimore. I got the Chargers in Week 10. We got Green Bay in Week 8. Yeah, they'll come back to earth. This has either 8 or 9 wins written all over.
See, where I thought you were going to go was he kind of keeps to himself and does the thing we talked about through the first 5.
No,
and
he's
then
not
by
doing any of
Halloween,
that.
he's popping back on McAfee and everything's back to the way it was.
Yeah, no, he's going to be he'll be out there. That's the brand now. He has to be.
Well, he doesn't have to. Well, how much does McAfee pay him? He probably makes a pretty good living off of McAfee,
I think
right?
it's pretty good. Yeah.
And they're not paying him to be boring, so you probably are right.
That, and I think he just likes doing that stuff. I know. He figured out, like, hey, I like the sound of my own voice, and going on Joe Rogan and, like, spouting every, theory that I have in the world. That's actually a pretty good time. Guy's got a brand, man. And finally, go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, let's skip ahead and let's do this one since we just heard from the Ravens head coach. Ravens running back Derrick Henry went on the Dan Patrick Show yesterday. Dan Patrick was wearing a Happy Gilmore 2 hoodie because he's friends with the Sandman, Adam Sandler.
Oh, he's been in a bunch of the movies.
Yeah.
The real Sandman is Mike Sanford in these parts.
Well,
Take-
he's the
take that, Adam Sandler.
Yeah, either way. So Derrick Henry comments to Dan Patrick. He's like, I love Adam Sandler. And Dan Patrick says, well, if you run for 2,000 or more yards this season, I will tell my friend Adam Sandler to put you in a movie. And so then after that interview, Dan Patrick called Adam Sandler, told him what he told Derrick Henry, and then Adam Sandler recorded this video. Here's the audio for Derrick Henry.
Yo, Derek, I just woke up. You know that. That's why I look disgusting, on top of the fact that I am disgusting. But I love you. Congrats on everything, baby. 2,000 yards plus this year gets you not only in the movie, but we have a nice dinner together and talk about Dan Patrick's facial hair and how hard it is for him to grow it. I love you.
What happens if he only runs for like 1,700
Oh,
yards?
he's going to be in the movie now.
He's got to.
He's going to be in the movie.
He's got to. We get a viral
put him in
story.
a movie.
Yeah.
He put Shaq in a movie.
Exactly.
Now, I don't know how he's going to get he'll find a way to get a studio. It'll be Grown Ups 3, and they'll all go on some Bahamas vacation and shoot a pretend movie, and they'll all goof around, and Derrick Henry will be in it. It's pretty cool, though.
Adam Sandler net worth estimated between $480 million and $800 million. Good for him, man. Good for Adam Sandler.
How about that? From Saturday Night Live to that.
Yeah. From
fighting to be featured every week in a sketch to 800 mil, baby.
He lived with his writing partner. They went to NYU together, and he was just like doing stand-up. Got on SNL like as a writer, had to fight his way on air, and now he's worth damn near $1 billion. It was by the way, that was a bottom line story earlier today on ESPN. Derrick Henry to get cast in Adam Sandler movie if he rushes for 2K.
He's getting in it anyway.
He has to. He has to. Does Derrick Henry have acting chops? Do we know? Does he got charisma?
I don't know. I don't know. Had you ever see Shaq in Grown Ups 2? It was hilarious.
I don't think I ever saw Grown Ups 2.
Shaq was wearing a bald cap.
Okay.
Or maybe he is already bald, so they put the bad old side hairline on him.
Okay.
Yeah, he's pretty funny.
I mean, he's cast many athletes in
Steve
his
Austin
movies.
is in it. Yeah, Stone Cold is in
over
it.
the years. Kevin Garnett was in Uncut Gems. He was nuts. Everybody was in the basketball one. Wancho starred in that thing. Yeah, it's Kreckman and Lindahl rolling with you here on a Friday afternoon. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Connor McGahee's calls of the top moments of the Avalanche season. Plus, how did Indiana do on the call compared to Kaz? We'll break down the AG game winner against the Thunder to the Tyrese Haliburton game 1 winner against the Thunder. That's all coming up. Yes, it is a SCA Friday. Let's do a little scavalanche on a SCA Friday. Last Friday, we gave you best moments of the Nuggets season. It's when your team doesn't do what you would like them to do, which is, win a championship and have a parade. Sometimes you can overlook. You can overlook all the fun that was had along the way, all the friends that you made along the way, Andy. But no, that's not what we're doing, okay? We're choosing to embrace the fun that was had.
You have to enjoy the journey one way or another.
One way or another. Best moments of the Avalanche season. They were there. They were fun. By the way, DeBoer got canned.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
Maybe don't bench your goalie, homeboy.
Yeah, they also in the statement, they basically said all the words that equated to he lost the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The guys weren't psyched about it. You can't call out one dude when you blow a series.
He's been to the conference finals 6 of the last 7 years, and he's done it with 3 different teams, and all of those teams have fired him. Coaching, rough business,
He's not a
folks.
good time.
It doesn't seem to be. Good coach, not a good time. All right, here we go. Fun moments of the Avalanche season. Andy, let's go back to the 11th of November. 11-11, Make-A-Wish, as the Avalanche head to overtime against the Nashville Predators. The great Connor McGahee on the call. This one, by the way, was voted for by Mark Springer. Little Sammy G in OT.
And again, the Preds will just take it back to their half of the ice. As will change. Sam Girard off the bench. Nyquist brings it ahead. Leaves it for Shea. Doesn't take a shot. Sam Girard will force him back. Girard steals it. Breakaway in overtime. Sam Girard. Yeah! Sammy G gets the GWG. His first goal of the season against the team that drafted him. And you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over.
Sammy G, the GWG. Did you catch that, Andy?
Nicely done.
That was good right there.
That was I'm not sure the sudden burst of puberty threw me off, but
we don't have Stu. By the way, that was the win that got the Avalanche back to 500 on the year at 8-8 after their puke start to the season.
Yeah, and then they got a little hot.
Yep, got a little hot there for a minute.
And they didn't. And they did.
Georgie was still their goalie back then.
Yeah,
that's how long ago
same
that
for this
was.
Next one.
Let's skip ahead to the 3rd of December. The Avalanche playing the dog butt Buffalo Sabres in Buffalo, and the Avalanche found themselves down 4-0. They would scream their way back into that game. Let's go to the 3rd period. Arturi Lehkonen, heard of him?
Habs have it back. Rantanen from McKinnon. All the way up top. Calvin DeHaan. He's got room. Over for Rantanen. Save made by Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen as he slides to his left to make the save. McKinnon, the loose puck. Up top for DeHaan. He lets it go. Rebound. Score! We're up all night to get lucky. For Arturi Lehkonen, it's his 5th goal of the season, and it's the 5th goal of the night for the Colorado Avalanche. 5 straight goals. Lucky on the doorstep. Says knock, knock. It's me with an Avalanche lead.
Lehkonen beating Luukkonen on that one, by the way. Connor gets extra credit for dropping a full Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen.
Oh, he's just showing off.
That's
there
right
too.
there.
You know he is.
It's fun to say all the syllables. The play-by-play guys love that stuff. They did it again against Buffalo. January 2nd, 2025, from down 3-0 to a Devon Taves game winner in overtime.
Over for Jonathan Drouin. He missed. Avs have to get back here. It's Tage Thompson. Taves is on him. Throws him aside. What a play by Devon Taves. Gets the loose puck. Breakaway for Taves. Here he comes. Yeah! Devon Taves completes the comeback for the 2nd time this season. Colorado, like Buffalo Sabres.
Don't forget, by the way, down 5-3, McCarr scored with 2.5 minutes to go. Jonathan Drouin scored with 8 seconds left in that game. Taves and OT.
Okay, by the way, I got to go back one game because I was curious, when were all these goalies acquired?
Yeah.
So it was December 9th that they got Blackwood.
Okay.
But Spring, help me out. I believe in the one we did on 12-3, Wedgwood came in because Georgie was having a bad night after he was acquired November 30th.
Ooh.
And Wedgwood was the one that shut the door on 12-3, wasn't he? Spring's like, sure.
Yeah.
We're going to say that it is.
You're saying Wedgie got between the
Wedgie
cheeks on
got
that
between
one?
the pipes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hiked up the drawers.
All right.
No more goals.
March the 6th. The 6th of March. That was exactly 3 months ago today. The Avalanche played the Sharks.
Who?
And they played them in Denver, and they won 7-3. And all Cale Makar did that night was put up 6 points. Count them, 6 points for Cale Makar.
Cale Makar for Lehkonen. Pass along the red line for Devon Taves as he activates. Top of the near circle. Curls high in the zone. Leaves it for Cale Makar. Far side point now. Nathan McKinnon working loose. McKinnon on the drop pass from Makar. He lets it rip. He scores! Oh, hail Cale! And it just keeps getting better. Makar and McKinnon discussing who touched it. But it should be Makar's second goal of the night. A 6-point outing from our great number 8. 9 minutes into the third, the touchdown is good. So is the extra point. 7-2 Avalanche.
6-point night for Cale Makar. 5-point night for Nathan McKinnon that evening, and the Avalanche won 7-3 over the Sharks.
Boom.
Mackenzie Blackwood got the victory between the pipes that night. Avalanche moved to 37-24-2. All right. All of this stuff, the regular season, it was all good, but nothing's going to touch what comes in at number 1. And actually, this one's a 2 highlighter because it absolutely should be. Game 3, Avalanche Stars, Wednesday, April the 23rd at Ball Arena. Series tied at a game apiece. But the real story of this game, the return of number 92.
Well, what makes a great story? To begin, you need a protagonist, a hero who fights for good and in your mind can't be beaten by anyone or anything. But a great story also tests the hero, gives him a challenge, some adversity to overcome. Then, just like we knew he would, despite some doubts and unlikely circumstances, he comes through victorious. Tonight, we will experience part of a great story. It's the story of Gabe Landeskog and his return to the National Hockey League after many challenges and almost too much adversity to overcome. But he is the hero in the story. And tonight, he joins his allies, his teammates, in their now common quest to win the Stanley Cup. Tonight, we welcome back the captain.
Also, don't forget, he blasted Mikko on that first shift.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, we're going, huh?
Yeah, he did. Uh-huh.
He said, "Welcome back, you bleep," and
Wait,
he
we
goes,
got the
"All
hit,
right, here we
Spring.
go."
We got to get that hit. We got to hear it because the chills that come through the radio on Connor losing his mind at a hit on Mikko Rantanen on Landeskog. It wasn't the biggest hit of Landy's career,
but
in many ways, it was the biggest hit of Landy's
Message
career.
sent.
Yes, message sent. Good to go. Roll it, Spring.
Landeskog is there first, turns it out in front. Romardi Natchez overskated it, and the Stars will roll the puck back through the neutral zone. Landeskog with a giant hit on Mikko Rantanen. Friends no more. Now they are foes. And Mikko Rantanen was in the way of Gabe Landeskog.
Friends no more.
No longer.
Yes. Good stuff right there. Avalanche would lose an OT when Tyler Seguin would score for Dallas. Kind of ruined that party a little bit.
Yeah. What are you bringing that up for?
It's kind of a
Couldn't just
bummer.
roll in the next one?
Hey, but you know what? Game 4 was cool. Game 4 was an awful lot of fun. We go to the second period. That's right. Let Connor McGahee take it away.
Late forecheck there from the Avalanche. It misses. Josh Manson. Icing is waved off. Why in the world did that happen? Brock Nelson trying to make it not matter. Nelson. The need for speed. Landeskog! Yeah! Oh, Captain! My Captain! Welcome back, Cap! Gabe Landeskog! The Norse god of hockey has made it 3-0 Colorado! Oh, what a moment inside Ball Arena!
Chills all over the place. Oh, the guy lost his mind.
And who did he get the assist from?
Brock Nelson.
Brock Nelson.
Newly
re-signed.
Avalanche. Also, good thing they waved off icing. That turned out
I was
pretty good.
about to say, I always think that when you hear that highlight.
I know, right? It's actually kind of cool that they did, if you know what was going to happen next. At the time, of course, Connor did not. The Avalanche would win Game 6, and it's not important what happened the rest of the series. So there you go.
Yeah, Pete DeBoer got fired today. Doesn't matter for anybody.
Yeah, screw that guy. So there you go.
Yeah, baby.
Best moments of the Avalanche season for you right there. That's right, everybody. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we got more play-by-play that we got to play here on the show. We got more audio that we got to delve into.
Yeah, people are getting cranky.
Yeah, it's Mike Breen's getting an earful, apparently. The internet's complaining about a thing again. And we got to hear the Indiana radio call of Haliburton's game winner last night. How does it compare to Kaz Game 1 Aaron Gordon against the Thunder? We'll have that all next. Yes, it is. Kreckman and Lindahl here. All right, so last night, game one of the NBA Finals, absolute thriller. Pacers come back from 15 down in the fourth quarter, 9 minutes to go, and they win it on the Tyrese Halliburton pull-up jumper. Okay, we're going to play some audio here. We got to peruse the assorted different play-by-plays. Let's start with Breen's call on ABC last night. Mike Breen on the call, and I did notice this. There was something missing from Mike Breen's call of the game winner last night. Roll it, Spring.
Gildas Alexander spins, pulls up, jumper. Off the mark, won't go. Rebound, Neesmith. The Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 0.3 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again.
I did not notice it, but you did.
It's good. It's good. No bang from Mike Breen.
Bang
on the game winner last night. So this is interesting. Breen talked to Jimmy Trano, Sports Illustrated, and explained why he passed on the bang. Bang! He said, quote, "We were so happy with such a fun game and a great comeback, and now there's obviously juice to the series, and I like the Haliburton call, and then I find out later that I'm getting destroyed because I didn't say bang." He said, "I think in all these years, I only said bang for a two-pointer once. It was a Kobe game winner in the playoffs when he hit a shot against Phoenix, and it was the only time, that's the only time I save it for threes." He adds, "In hindsight, because of the magnitude of the shot, it certainly would have worked and made people happy, but I don't premeditate the call, and it was such an unbelievable shot. If he was beyond the three-point mark, I probably would have said bang."
You know what? I love it, though. I love that it's not premeditated. I love that he's not a robot. I thought he had a great call. He had the hesitation perfect for the hold-your-breath moment as the ball went up in the air before it went through the cylinder.
Yep.
And I thought it was a great call. Boy, I told you, though, in the break, I mean, look, in a way, it's really cool. You have such an iconic saying. People are upset when it doesn't happen.
They're mad
but
at him.
lay off the guy that's in charge of it. My gosh, it's his deal.
Not for what he said, but for what he didn't say is what he's getting killed for.
But again, he should feel really good because didn't you get to a point with Berman where the back? I was like, all right, kind of got it. We haven't hit that with Breen in the bang.
He never uses it more than once a game, which is I think a really smart choice on his place. It also it's funny because down the stretch of that game, Indiana hit a bunch of huge threes.
Yeah,
like Neesmith had the one in the corner, Nembhard had the step back. I honestly wonder if Nembhard would have hit the one that Siakam rebounded and had the stick back on, would that have gotten a bang? But I think in Breen's mind, he's so programmed. Like, if he says that it was from a Kobe game winner against Phoenix, then what are we talking about? Something that happened 15 years ago?
Right. Well, in a game winner. He keeps saying a game winner. Jamal got the one on a game winner, right?
He's programmed to have it. No, the Jamal one wasn't the game winner. It was the one where, remember, there was the one where Jamal pointed at him and gave him the bang, and then he called bang on the next one. That was that fourth quarter when Jamal just went nuclear.
Yeah, he was having a day.
Yeah.
He was feeling himself.
Yeah, but Jamal, he was backpedaling and looked over at him and gave him the point. That's about as cool a moment.
That was fun. And again, as a broadcaster, what an honor.
Right,
you know
exactly.
What I mean?
Guys looking at
Guy
looking
knows
at
what
you.
I should be saying mid-call.
Right,
That's
exactly.
You hit the top of the mountain, my friend.
But he hit it on the next one. But yeah, no bang on the game winner last night. He did not have a bang in the game last night. So something to keep an eye on here.
But
going forward in this series. A little bit of intrigue for you, Andy.
Okay.
Yeah, he's holding it out. He's holding it out.
Still think everyone's a little tough on the guy.
You know what I like? A little bit more lore to the call. That's what I like about it. All right. So last night, Haliburton's game winner. We haven't heard the local radio call. Okay. Let's judge the freak out. Is this Kaz or Connor worthy? Here we go. Spring, do we know who Indiana's local radio guy is? Do we know this guy's name?
One sec.
Okay. I suppose I could have Googled it as
It is
well.
Mark Boyle and Eddie Gill.
All right, so this would be Mark Boyle on the play-by-play. Okay. Does he only simmer or does he reach a boil? Let's find out.
They're not going to call a timeout. Halliburton has it with 3, driving with 2, pulling up, and hitting with 0.3 of a second to go. How many more times can this team do that?
Wow, it's almost like he's slightly bored with it. Yeah, I've seen it. Didn't that feel like that's got a touch of, I've seen that. It's the finals, my guy.
And hitting was what he gave us. Okay, let's do the comp. Here we go. Chet Holmgren at the line. Bonking the second free throw. Kaz on the call 1 month ago on Cinco de Mayo. Nuggets at OKC Game 1.
Boy, this would be a huge miss. Second free throw, Holmgren. Missed it again. Rebound down to Christian Brown. You got to hurry. 7 seconds. Front court over to Westbrook. Left side Gordon for the win. Yeah! 2.8 seconds left coming back the other way. Williams from half court. Baked it no good at the horn. And the Denver Nuggets shock the Oklahoma City Thunder in game number 1. Final tonight, 121 to 119. Oh, baby!
Andy, there's only one way I know how to really grade those two calls. This is what I would call that, okay? You know what Kaz's call was? That was NBA Finals. You know what Indiana's call was? That was getting bounced in the second round. That's what that was right there. That's the only equivalent
Dude,
I can give you.
Frankly, the Indiana call felt like March.
Dude.
March basketball. Hits it.
I know not every radio guy necessarily has the thunder of Jason, ironically, the thunder of Jason Kosmiski coming from deep down in the diaphragm, but pick it up a little bit. Give me the, let's comp them back and forth. Give me right when the bucket goes in. Here we go, Spring.
And hitting!
Really hit the and.
Yeah.
And got more than anything else on that call. I mean, he was up. I don't know. Give me Kaz again.
Yeah!
See, that's...
Yeah!
That's uh-huh. Give me Indiana one more time.
And hitting!
Just nailed that and.
Yeah.
There, you will never hear the word and said more dramatically than Indiana guy did right there. More like Indiana. Anyway, congratulations to the Pacers. They get game 1.
I did hear this. Do you have the Korean call?
Oh, is there? Do we got Korean?
Oh, you got to hear this.
These guys are always good.
This is a new level. I don't want to oversell it to you.
Okay.
But there's a bit of a maniacal thing going on in here.
Okay.
You'll hear it.
KSOL, Seoul, South Korea.
Here
we go.
Probably.
All right. I want to hear this. Spring, we got it. We got a little South Korean audio for us. I don't think it's North Korean. I don't think they're...
Well, Rodman might have pulled some strings. I don't know.
Do they actually get that game over there? I'm not terribly sure. We tap dance, we play it.
작전 타임 없이 가요. 자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼 버텨내는데요. 할리버튼! 와우! 0.3초!
역전의 달인 인디애나가 이거 아주 아버지죠. NBA 파이널에서도 드라마 쓰나요?
Dude,
that was a lot.
That's like, is a baby crying in the middle of this? What is going on?
One of my favorite things about those calls, too, is like when you can just pick out the one word, you know?
Yeah.
This one being Indiana.
And I'm also really curious what all is being said here.
I'd love to know.
That's a lot of talk. You know what I mean?
I'd
it feels
love
like
to know.
they said a lot of things.
Yes.
I have no idea where one ends. You know, they could have just said, oh, he dribbles and shoots, and that's it.
Oh, there you go. That's going to wrap it up here for a SCA Friday edition of the show. By the way, 6-6, and it's the 6th anniversary of the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Put the horns in the air, everybody. We made it 6 years.
See how it looks next year.
Will we make 7? Tune in and find out on Monday.
Don't know.
Yeah, we'll let you know. But that's going to do it for us this afternoon. Thanks to Jeff Legwald for stopping by. Thanks to Connor McGahee, who did a lot of screaming. Thanks to Kaz, who is the absolute best. Thanks to all of you. Thank you to the listeners. You guys freaking rule. We have got Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals coming up next. Brought to you by Mountain Hyundai. So enjoy that right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 for Mark Springer and Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. Everybody, don't get hail in your eye. Don't look up at the hail.
But do Wang Chung tonight.
But do Wang Chung. That's absolutely right, because everybody have fun tonight. See ya.